picked up. They delete the XM now. He is dead, likely for the game. No buyback whatsoever. Ame left to his own devices, completely surrounded now. One more Stormhammer for the road. Skeeter, triple
I am
kill.
back.
Again, Ame with the buyback available, but that's just going to be a 3 versus 5. As well, there are creeps pushing in their base. This is true, the tier 4. First one about to fall. But they know that this is a dieback on puck.
Okay. 39,000 lead? What did I tune into?
Shenanigans.
The fuck?
Let's see what Falcons want to do. Do they go for Throne? Do they go for Megas? Or do they play it conservatively?
Can ET possibly? Surely he cannot buy enough time for this. And snare onto Snaking. He's just going to ignore him. He's just netting him off to the
you
side.
Can see he's actually forcing Falcons back for the time being. Ame gets off the song at the last moment. There's the sheep to be able to cancel the TP onto the Sven. The song was successful for the time being, but Malrine coming in with the Rolling Thunder. And they
I think the Sven cut the line.
Do they have the damage without their Sven? Absolutely. He is just getting perma-stunned and finally brought to his knees as Skeeter, they canceled his TP and then he just killed everybody.
Yeah, it was so funny. Like,
is this BO Vries?
Skeeter just turns around, throws a Stormhammer, just one-shots him. Like, thanks for the cancel, buddy. Ame with a very valiant attempt there. I think he sold his BKB to afford travels, so he didn't have BKB. Why didn't he have BKB? He bought one earlier, right? Surely. But I think he didn't have it with him in this push. Maybe he sold it to buy another item. I didn't pick up on that in the moment. Let me have a look at his inventory here. Did he...
The score is not indicative of how this game felt, though. 38 to 14 for Team Falcons, but very entertaining. Xtreme definitely put up a good fight when we thought... I mean, 1, 7, and 10 for Ame does not tell anything about how this game went.
No, for sure. I actually think Xtreme Gaming put up a really valiant effort in the mid game here, considering what position Falcons were in, how we've generally seen them just, you know, close these games out 20 minutes earlier than this when things are this good for them. Definitely want to commend Xtreme, but at the end of the day, Falcons are still just... If you can consistently put yourself in positions like this in a game of this type, you are obviously going to win the majority, right?
Yeah.
Like, despite Xtreme doing their best, this was an uphill battle from basically start to finish. They couldn't climb the mountain, but they tried very hard. It's good to see, though, for an upcoming game, too, that they can hold a candle to them at least.
So Falcons remain...
Thank you, Polkanut, for the 8.
The second group stage. Will that change you?
There is hope. I think a game like that, there's definitely hope. Xtreme, it was, as Synderen said, a valiant effort, but it was
I finished FF7, yeah.
At the end,
No spoilers for the people.
BKB for travels at the end.
Everyone there, basically.
Longer, but it was
that game is now simply over.
For the last, like,
I don't want to spoil or talk about the game since it might spoil people who avoided the stream purposely.
Because Xtreme, they were behind FE the whole time.
Yeah, that's
good luck, Janos, for the LTG tournament, and thank you for the 87, man.
Regardless of what the...
What's next after FF? I'm going to be watching DreamLeague for a few days. This should last like a good 6 or 7 days more, I think.
Is what bought them so much time. And that's why we saw a really good effort come out, especially because of XG's abilities to engage and disengage later on as they got stronger.
Mod Communist Wizards?
Are we? Get some items out, but overall, Falcons did do it, even though it looked a little bit rocky at some points. They played incredibly well. I thought that their ability to take these early game team fights was just
wow for the 64.
There was no match for XG. They just couldn't fight into them at any point, really.
The more I see Sven, the more I realize how important stats are in Dota. Because the only thing that he got changed in the C patch is some extra strength on his cleave. And then to be fair, BKB did get buffed and some other heroes got nerfed. But it's just funny how, like, utterly imba Sven looks. Like, he was two-shotting the Naga. And I get it's a counter, but it's, like, usually perceived as a counter because you clear the illusions very easily.
This was just he cleared through the main guy.
It was like... It was like the main guy was an illusion.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. Like, this hero has like 30 armor or something. I don't know where this damage is coming from. Like, Valve accidentally, instead of putting in 4 extra strength, put 40 in. And that's the issue. Because Sven seems like really OP. Maybe it's just in the hands of Skeeter.
It's just the Aghanim Scepter is really good. Whenever the Aghanim Scepter is good, Sven just feels like a different hero. Because if that's a viable build for you to build towards, you just don't get kited anymore. And that's the issue with the hero. He felt like a BKB one trick. You get your BKB, you're strong for that duration, but if you get kited, the fight's over. You just have no tools to get on top of them.
That's true.
But now you're just flying on everybody.
The Ags lets you like kind of soft commit, and then when they go on you, when you go in, you BK.
I played Monster Train,
and
yeah.
then after you've already killed somebody, because
Playing more Helldivers? Oh, I'm down.
The Ags, you don't need the BK.
But we'll see.
People are dead in the fight because you two-shot them.
Yeah. But bigger picture, I just think Skeeter in general on this run is so good at farming around his team. I mean, he topped the net worth from the start of the game. He just found farm everywhere, and that's just because of how well Falcons can enable him with rotations. That fight we saw top, where I think it was Puck who actually started the fight. They tried to kill the Batrider. They just didn't have enough damage. Then suddenly they come in with the Grimstroke and the Pangolier, and they just get the double lasso early on, and then you still have the threat of the Mars plus the Grimstroke to worry about later.
I'm down for lethal company too, okay? Let's fucking go, man.
Later stages. When you have heroes like that who can be constantly fighting, if you're a carry player who can take advantage of that by also coming into the fights, adding that extra level of strength and also getting gold.
You should join us in
puts you at a really good advantage. And that's
Helldiver, okay? It's fun.
If you look at him, he's
He can work for that company too.
Early game fight, which we don't see out of a lot of carries. And sure, maybe Sven fights better than other carries early on. That's true. But Skeeter makes sure that he's always farming in relation to where his team are going to take a fight. And that's very impressive. It's one of the subtle things that he does that a lot of people don't see, but a lot of carries have not been playing this way this tournament.
It's the Tundra tactic. He's done that since the Tundra days, and now on a team where everybody just wants to fight, balls to the wall, it looks fantastic, Shiva.
It's working out so well, and we can keep talking about Skeeter, but I believe Purge has chosen other players for our Acer Predator head-to-head.
That's right, Sheever. For the Acer Predator head-to-head, I wanted to focus on the 4 position heroes because they had a lot more capability in what they could accomplish in this game here. Xingqiu playing up against Crit here. Xingqiu playing the line. He had a very, very abnormally rough early game. He had multiple deaths, 0 assists, 0 kills because it was just so hard for them to get on top of the board, whereas Crit was active in a lot of their early fights playing Grimstroke here, doing Ink Swells, silences, linking heroes together, and a lot of this comes down to how the first couple skirmishes went. In the clip examples that we have, it was almost always Falcons just winning those early fights. Here's a dive. I mean, they're already up by,
I had to reset stream, yeah. I mean, I had to change my setup because my setup was for console earlier.
For Falcons, looking for kills. Line on the back line has to deal with Pango roll. As if you're playing line and you're dealing with a Pango, it is so difficult because if you don't disable him before he rolls, you're gonna have a bad problem. And then what happens as repercussions is that Falcons now gets access to the core heroes more often than they should. In this case, able to kill Ame here. Puck was trying to save the Dragonite XXS here by jumping in and doing a silence or whatever. He gets caught by the nice spear here from Amar. So they just keep losing core heroes, and the supports aren't able to do as much on the other side of the map. So just frankly, impeccable support play that led to Skeeter being able to do whatever he wanted. He had a great matchup as well. Here's Xingqiu, 19 minutes in. He's 0-3-0, and he doesn't have a Blink Dagger yet. He's still 600 gold away from his Blink Dagger. So like, how is he supposed to initiate for his team when he's having such rough games? It's just so abnormal for him.
I will say, a game like this, we saw...
I'll play more Helldivers for sure.
First kill, like...
Thank you, Corpity, for the 29. It looks like PewDiePie. He does, a little bit. EV Love, thank you, 110. Good afternoon to you too.
All the time, all around the map. Was that because of is Lion just not really his hero, or was it actually Falcons that almost prevented him from being more impactful earlier on?
I'm sure that Xingqiu can play any hero in the game as a support, frankly. I think he just went up against a tough set of enemies. The laning stage didn't go as he expected. He didn't get kills in the lane. Lion did get nerfed a little bit in the last patch, but mostly it's just that Falcons is the better team as they've continued to show. The fact that Xtreme Gaming even held on that long, considering how far behind they were, was impressive. But yeah, Falcons cleanly wins that game.
Yeah, well, can they do it again is the question. We're going to have answered soon. But first, we're going to check in with our social corner as Brian has got something prepared for us. What's up, Brian?
What's up, Sheever? One of the age-old discussions on Reddit about Dota is this game good for me? Should I be proud that I play this game? Should I uninstall this game? Well, there's a new update that's come with Steam and on Dota, which allows you to hide how many
it's
hours
not.
that you've played in Dota. If we want to pull up the graphic,
is that actually a thing?
You can now hide.
No,
There's a little bit of connotation to this title. You can now hide your shameful 1,000 hours of Dota from your Steam profile. So you can't just click
fucking 1,000 hours in a video game.
See just how many hours that they've put into this game.
What a waste of life.
This is a Reddit thread. We've seen, you imagine mixed reviews, mixed reactions to this sort of revolutionary concept, and we're going to pull up some of those comments and see what people's gut reactions are. So one of them is very grateful, says, I need this. Thanks, right? So this guy clearly is not too proud of the fact that he plays Dota, but also doesn't want to stop. So that's the number one that we see here. There's a next one when we pull up the second comment. Can I hide it from myself too? Well, the answer is no. No, you cannot. You are stuck being able to dwell on how many hours that you've invested into this game.
It is what it is.
I use the word invested instead of, wasted or something like this. And for our last but not least comment is, I'm a Dota 2 degenerate, and I am not ashamed of it. So respect to this man as, embrace who you are, accept who you are, Shiver.
What are you gonna do? Which category do you fall under?
Oh, I'm gonna wear it around loud and proud. Like if I could put it up there, 20-something thousand hours of Dota, I'm not ashamed.
I'm actually amazed that this is a feature. Is this for every game, or did they put it in specifically for Dota 2 because that's just the type of game it is?
Yes. I think it's a Steam-wide feature, but specifically, I don't think it applies to very many games like it would to Dota, because Dota is one of the few games I can think of that the most of the community has spent 4-digit hours, maybe 5, on. So.
Oh my god, I will not hide my hours. I
Thank
think
you,
also about 30k plus or something like that.
30k plus? What the fuck? No life. Absurd.
That just leaves the game open to rake up the hours.
Wow,
which is cheating, by the way.
That's like
also
the opposite
bad
of being
for your
ashamed.
electricity bill.
True.
Because but now where are them? Where are your hours?
How much do I have? Oh, dude, I'm not a fucking degenerate like you guys. I played the game for like 6 hours or something.
Ever, as we're gonna watch some of these players that have put
Imagine playing more than 10 hours of Dota.
Into Dota 2 play on the big stage. Game 2, Falcons Xtreme coming up next.
Is this live yet? I mean, like live stage? Looks like no. No? Oh, okay.
It's been love since we met. Right from the bar to the bed all night long. Roller coaster. A 5-finger scar on my shoulder. You smile, I'm high.
I want to buy a car now. I'm influenced.
Stap nu in een nieuwe Corsa vanaf €379 per maand.
Kijk eens hier op voor de 10.
Your father didn't believe in revenge.
Now I want to go to the cinema.
Hell, I do. Holy mother.
I heard about all the gladiators. Haven't played it though.
I'll show you the way.
Dune Part 2. Nu in de bioscoop.
Dat is de beste huid die ik ooit heb gezien. Nieuw. Nivea Man Anti-Age 2-in-1 Power Serum. Verminder donkere vlekken en rimpels. Voor een jonger uitziende huid vanaf 2 weken. Je huid ziet er fantastisch uit. Ontdek het nieuwe Nivea Man Anti-Age 2-in-1 Power Serum.
Jij bent van de generatie die opstaat. Jij bent generatie D. Gewoon als iedereen. Maar wat je voor elkaar krijgt, is bijzonder. Want de wereld heeft mensen nodig die opstaan. Mensen zoals jij.
Flared elbows. Not all the way down. Bruh. Full motion, come on. Elbows tucked in. I don't play mods on the stories, no. Fight like an animal. The song knows its audience. I like Jenkins' outfit. Looks like 90s emo. Oh, he's really into calisthenics, huh? He does look like he lost weight since I last saw him on cam. I have never heard of Thaumaturge. He's breaking. It's any second now, he's breaking. I can't stream this on YouTube, sadly. I think, yes, I might have like a deal with Twitch or something. Not sure how it works. I don't keep up with most of my friends in Dota, no.
Respect, Jenkins!
All right.
Truly the strongest of us.
Yeah, easy, easy. Although you did skimp on the squats very fast.
It's a leg day yesterday.
No, that was 2 days
With
ago,
you.
dummy.
Yeah, that's when it hurts the most.
That's fair. Welcome back. You're watching DreamLeague. Couldn't be any other show, to be fair. And we're in the middle of a series.
Get this fucking thing off me, dude.
I obviously had to stop planking because otherwise it would be out of breath.
Yeah, naturally.
We'll talk about Falcons versus Xtreme, where Falcons took game number 1. It was a relatively close one, though. I will say. I mean, we're talking about, oh, they're going to crush, and you know, Xtreme, they almost did it. It was close. There was a way, and I did feel like Xtreme came prepared with a plan, and I hope they do the same thing for game number 2. Draft for it should be underway very, very shortly. Obviously, Jenkins, Effie, Purge. And Effie, I want to ask you, like, where would you like to see Xtreme take this one? Because you can only imagine that they came into game number 1 with a plan to try and take down the ruling champs at the moment in Falcons. And it failed. It fell flat. But what would they have learned from that to be able to adapt for game 2?
I think they need to just make sure that they don't get too greedy with their draft, because their draft was scalable versus Falcons draft, but they had to not lose a lot in the result, and they needed to get there. And Naga can't really play versus Sven, but her other 2 cores can. They just never got to the point where they can comfortably reach that, because you just lose so much of the map and you trade so much net worth, or you're not getting these early objectives that you need to be getting. And I would honestly just chalk it up to draft. Every time Xtreme have had first pick, when they get that 18, when they close out the second phase, it's always been an Ame hero or an XM sniper or something like that. So if they're first pick again, I want them to have a very, very strong 18th overall pick, because that's usually where they win the games. They'll get like a Void into a Morphling, they'll get like a Sniper into a Medusa or a Primal Beast, and they win off of that.
I kind of feel like the Naga looked a little exposed that game, even though, like, I know you mentioned that it wasn't good against the Sven, but it just felt like it does annoying stuff and elongates the game. And it did make things a little bit easier in some ways, because they gave him some like teamfight potential against the Pango role. But I don't know, it just like they said, Sven felt like the better carry.
It did. I think what Effie was saying is correct. I feel like Xtreme, well, both of you, like I feel like Xtreme is a little exposed in the draft. Like I do believe Falcons banning Phoenix, Sniper, Monkey King is like fairly telling. They're just like, if you guys don't have your cheesy shit, we're just going to beat you playing normal Dota. You want to pick a normal hero like Naga? Go for it. I think you can try to last pick an Ame hero and try to get like a perfect matchup. That's always a way that you can go. It's hard to say if that's going to work against Falcons, because we didn't see it last game. Wasn't feeling the ET. It had very low impact, in my opinion. Maybe a core last pick is better.
I have a random solution that I think will probably be utterly crap, but hear me out. If you guys saying, like, in the end of the day, a lot of it is coming down in these games and having the better carry matchup. We know Chen needs to be banned, but how about banning some counters for carry and then just first picking it? The one that you counter. Solved! Great! Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
You're a genius.
So like ban Naga counters and then first pick Naga, is that your point?
Yeah. Or any other carry for that matter. I mean, it sounds really, it sounds
It's worth trying if there's a carry that's so OP that there's like only 3 answers in the game to them.
Fair.
It actually happens a lot in a lot of metas.
Where that's the case. I don't think this is one like that. I think the reason the carry to carry matchup matters so much in this patch is particularly because they're picked later in the draft when it's like the perfect game for them, where like like these carries, they can do a lot, but in like one element of Dota, you know. Whereas like when these carries are really OP, they kind of do everything, and there's only like 3 heroes that really like hard counter them. I think the offlaners are currently in that state, and if you do that, you're gonna get an offlaner picked against you, all the other offlaners banned, and then you lose because some offlaner has a free game.
This is an offlane patch. This is an offlane patch, and that's why we're seeing the heavy emphasis on Mars, BK, and Centaur. And if you're going for this first phase carry for anything but Terrorblade, you're shooting yourself in the foot.
Yeah, they just have more picks to deal with it, basically. Yeah. If there was a carry that was such an outlier, it would be worth grabbing. Yeah.
All right. So the thing we learned from previous game is don't get out drafted in the last phase.
I wouldn't necessarily say
just
that.
don't get out drafted.
I just think that their 18 pick on Puck was too weak of an 18 pick. Like when I say 18, for people who don't know what that is, that's the overall last pick in the second phase that comes after the enemy team already revealed their 2 picks in that phase. And that pick is the strongest pick in draft order in any draft, because not only do you get to counterpick the 2 heroes you've seen, you can protect it with the 2 bans. And you have to make the most impact out of it. I mean, that's how I've seen Xtreme Gaming win when they're first pick, and that just wasn't there this time around. That's an oversimplification, but it's a start. It's somewhere that you should look at if you're XG now.
Okay. In case people are wondering, we are moments away from the draft, but as you can tell, it's not here yet, but we're working on it. So don't you worry, the draft will come your way very, very soon. At least that's what we're hoping for, because I feel like what we're saying is that a lot is dependent on the draft, and more specifically with that information as well, who gets first pick, who gets second pick. Because I felt like before, well, other than Falcons, no other conversation has had this much emphasis on first and second pick, whereas with Falcons, because they take so much liberty in banning out heroes specifically against the team that they're playing for, I feel like somehow, and I don't know why, the emphasis is a little bit more on that. Is that fair to say?
I don't think the pick order matters too much. It's how you use the pick order.
I only have one UDI t-shirt. No, I have two actually, I think.
I think
oh no.
Xtreme have been most impressive on first pick, but it's not that they need it. But if they do have it, they should use it better, is what I'm trying to say.
Okay, fair enough. And we are having the draft up, so that should be revealed in a second. Who does have that 18th pick? And who does, well, if the team will make good use of it. We have Falcons on Dire side, and it's Falcons.
Thank you, Maggie Omeo, for the 5.
So help me out. Math, the person that has 18th is Xtreme.
Yes.
Correct?
Yeah,
that's
the team with first pick does.
That is correct.
In the majority of their matches, actually, the Falcons drafts, almost every single game, whatever team has first pick, they have first pick for both of the games. It's really interesting. In their last, 5-6 series now, it's always the same. So it's.
I gave Shiva a t-shirt, for when she beat Miracle.
First pick both games. A lot of times it's not though. So it seems like Falcons is pretty flexible doing both.
Maybe they did like Dire, right? They could just be asking for Dire.
Yeah.
They could be.
And I think Dire is actually the better side for carry players than for Radiant, simply because what are they, Mighty Mines, the Wishing Well, the one that restores health.
Mighty Mines.
Dire side, yeah.
Yeah, Mighty Mines are on Dire side, and it makes it so that your carry can stay in the safe lane longer, just because he can go hit a camp there, regenerate a little bit.
Dude, it's 7 HP regen. That's like way too high.
And it doesn't apply to the creeps anymore, where it did before.
Yeah.
That was the biggest change, because the other side, they lost their mana aura. The creeps don't care, you know.
Yeah, the Mighty Mines are definitely broken. The only time I can think that you want to be on Radiant farming that jungle in particular is if you're Medusa and you want the mana regen. Otherwise, you're very, very happy to play Dire camps.
Is that enough to offset the ancient old Radiant advantage that we've been having for a long time? In professional Dota anyway.
I don't know what the split is in terms of win rate between both, but I mean those are big differences, because it's basically like if you have a carry that has a
He looks so lazy and tired.
And you're a hero
Look at this guy. He's about to fall asleep.
So much better to be on the Dire side. If you're playing like a Spectre or something, Spectre can like the mana regen because you can dagger creeps and stuff because you don't farm that fast. But like anytime you're having a rough go and you can go jungle, it's so much better on Dire.
Another example of something that you can only do on Dire and not Radiant is on the off lane, you can block the enemy safe lane creep wave into the tower, and the wave takes longer to get to the tower. So it means the first wave of yours will go into their tower and pushes the second one into yours. So it gives you a creep equilibrium like right in front of your tower for like 3 waves.
Yes.
So like technically, you can run almost any offlaner as a Dire offlane if you can set up to do that. And there's very little that they can do. Whereas on the other side, if they block your creeps just a bit, it just sits it in front of the tower like normal. So that's like
this is being held in EU,
differences, but
I think they're all playing on EU servers.
Yeah, Dire side is just much better than it used to be for multiple reasons, like the Twin Gates nullifying a lot of the map disadvantage, Roshan just being on both sides now, but also I think that initially when the Mighty Mines and the Wishing Well or whatever it's called, the Happy Well, what's it called? Whatever, that well, I thought that, wow, this is so low impact. I mean, at the start of the patch, it didn't really feel like anybody cared, but now you can actually see the difference, especially if you're playing with carries like Morphling or Anti-Mage that definitely depend on that regen to hit creeps.
I think another Radiant Dire disadvantage thing is there's a lot more cliff wards in the Radiant jungle. So it can go either way. You could hypothetically ward that as Radiant to protect yourself, but if you're playing Dire and you want to invade the enemy jungle too, it feels a lot easier to play around vision there. Until you go really deep in the Dire jungle, then there's better spots, but at least like that first tier 1 tower, there's better options.
Ish. Hey, don't we have this in the emote?
Shadow Demon first pick for XG, and then Falcons off to take Mars. XG left the DK into the pool and picked the Shadow Demon, but obviously they're not going to take that bait on Falcons or like, okay, we want the DK anyway, regardless.
I knew it. Well, it's recognizable.
Enough to just go for the ATF Mars. It's incredibly strong. They're probably feeling themselves on it after just winning a game on it. And as for hero
There's a lot of bans
Shadow
before the
Demon's
picks come
good
out
against
properly.
Mars because he could save whichever target got arena speared, but he's not as good against Mars as he is against
I've never heard of
he
mage
also
wall capture
sets up his
cards.
spear if he saves from anything other than the spear. It's like a free Yules essentially. And I just saw a Kazoo video where he was playing, he was watching Amar play against Venge, and Amar used the arena and speared away from the Venge to separate so that the Venge couldn't save. And I think the SD works very similarly, where if you're really good at Mars, you can actually use the arena itself as a way to distance the SD from the target that they would normally be saving. If there's anybody that's gonna do this, it's Amar the fucker.
Amar the fucker!
Emphasis on the last word.
Alright, so what's Falcons going for? Because I was gonna say we both have Crystal Maiden and Mirana left in the pool after this ban phase, which is very different from what we've seen so far. They end up going for the Mirana, so Snakein will get his hero.
I mean, the Mirana is just nice, right? We talk about the chain stun potential of the Mars, but also versus Shadow Demon, the ally disrupt could be potentially annoying because, like, you can bring your team closer, you can use Moonlight Shadow to reset the fight.
And the center still in the pool. It is the Dragon Knight is the offlaner that Falcons opted to remove. But that means that they will have to deal with the XXS Centaur, which a lot of teams, especially during Group Stage 1, but also still during Group Stage 2, a lot of teams have tried to consistently ban against Xtreme. He's a hero he is extremely comfortable on.
And extremely good at.
And extremely good at.
Okay,
as well.
that's the limit. No more of those.
I hope this is a position for Shadow Demon now that it's with Centaur. I really like SD plus Centaur on lane together because Disruption sets up for Hoof Stomp and you can get a lot of kills doing that. And Centaur is self-sustaining enough at some point where you, as a Shadow Demon, can just go stack the triangle. And Grimstroke also
Shadow Demon Grimstroke in the same draft, huh?
Yeah, I'm into that. I was going to say Hoof Stomp more sets up that 5 Shadow Poison stack. About facilitating the Shadow Demon.
You would prefer the Centaur Shadow Demon lane over the Centaur Grimstroke lane?
Probably not.
Depends on the carry.
At least have a good stun on off lane, I guess.
TA or Faceless Void carry, something like that, then the Grim is happy to play with either of those heroes. I don't think it's going to be either of those heroes, to be clear, just as examples.
But it protects against the potential Pango, which was definitely annoying last game. So that makes it easier. But now that you have this double support that can't super well defend themselves, Sven's going to look good again. Grimstroke's got to be scared of this. SD at least has 2 tools, either to defend himself if he gets gone
SD is good against Sven.
You can just ulti the Sven to remove his Warcry. Does anybody go Mask of Madness anymore? That'd be counter too, but they have some counterplay. But again, Sven, Skeeter's KDA line was like insane last game. It's like 17-2 and something.
I would like to see like a troll.
I have no div. They're renting houses, man. Why don't you ask them? Why don't you ask me?
I feel like there's. It's
I don't know
probably
this setup.
Void. It's good with the Grim. It's good against Mars. You spear him, he just jumps out. There's not great like instant disable for him.
The fuck should I know?
Sven, even the time dilation is annoying for a Sven, getting kited in fights. But I think the ballsier and potentially better pick is the troll. It's the best matchup in the game versus Sven.
So go for the Terrorblade. This is the 18th pick you were talking about, Effie. Are you satisfied?
I think it works. It's not like a gotcha pick the way I wanted to see out of Xtreme Gaming, but I understand why they want this Terrorblade. They've been playing very well on it. Yesterday they ended their game versus Aurora in like 25 minutes, their game 3 with a Terrorblade. It's also covered quite well by the Centaur. I mean, the issues are there's a lot of chain stun potential, and there's also the arena that you have to deal with, but if this Terrorblade can just get a means to fight in the arena like a BKB, it should be okay. Also, you have the Shadow Demon plus Terrorblade combo.
DB win against Sven into late game and equal farm, yes. But Sven is a special carry. Sven is a tempo carry that wants to end early and fight early.
I think he was a little
And he wants item advantage, like one big item, and if it just fucking goes. Farms faster than TB2.
Points. Sven's don't really buy AC anymore either, so it's like if he doesn't have the Warcry to protect himself, he gets dispelled by the SD. Yeah.
So yeah, it's more of a team composition and game tempo thing rather than whether TB beats Sven or not.
And a Huskar ban so far coming out for our final 2 picks, which are, well, which should be the mid laners. I say should because the flex potential on the Mars is sure still there. I think we're all expecting it to be a Mar, but with Falcons, you always have to like keep that little thing in the back of your mind. Flex potential possible.
So Falcons ban the puck. Does that mean Xtreme? Oh, Sniper's banned. My bad.
Sniper's already
Everything
banned.
I was gonna
Razor's
say.
already banned. Pango is still in the pool, but there's obviously a counter pick coming from Xtreme Gaming afterwards. Actually, that's not true. Never mind. Falcons has overall last pick.
Well, Grimstroke is already, I think, good enough against the Pango that it dissuades you. But I mean, I would also say maybe not to the same degree, but Puck was good against Pango, and Falcons picked it anyway because it's good for the game. Like, I do think both sides need a mid laner that runs around, that's active, that does stuff. Storm is also quite good for either side, honestly.
Yeah, I like Storm for Falcons because they have to deal with the Shadow Demon plus Grimstroke backline because these are double save supports potentially with the Inkspell Shard and with Disruption. These are key targets to take out, but they do have triple jump with their Sven, Tusk, and Mars, so they could just opt for the melee route. They banned this roam themselves.
I mean, Xtreme could still go for a primal mid. It's great with the Grimstroke. It's a hero that runs around, that does stuff. XM has played it. Also denies it from Malorine.
5 seconds remaining.
What if they just go full cheese and just pick Viper and play in a disgusting way?
I mean, XM considers himself the best Viper out there.
I feel like if they pick Viper, they're going to get last pick countered, and then they have a Viper, and they lose.
Who's gonna counter? It's like Sniper or Lina.
Lina, yeah, Lina's still available. Both teams know the power of Lina.
It's
Lina
actually
Centaur is good versus Lina. Sorry, Purge.
It's okay, and it's actually a hero that XM hasn't lost on yet. It's the Lina. Lina and Sniper both 100% win rate. Four Lina picks in the last week.
If you would go for a Lina, what would you ban out against?
I don't think you want a Lina against 3 backline jumpers and a Mars who can block projectiles. That seems really sus. You'd have to go spellcasting Lina.
But Lina is like a normally safe mid hero to pick in this position.
Yeah,
so
it
do you
is,
just tank it and say like, well, you're gonna...
Oh, Kunkka maybe? Because they banned Dazzle?
I mean, it's okay.
Or Primal.
They have saves with Snowball, so Kunkka's kind of mediocre too.
It could still be Primal.
Yeah,
I know Dazzle beats Primal mid.
Like they've got Grimstroke. Like Primal's the obvious one, right? It'll give them BKB control against Sven. Like he can frontline to give TB a little bit more space, give the support some space. There it is.
About the Void
Primal
Spirit?
Beast.
The Primal Spirit, yep.
Why Void Spirit here? Why is this a good one? And why does it bring smiles to the side of Team Falcons?
Void Spirit is nice versus Mars because he can easily go in and out of the arena. He's a good backline jumper, but the backline on Team Falcons is kind of tanky. They're going to build tanky and they're going to be Moonlight Shadowed. So it could honestly just be he felt like playing it. That's what it looks like to me. But it's also going to be a long catch hero. It's going to be able to follow up on the Centaur Hoof Stomp. It can follow up on the Shadow Demon disruption setups, and it uses Inkspell. You needed a mid laner that can also use Inkspell, so you're not entirely dependent on your Centaur.
That's a really good point, yeah. And he actually does play a lot. 5 games last week, 80% win rate, so...
Not bad.
He should be okay with it. I'm worried about his net worth falling off if he isn't successful enough killing those supports. And since they are tanky, maybe it'll be too hard.
SD's a pretty good hero overall right now.
Coming out from the side of Falcons.
Okay. Probably going to be Gleipnir, Lina mid for Malorine here. With lots of aura and right click, hit those supports.
So it's kind of a bold Lina pick. She's going to do a lot of DPS. She synergizes nicely with Arena, but I know that a lot of Void Spirit players pick Void Spirit into Lina. They think that Void Spirit's one of the better heroes to go on her just because he has such a long range initiation and can do the damage to burst her in the early game. But as the game scales, it's going to be a very strong and very scary Lina.
There's also Centaur, which is like arguably the best backline jumping hero in the game because you turn the entire team into a backline jump.
And we have heard players say that they like the Centaur against the Lina as well.
Yeah, yeah.
It's because he jumps on her, and Stampede is just really good for getting on top of her, slowing her early game.
Is it enough for Xtreme, Jenkins, to force out game 3?
I don't think so. I mean, Malorine picked into a somewhat counter in the previous game, and like clearly his vibe check on it was correct. And I feel like this is a very similar thing where he's like, yes, they have Centaur, but otherwise this is a great Lina game. They have to also answer the Sven. They can't answer the Sven and the Lina at the same time. Like one of these heroes is going to carry the game. Like there's some read that he has on it where even though it's countered, for the game it makes sense, even though there's a 1-to-1 counter in the game.
I think it's a good draft. It's a good draft for Xtreme, I mean. Like, their heroes are good against Lina, and their Terrorblade with the addition of Shadow Demon is going to be forced as well. They're just going to have to itemize very specifically and get, like, 2 key pickoffs with their Blink Centaur review. Like, they're going to either want to kill the Sven at least once or the Lina twice or something. And ideally, it's the Lina, because you want to shut this hero down if the enemy team is picking it into counters. So they can do it, but I just feel like Falcons is the better team, so I'm not sure who's going to take this.
I feel like we also didn't really address the Tusk that much.
Yeah,
but
that's who I want to talk about. I mean, it's Crit Tusk. He's well known. I know he's going to have some Omega good saves with Blink Snowballs and the early roaming free 6. They could genuinely bring a big threat to the Void Spirits, so we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, okay, you jump Lina if she's gonna be in a snowball. That seems like a very difficult thing to do. But we also know that Xtreme, so far every single series they've played has gone the distance, 3 games. We also know that Falcons has not had that situation happen ever. Which one of the blessings or curses, whichever one you want to call it, is gonna be victorious? Let's find out together with Sunsfan and Cinerin.
Is upon us. Xtreme Gaming versus Falcons Gaming. Sunsfan with Cinderin. What's up?
What's up, yo?
Yo.
There's something about you saying that. That's just so funny to me. It's because
I don't enjoy rap music.
You're just really not giving up the vibes of someone who would talk. That's all I'm saying. You're very far from it, so the dichotomy is really funny. Okay, 2 wards have been placed.
I think the teams are randomly in Europe.
I'm not sure if either team is going to find any sort of an attack.
Some teams have a team house, and some players are like in hotel rooms and stuff like that. Because they're forced to play on EU servers.
Bring the trap, but
I guess technically they could play from China.
Like they will just be grabbing the top
and suffer the 200 ping.
Yes, no first blood today. For the bounty situation, at least. So
you know what's
a trade.
You know what's curious about this game?
What's that?
Skitter's playing Sven.
Wow.
Again and again and again.
Yeah.
And he wins every time, and it just doesn't get banned.
That's right.
And then he wins again. Let's see if the solutions
do I have to like
Xtreme
more?
have brought to the table this time are gonna do the trick.
I don't know.
Obviously, if you have a hero like Sven that kills heroes really fast, the one thing
I haven't
you
really
can't
played
kill
this
are
patch,
invincible units,
so it's hard to say.
You know, disrupting people is something you cannot dispel.
This lane looks like shit.
Gonna have to wait for them to come
I was surprised
out for
Effie
2.5
said that
seconds
people
and then
pick
kill them,
Void Spirit
which is
into
good.
Alina.
Yeah.
Like sure, Void Spirit has nice physical damage against Lina's low armor throughout the game.
Big counter.
But my god, that laning phase is absolute fucking dark water.
Resonant Pulse.
Dark water is regular water.
That's the E.
But it's a good point. It's another hide spell. Dissimulate also can dodge.
Yeah, Lina was last pick in this game, but Effie was saying how people like to pick Void Spirit into Lina anyway. I was like, huh.
The mindset here is, can we dodge the hammer? And the 2 cores that can't dodge the hammer are inherently very tanky. It's
I just know if I see a Lina, I wouldn't be picking a Void Spirit. You know, I'd be like, fuck that.
A lot of stuns that come out of
I'd pick a sniper and hopefully I shoot him in the head.
A crit blinking with the snowball and or walrus punch, and the panel was talking about it.
Maybe for catching out the lane. Well, the problem is that Void Spirit is a very snowball type hero. He's average at best in jungle, so he can't just fuck off the jungle either. So the hero needs to do well in lane. And if you don't do well in lane, well, then you're at the mercy of your own team. They have to carry you. They have to get you runes, and they have to set up ganks for you to succeed in. But when a hero like Void Spirit just wins his lane or gets a good lane, it fucks, dude. Like the hero just goes rampant. He destroys rune checks too, just because of the ulti being better than most other ultis at level 6.
Feels like they have not lost a lane together as of yet.
Yeah, sure. If you survive the lane without being, you know, some 30 or 40 CS behind, Void Spirit could be nice against Lina. But we'll see. I think the lane is too hard. I think you just suffer too much unless you get lots and lots of help. Tender love and care. I haven't played this patch. I haven't had the time. I've been so busy with other new games and stuff like that. Like if I don't do my part, then who will?
Mars doesn't really offer either fully. So
you know, it's interesting.
They are going to get bullied here.
Now that tag team has this effect, you know what he's skilled. There's no question about it, right?
True, you can see the slow, yeah.
Yes, you don't have to worry about shards or the snowball as of yet.
Like I said, I really dislike playing Void Spirit when you have a bad lane. It just feels really bad going into mid game, and it feels super bad when your enemy gets level 6 before you do, and then you cannot contest the runes at 6. And if you can't get the rune at 6, 8 is gonna be super hard too, because he'll be ahead in XP and everything.
Resonant Pulse still there. Deactivates though. Under the line of the trees.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how you pick Void Spirit into this. Not that they did it, because Lina was last pick in this case.
I was wondering if he was going to suicide to the tower after killing this range.
I just wouldn't.
You'll get both water runes instead of dying, so giving nothing over the other way. And yeah, this bottom lane we covered is not going to be easy for Falcons, but the mid lane, the Lina last pick against Void Spirit. The panel talked about how some players like picking Void into Lina. I wonder how outdated that is, if that's still accurate, or if things have changed.
See what I mean?
In this matchup.
Even he agrees. I think the match was absolute dog shit.
I would say Lina is really good against you in lane. The game flow is obviously something else later down the line. Void Spirit can assassinate you quite well. But with this head start, Malrine will definitely be in quite good shape.
Just watch how the... What's it called? The 6-minute rune goes now. Like the 6-minute rune is gonna decide whether Void Spirit gets to play aggro or not. Because if he doesn't get that rune, it's gonna be fucking dog shit, man. You're gonna be fighting against a Lina who's higher level than you with more gold and a rune. Like if the Lina is not brain dead, he's just gonna counter gank you and you fucking die.
He's playing Monkey King though, in scenarios like that.
True.
But we'll see how much XM is crying.
Is Windon okay against Lina? Yeah, it's okay.
It's only gonna get worse.
I think a lot of long-range matchups can play against Lina, and they're not too bad. And there's a bunch of matchups where you can just kind of fuck off in jungle, and they're okay too.
11 and 2 in that lane, as the bot lane is harassed here. The reflection comes out from Ame. But yet another Mars game for the side of Falcons. Continuing to use it on Amar.
Oh my god. Again.
Dies again in
Yeah, what a fucking bullshit matchup, man.
And at this rate, like from Xtreme side, we're gonna see the replay here. Let's see. I mean, obviously very low already.
Oh, that just... Oh my god. End game. Go mid. GG.
That's a kind of humiliating death.
Yeah.
Just the slow burn.
Okay, so what are the options for Xtreme?
Oh, the other two lanes are going fine.
Oh, he gets a water rune.
Now, this is the other problem in Void Spirit. Some heroes can lose mid against Lina and jungle. Void Spirit, especially with this build, can't. Because you have to get W maxed out if you want to farm jungle. The E spell is one of the worst dabber scaling spells in the whole fucking game for how much money you spend for it and the cooldown on it.
I think the kill can fail. With Falcons TPing in the Tusk, you're just going to get counterplayed. And I think they should rather focus
the absolute dog.
Continuing to do well in the two side
Look at it. Oh my god, dude, he's doing it.
Do what he can, which won't be a lot for a bit.
Oh no, man.
Get some levels and farm.
Look at it. Oh, he can't beat this camp. He doesn't have enough stats. The camp is stronger.
Obliterating him in the
now the game is so fucking hard when your Void Spirit cannot lane because the 6 and 8 minute runes are free now. I don't know how the fuck you ever contest this. They're up in 40 seconds.
Just feels like he always has a good time.
So what are you doing on supports? You just don't go mid?
Can relate is 3 now up here for Falcons. Stormhammer is there. Snowball to follow. Snake King.
Oh, that's a good disrupt.
Storm, yeah, not going to be there because of the disruption. Is XXS.
Almost looked like the arrow missed.
Continue to walk away.
How short that stun was.
Really do that much damage to him in the end.
Yeah, when they dodge both Starstorms.
Does he gamble the win? Level 6 versus 4.
The tag team. You have no spells left.
Ah, denied. Feels good. Oh my god, that stun would have been a kill, I think.
If he doesn't get that dissimulate off, he's dead.
Oh, Brown checking rune top. And Void Spirit cannot even check bottom. So the rune is there. It's haste top.
He has barely got a last hit.
Looking for the Lagoon.
Oh my god, and he gets the rune anyway. So now there's another scenario. Void Spirit has to TP mid to salvage the wave, which means Void Spirit won't have a TP for side lanes when Lina inevitably ganks it. So it's gonna be a 4 versus 5 fight soon.
Here, but it's gonna shrug it off and get off a spear.
They might even try him again. Oh look, the Tusk is camping. Is it Tusk? Yeah, it's Tusk. Oh, he showed!
If he dies again, dude.
Yeah.
As a void anyway. He showed the void anyway.
No way.
Yeah, so he uses TP mid now. If Tusk has a smoke, they can fuck a lane in the ass. Because you know there's 4 max heroes coming. And if you show up with 5, you auto win the fights.
Last hits, but this is gonna be.
Oh, the tower is dead, man.
Sub 7 minutes.
Jesus fuck.
Wisdom Rune hasn't even spawned yet, and this tower has been killed off. Level 7 to level 4. It's almost level 8, in fact. So basically double.
I don't think it has much to do with the catapult. I think it has more to do with the fact that the enemy mid died 3 fucking times in 7 minutes. There's no hero there.
It's not good.
Yep. This is oh.
Here comes the haste of Malrine. He's been freed up from
Look,
the shackles.
no void spirit in this
destroying
fight.
mid lane
But it's kind of hard to go in, I
He
think.
really doesn't want to do that anymore now. He wants to destroy other lanes.
Oh, nice defensive
Share
wards.
the love, understandable.
He won't find anything. He'll head back
he might.
to mid.
You know he doesn't have
Just
TP.
back into the lane that he came from.
Oh yeah, this is a problem.
Laguna is
XM.
up. Dissimulate is used.
Oh.
He gets to
Oh,
the
the
other
haste
side of the
expires,
tree
okay.
line. He's gonna survive.
Win in 30
There's
seconds.
the Inkswell connection onto Crit with the meta from Ame. Snowball though, onto the other side.
Oh, he forfeits the win for this kill.
Aggressive for Crit to accompany the spear.
Ah,
comes
fucking
in.
Worf, right?
Malrine comes in as well.
Worf.
Rebuke finishes
10
the
seconds
job.
for
They
win.
do
He's
lose
running for
Crit,
bottom.
but Malrine
Oh, he wants it.
just everywhere.
They tried saving Ame there with
Oh, on
just
top
the
rune,
last
dude.
attack.
You're not contesting
He's gonna get this
shit.
rune as well. 8 minutes. Does XM get something to go his way? Yes.
Lucky fuck. He gets the shittiest rune in the game.
Jin
Unlucky.
was holding it for him as well. I thought that might have been a Falcons member. Like, oh boy.
Oh, imagine. You're like, finally a rune, and then you walk up there, you get caught and die again. Yeah, XM
He
will
plays
get
like
level
Suicide
6.
Lane in 2010. Except he's fucking solo
He can
bit.
do anything with it. Unlikely.
DY.
Amar.
Oh, this lane is going nice, huh?
Again in that 2v1
Let me see.
situation, his crit
Oh,
was
the 500 gold
taking
ahead
out
is not that
Ward.
nice. Above average.
But still, yeah, other lanes are doing fine. You can see Ame second in net worth overall. XXS doing quite well in addition.
Yeah, Falcons have about a 1k lead, and they have 2,700 lead in mid. So,
Yeah, a lot of it is on the supports here. Zamar will TP. Still only level 5 though. Still looking for that arena. Jin Q
It's so
hiding in the trees.
disrespectful. He walks
Ame
under your
coupled up
tower,
with
casts
DY.
spells, and hits you like twice.
Trying to turn this aggressive.
Doesn't it feel like it's
Crit
illegal?
TP coming in from Malrine again. Crit getting aggro. It's the tag team off. The slow will continue. The slow bind is there. There's the arena coming out. Rebuke. Into the
Oh
LSA.
my
Laguna
goodness.
laid onto Ame.
He disrupted
Down
wrong.
He
goes.
disrupted the
DY
fucking...
was disrupted
What?
by Jin Q, but wrong target. XXS comes
Oh,
in for the
come
first time.
back!
A big astral step from XM though.
Let's fucking
He's gonna
go.
get the kill finally onto Malrine. He's gonna feel good about that one. Jin Q will be the trade though. As
He's still
Amar
2,300
trying to
gold
finish
behind,
off
but let's
XXS.
fucking go, man.
But he's gonna turn the spear instead into the mid laner.
Into Valhalla.
When XM dies again.
that
But
is...
he at least got some experience his way this time around.
Yeah, I mean, the kill for him is obviously huge to get that onto Malrine for the Void Spirit, but what a mistake from Jinkyu, targeting the wrong hero with the disruption. Ame there could have maybe got off a Sunder. We're only going to see the tail end of the fight here, but when this began, remember that 2-man arena from Amar, Jinkyu was expecting it the whole time.
How did
Instead
Void Spirit lose
disrupting
mid
the
so
ground
badly?
instead of the
Because he
terribly,
faced
just gets
Alina.
burst by Laguna.
Is he laughing at his fucked up disruption or what?
That's good.
Yeah, that's DY, thanks for saving me, bro.
I
cheats.
DY.
Check your mask for map
Probably not
hack.
smiling any longer.
Check your mask now.
Another death to his name. And Malrine has just taken over the game center. He did just die.
Was
so
it a ward? I don't know. Oh, it was a ward.
Still having this impact though as the
I think.
Axe? Oh. We haven't seen that build yet, I don't think, have we?
Dire's middle tower is
Not in our games,
It's
at
usually
least.
just pure right
You got
click.
Magic Lina here? I don't know. I don't know what's good on Lina right now.
Cloak. That used to be all the
I think
crave.
both are good right now, no?
few months
Both
ago, it feels like.
magic build and
That's the
on
tier
attack
1
builds. Although in this game, I would go magic build.
By Xtreme and
I think the burst is nice, and they already have a lot of physical damage.
I will take that.
If you all in too much on one damage type, your enemies can just buy one armor type. You know, and then
Malrine already halfway there.
your damage doesn't feel that nice.
Mid lane and bottom lane. As XM, that's a lot of
Gonna burst TB. Bursting TB is it's like one of those things that you do when it happens.
That's right,
But it's not an opportunity you seek out.
XM, another kill.
It's better just to play Lina as a hero that kills anyone really fast, just so you tip the skills of the fight.
Now, if last game is anything
If it happens to be TB, that's great.
this will still be a 50-minute game.
But you're not gonna be looking for TB.
Because Xtreme are gonna somehow split push the wave.
Unless he's like sieging and showing. But you know, that's when you're behind.
Team fight with XXS on the Centaur instead of Dragon Knight. But the XM situation is quite different to last game, where sure he was not winning against Malrine in lane in the Puck versus Pango matchup, but in this one he is in the dirt.
He's 800 net worth lead against Snake King.
Oh, that's a very optimistic way of looking at it. He's ahead of someone.
He is.
Yeah. He has a 2k lead over his position 5.
That's right.
So doing quite well.
Kaya will be the first. Depends on your MMR, I would think. As there's a blink for XXS, so looking to get involved early. And can't blame him. A lot of times you want to go for some sort of tankiness. Whether it be an Eternal Shroud, or at least part of one, or perhaps the Veil into an eventual Shiva's. But the blink first indicates that they need to create space for XM. As he does
multi.
catch up here. Question is, will he be accompanying XXS on these journeys?
Oh no. Oh no.
Light Shadow.
Anal.
Snake King looking for the arrow.
Thunder! I didn't even have Thunder. Not that it matters.
Nice cleanup here. As Falcons extend their lead to 7k.
There's another smoke bottom. A motherfucker!
2.5 minutes in.
A motherfucked!
Showing off the blink dagger. Inkswell as well.
Is it? He's gonna get arena off, maybe. He's gonna get arena off. Oh, nice back call.
Will come out,
and of course, who dies? Fucking support. Wait, doesn't die. Hey, hold up. Hold up. Yo, Lina's in the shit spot. Wait, what? Did he not have stun? What the fuck did he jump in for? What happened?
DY now trying to run away, but the Stormhammer into the right clicks of Malrine. Amar, Yules will find
Was
the
it
Shadow
cooldown?
Demon. Trying to get XM now because that's
Although it looked like it was animation canceling, I'm not sure.
He has an astral step, so should be fine.
That actually looked quite promising for Xtreme given the circumstances, but the reinitiation from Centaur, which was meant to stomp the Lina, just didn't stun. Did he have cooldown and thought he had it ready, or did he not have mana? I'd like to see a replay on that. That genuinely, I thought this could be the beginning of a comeback, and then they just end up getting absolutely run over because the Centaur reinitiation did nothing. He just blinked into die.
He cancelled it. That's what I thought. I thought I saw the beginning of the stomp and then it just didn't come out, but I don't know. Why would he cancel it? Look, it was like a bit after this. Like he reinitiates.
The mana bar if he's going to have enough here. But the first part of the fight here, he's.
Oh, I see what you mean.
What?
The blink into stare off contest.
Wait, what did he?
I don't know. I don't know.
Did he use Stampede and not realize that cost too much mana for him to have Hoof Stomp?
That's possible.
Because his mana bar was significantly fuller when he ran out.
I mean, to be fair, like I said, we're not seeing Centaurs go Phase Boots blink a whole lot. Typically, you have a little bit more stats to work with.
Yeah.
And we're seeing
I don't know.
Repercussion there.
For me, it looked like he just didn't press his button. I think he had mana. But he didn't click on the fucking hero in the replay, so, you know, what can you do?
Oh, the ward.
Oh, boy.
LSA. Fuck yeah.
Oh, boy.
Fuck it. Call it, dude.
Just being evaporated.
At the gay.
Essentially from 2 heroes. Amar, are you going to follow suit? You're the 3rd core.
Come on, dude. Go insta-kill him with your Yule.
It doesn't have the damage yet.
It's the one guy who can't do it. Step it up, Amar. Where's the rapier at?
Yeah, almost there. 4 to
I don't
7
like the support
lead.
duo.
Falcons.
The support duo relies cores to help them in ganks. They can't do anything by themselves
So now, I
with
guess
them
we can
too.
start having discussions of when do they take Roche. Their Roche team is it's decent. They got tag team. It's not super fast, but
Tag team and Sven. The Lina is magical, so not the best, but
yeah, you'd probably use God Strength for this, and you can see a smoke now from Xtreme. Absolutely need to find someone. Void Spirit has Kaya, and that's it.
it's good in Toast.
What is?
Kaya.
Okay.
What?
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah.
What?
It's something. If it's all you got, you gotta, you know. If life gives you lemons, make lemonade. If all you have is a Kaya, make toast.
The fuck is Kaya?
You'll get it one day.
That doesn't deserve a response of any kind. Snaking. Gonna get gone on. A little bit of miscommunication, but
he'll die.
He will fall regardless. So we're
Kill
gonna,
for XM.
We're gonna avoid the 420 situation.
Very unfortunate for the
The spread?
Shambles.
Oh, never heard of it.
Good news for the
The
meme
coconut
shorters.
spread. I'm not big on coconut flavored stuff.
11k still the lead. And at this point, Falcons are just going to keep controlling the map quite effectively. Just keep pushing out the lanes. Sven will farm as much as he wants. It's very difficult for Xtreme to access him deep in the jungle because they don't really have any contact points. So the question is, how does Xtreme manage to set up a fight where they can get decent fighting conditions even? I think probably the name of the game is to somehow find the Lina. Obviously, the reason Malrine went for this build over the other one is he just wants to absolutely blast the Terrorblade every fight before he even gets a foot.
Speaking of blasts, goodbye DY.
Bing. Warded.
The ward has been placed. Instant Moonlight Shadow from Falcons.
Oh shit. Oh shit, the nose. The nose.
Yeah, you need to find the Lina. I think that has to be the name of the game, but it's difficult. When he's this farmed and he has the Flame Cloak, the panel talked about Centaur as well as Void Spirit as potential counters for the Lina because they can catch him, but with Flame Cloak you can get new angles of attack that the other players can't really counterplay to the same extent. You're just flying over tree lines where there's no vision. You don't have to come under the wards.
Yep, that's crit. Trying to go on XM, but
not quite.
Oh, it's level 1 arrow, I think.
Peter's gonna eat the Aether Remnant. We talked about
That use is stun for 5 seconds at level 1.
the only person in this tournament able to hit arrows. And they don't have a DK. I mean, they have a lot of stuns to set it up, but that one did not need assistance at all. Amar has the blink. Yules.
I guess you max sleep in that case. I guess you have to max sleep now, huh? Yeah, I thought so. Because that duration was way too short. And leap cooldown level 4 or level 1 is just.
Planning for it.
It's not a thing.
Down here for a reason. Or maybe for 2 reasons. First of all, to protect the access points.
Even level 4 cooldown is not great, but you know.
The other part is they would like to kill heroes in lane, and they're anticipating
It be what it be.
Maybe the Void Spirit will have to go down here to find some farm at some point, as the hero with the highest probability of surviving taking risky farm. He could be going there.
Malrine. He's just waiting for Ame to come
Yeah.
for that ancient creep.
Oh, I keep watching. Top. Oh my god, he got him.
Oh boy, goodbye.
Oh,
3
Oh
spells.
fuck, dude.
Centaur is gonna use his Stampede. Looks like Amar will be the trade.
Amar the fucked.
Falcons, I think still happy with this. He's
Amar
still
the fucked.
surviving. Might take Jin Q on his way out. Doesn't have any spells up though. So it does end up being a 1-to-1 across the board. But again, Ame twice now caught off guard in that same spot.
Yeah.
As the tier 2 tower swiftly taken by Skeeter.
You almost forget there's a Sven in the game with how this has been playing, but Skitter is just top net worth while all of this is happening. So more problems coming Xtreme's way very soon.
Coming for Jin Q. They know.
That's very casual. Well, he got the room.
Yeah, he did. I think it's worth it for Jin Q.
Yeah, it is.
But, oh
No,
boy,
no.
Ame just TP'd here. He's dead. XXS newly picked up BKB. XM trying to do something. They do get Malrine.
Oh, Ame actually got that kill with an illusion.
Oh.
So he gets a lot of gold while dead.
No XP though, but yeah,
Nope.
that's a lot of gold indeed.
Yeah.
Okay. He's been dead a lot the last couple minutes.
Well, his teammates get a lot of experience out of this, so they're going to start making some progress. This could be the magical turning point. We're at the about 12k gold lead, which was the exact same time last game.
Yeah, so you believe in the numbers, huh?
I don't know what I believe anymore.
Okay. Might need a software update then.
Yep. Patch.
Aether Remnant. Crit.
You got the rune.
Gets the connection with the arrow. Stormhammer.
Fucking level 1 arrow, man. It's so shit now. But then level 1 leap is also so shit. It does not matter though, unless Lex.
Aether Remnant connects onto one, but it matters not.
He was 1 second away from another astral step that could have taken him out of it. Thought he had it ready. In which case he could have just jumped out of the arena.
You cannot see net worth if you're playing now.
Available, and he was
You can see your own net worth, I think, if you have Dota Plus.
Now you have to worry about
but not
the
enemies.
Sven Axe. Extra mobility for him.
It's less worrisome than the previous game just because you have these disengage tools. You have the Stampede. If he's flying and people run, they get more distance. You have
Oh, was it Dispel? Maybe you're right. I thought it was level 1 arrow.
So it's something, but yeah, it's definitely more fuel to the fire here. 15k lead now, and this Roche will be not long for this world.
Do you like giving this to Malrine?
Yeah, I think so. I think give it to Malrine. They also gave it to him last game when he was playing Pango. They still prioritized the mid-hero over the transformation.
Was it better late game? I think Extreme Gaming has better late game.
Despite
Xtreme, they have an idea this is
But you kind of have to reach late game without being a billion gold behind, so
we have seen teams take this
they might not never get that chance. But even if they do reach late game with like a decent amount of gold, it's not easy. I don't know what this is.
Do they have the burst? They do. LSA's not getting it because of the BKB, but Skeeter takes
Okay, worked out, I guess.
quickly. He buys back.
Ah, that's so fucking forehead. That's Sven. Look at the damage that TB does to Sven.
LSA again, not gonna hit. As the jump is there from XM, but he's taking the brunt of the damage. Now the Stormhammer is into the Laguna Blade.
It doesn't matter, dude. Zero fucking DPS.
And Ame, stuck inside the arena walls, will now try to run away. Skeeter trying to find a connection here. Snaking, looking for the arrow. Might be set up by the spear, not even needed. Jin-Q, that is, I believe, the dieback. As Amar continuing to chase spear up very shortly. Gonna be set up by his Yules LSA. He has Sunder, but they have so many stuns to work with. Inkswell, finally the Sunder comes out onto Skeeter as XXS with the double edge. They will get the spin, but the Terrorblade falls shortly after as Malrine still alive and healthy. Amar not so much, but the spear does hit.
I'm just gonna assume that Void Spirit doesn't have a TP ready.
Who now tries to run away, but Amar with the
Because he would have buybacked 100 times over there if he did,
double
right?
kill for him as DY all alone. As XM can only watch on. And Falcons, they do lose their Sven, but they come out on top heavily in that fight.
Wow, just, I mean, if you want to go back to the start of this fight that's been going on for 2 minutes.
7 for 2 overall this fight.
The key
and
part
Aegis is still there.
to get us started is that Sven finds Shadow Demon out in the jungle. He just Stormhammers and kills Jin-Q instantly. And that takes away one of the key saves for the upcoming, or the following parts of the fight. And Jin-Q will buy back, he will TP down and start running over to the fight, but in the meantime he loses 1 or 2 teammates. So just good fight selection from Skinner there, good target selection. And I don't know if we're, yeah, this is even going to be the end of the fight, but Amar surviving here. Oh, God.
He always seems to always just get away with such low HP. Then he goes in for the kill anyway. Greedy boy.
Is ours.
XM, he still working on the Ag, so still that second item not there yet.
Yeah, he is lower net worth than Snaking now, so now he can't boast that one yet.
Yeah. I mean, Snaking's actually pretty farm though. Greaves, Pavis. Good stuff.
I love that you're saying it
Call
like
it.
it's okay. It's alright, buddy. Snaking's pretty farmed. You're doing fine. He's good.
Look at the net worths and find the one net worth that's standing out right now. It's more like a combo of two.
Oh no.
One of these is not like the others.
Like Crit's playing the position 5 this game, isn't he?
Yeah, kinda. That does happen sometimes.
The fucking Palom is richer than the Void Spirit.
I don't think he's the one buying the sentries too much or anything, but just by nature of how the heroes farm.
DY? Oh, okay.
A motherfucker.
Went fishing. DY on the south side. Wife comes back to him.
You like that lore?
It's quite sinister lore, honestly.
It's very dark, isn't it?
Yeah. Right.
Wouldn't that's why he's not in the anime, I guess.
He could have been the evil character instead of Terrorblade. Somehow.
Yeah.
Probably would have changed the storyline a little bit.
Yeah, imagine
when it's a painter instead of a literal demon.
I was gonna say the same thing. The evil villain is a painter. 22k lead for Falcons, and they will go for the enemy Tormentor. Amar gets, it feels like he gets a shard all the time from this thing.
Yeah, I think the reason it feels that way is that Falcons in a lot of their games just pick supports that want to buy the shard themselves. In this game, not so much.
Did they get their Tormentor earlier?
I think they did. Snaking got his from that one.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's no way he bought his, right? Surely.
Yeah, and Tusk didn't buy his either. So.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
The Tusk one is nice for farming primarily. Just clear creep waves.
Skeeter will expend the God Strength for that tier 2. Crit finds the painter, the evil villain inside the ice shards. Very exciting. Will die again.
Gives them another wife on the way out.
Wife? How many wives?
Just for you. Daedalus.
Oh, Malrine, he's going to be spotted. Stampede to try to connect with him. BKB is popped though. Arena comes out and Ame has no one to sunder. And just like that, 4 dead. XM for once is the one member to get away, but will he be able to dodge out these spells? Amar, spear connection. It might just be GG. That's a full team wipe with no buybacks to come. Falcons will have full reign on these towers. Looks like Xtreme gonna hold on for the time being. That's gonna be 1 set for sure. Should be 2, surely.
Man, how are Falcons this much better than everyone else?
Yeah, it's kind of insane.
What's going on, man? It's so impressive.
Nice spear, LSA, Painter dead again. So it's looking like 2 lanes. God Strength activated again. Skeeter. They could try to go for Megas if they want. Disruption. Just delaying a bit. Falcons. Will they just go right away? Yes. Still a 5 versus 4. Mask of Madness activated. Tower will be destroyed very shortly, but XXS instant Yules to counteract him.
Oh, blood.
The burst is there, but the destruction saving him. Skeeter taking a lot of damage. He's gonna be dead. So
oh, actually, this could actually be huge.
XXS continuing on.
If they can get 1 core and 1 more core.
Remnant brings back Crit, who will be double-edged to death. So Xtreme get 2 kills as Falcons may be overstaying their welcome just a little bit too long.
No one kills us.
It's so fucking over, dude. They just thought their own loss by like 5 minutes.
And they strike back and keep this game alive. And
it's so fucking over.
0% win expectancy.
Holy shit. 1%.
Oh shit.
There it is. Okay.
Gaben believes a little bit.
He's starting to believe. Gaben says, okay, guys, if you can pull that one off. Oh no.
On the hunt.
Well, they could save him with Grim.
Yep, they can, or they can't.
It did not work.
All right, yeah, it's going to go down to 0 now.
That would be really funny.
There it is.
Oh, unlucky.
Oh, boy.
It was hanging on a knife's edge between 0 and 1. Well, it does showcase what their lineup can do when the conditions are met, but
Yeah.
Falcons are doing such a good job at just running them over outside on the map and not letting them combine their spells. Xtreme Gaming have struggled to string together spell combos in the fights, and obviously when you're this far behind on net worth, it is extremely difficult, and you're kind of hoping to get some sort of gift so you can reach some meaningful items. In this case, the Terrorblade BKB is only 800 away. That would be a pretty big one. Aside from that, nothing really on the horizon.
The hoof stomp initiation onto Skeeter. Actually gets soulbind onto 2. He's gonna have to pop his BKB. That's a quadruple edge. But now Falcons run away. By the way, I was gonna ask you, as Malrine comes in, he still wants to fight. Jin Q will survive. Malrine with the TP. It's a really long
Dude,
one.
if he fucking died there.
So cocky.
Dude.
That is the absolute state of this game. That move is the perfect metaphor for the whole game. Malrine just doesn't give a shit. Dives 1v4. He didn't kill him though.
Yeah.
He got off the Glimmer Cape on Jin Q and is relatively tanky, has 2200 health, so Magic Lina is starting to fall off.
Well,
It's not quadruple edge, it's double edge.
Revenant's Brooch not part of
Which
the
is still
build.
quadruple
We
edge, I
haven't really
guess.
seen this version of Lina with the new Revenant's Brooch, right?
I think you just go E-Blade, right? You just absolutely obliterate with spells, and he is going for that. Seems this is the more.
But it was
standard
more
way of doing it. I don't
double
know if
edge
there's,
than
like, some
quadruple
other
edge.
tech you could go for, but I think the E-Blade is just the safer bet.
But have you seen this Ags Lina with the Revenant's Brooch from this patch?
I don't think so. Am I missing
I finished
something? Would it be
FF7, yeah.
absolutely insane now, or?
Dunzo.
I mean, it's just better. Like the item's actually worth picking up generally, right?
Yeah, but it's still based on attack damage. Like it's just your attacks that get empowered, and he's going full magic build, so he wants the spells to be empowered, which should just make E-Blade a much better choice. I think the Revenant's build could be interesting if you're going Gleipnir, perhaps. Like if you're playing the right-click Lina and it's the type of game for it.
If you go Revenants after E-Blade, you can attack while he's E-Bladed, right?
I think the whole point of it is that there's no hero left after the combo. I don't think there's anyone to attack.
Just in case.
I'm pretty sure this spell combo deals about 2,500 to 3,000 damage, if I remember correctly.
Okay.
It might even be more than that if he lands absolutely everything in perfect order. So we'll see if he puts it to the test against Ame. He has 3k health, then you can do the math. Ame actually has an ability. I can't get it right. Amplify damage rune. So perhaps Xtreme can find some sort of crazy fight, but it will be against Aegis and Banner.
There's only... Okay, they are going for
Unless,
Rush.
okay. They'll get there in time, and Falcons expect them to.
Skeeter's
far
nowhere
away.
near.
No Sven! Oh, no
TP
Sven is here.
Yes, he is.
So we'll connect. Vision being placed by the Aether Remnant.
All Falcons have to do is just wait, as their creeps will push into their base eventually. As long as they have the way to make sure that they can't steal Roche itself.
Oh, fucking die! You can't win!
They're hovering around the pit. They are actually going for... You can see the scan come out now.
Go next! Gay!
As Amar will proc the beast that is Roche. Gonna lower the damage now. As the Laguna Blade onto Ame. The punch into the air. He has nobody to sunder again because everybody's BKB. The right clicks are enough from Malrine. Down goes the TB again. DY is next.
Oh my god, dude, he still died. Yeah, fucking call it. Fucking call it.
And Falcons barely get tickled. They can just go down and get these megas. No need for Roche anymore. Thank you for your services.
It's just so clutch from Amar. Like
GG is called.
He just blinks in and he sees that he walks in, sees he's getting initiated on, instantly Yules, so he doesn't get taken out by the Centaur Stomp, and then they build the whole fight around that information that he got them by just frontlining.
Thank you to the Nance with the 58, Kotomo, thank you for the 16.
One thing in fights that Falcons does
Bright
better than
Kappa,
any
thank you
other
for the
team in this
38. Do you think we'll get FF69 or a lifetime? I hope so. Shincape, thank you the 11. Leeway Zhang, thank you the 81.
Sometimes it's Amar on the Mars, sometimes it's snaking on the 5, but they always, in these like tight and difficult situations, especially around the Roche pit, they're really good at gathering intel at minimal cost. And a really big part of that, obviously, clutch plays with Yules. In this case, they have tons of defensive items to cover their bases while they go in, but yeah,
Despair.
You know what? It's kind of, in a way, for us as viewers, it's kind of a shame that Xtreme Gaming couldn't just get off to a slightly better laning stage, right? Like, if their lanes go a little bit better, if XM actually has a game, then I think Xtreme's fight execution is actually quite good, but man, they were just so far behind in both games after, like, 15 minutes.
That's right, as Team Falcons will easily take game number 2. Shiver, what do you got to say for yourself?
For myself? It's not
That was
like I got them.
accusatory. Like, what did you do?
I don't know what I did, but I will say I agree. We saw Xtreme fighting back, and they had good moves by the time they fight back. But the time that they fight back, they are probably about 20 or 15k minimum behind here for Falcons. Also, can we just admire the amount of Grandmaster heroes we see so frequently on the side of Falcons? There's a lot of hero specialists in this squad, and somehow, Effie, they get their hands on so many of them every time.
Every time I watch Malread on a Grandmaster hero, I think to myself, wow, they can't let this in. But then another one comes off the next day, and this Grandmaster Lina, because on paper, you're playing Lina against Centaur Void Spirit. That's a scary game for you. But hey, not if you completely destroy the enemy mid laner and he's level 5 when you're level 8. I mean, that was brutal. The first 10 minutes of that game looked like a pub, if I'm being honest. Like, getting that tower early, running him down and killing him 3 times without any rotations, going bottom and wreaking havoc there, and then because Malread had a hasten, he was just running back mid and forcing XM out of the lane. It felt like XM was... Because if he had gotten off to a decent start, that game honestly would have looked really different for Xtreme Gaming, because we saw that when they were casting their spells, they got a lot of heroes very low. They just didn't have that extra bit of damage, simply due to how poor their Void Spirit was, and they were depending on this Void Spirit for the early game rotations.
I feel like if a game goes like that, you just go next. Like,
GG, go next end game, like,
if you're in a pub and you lose that game because your mid is level 5 to a level 8 Lina, you just say, well, fuck, there's nothing I could have done. Like, literally nothing. I mean, maybe they can look back at the replay and, like, there's some... XM maybe, like, overcommitted for, like, a range creep or something like that. Fed a kill, whatever. Maybe runes need to be more secured. Maybe they need to, like, get him first blood or something like that. I don't know, but, like, that's another one of those similar situations to, like, when you lose all 3 lanes in Dota, that's just life. Like, you can't break it down after that point. You're just kind of, like, holding on and desperately hoping that a throw occurs. But it didn't.
No.
Or maybe, like, a few throws in a row need to occur.
Yeah.
But it didn't.
The thing is, they didn't lose all 3 lanes, though, in Xtreme Gaming. Terrorblade's lane went well. XXS's lane went
No, I'm
fine.
saying it's similar to that.
Yeah.
Like, if there's that much of a differential in one lane, it's the same as, like, all 3 losing.
Yeah, for that I agree. I mean, if your Void Spirit's level 5 and the enemy Lina's level 8 and rotating, oof, that's a tough one. The thing is, Lina is a lane dominator. She crushes almost every hero in Dota mid, but it shouldn't go that bad. And maybe something happened, like Jenkins mentioned, an overcommittal on a range creep. I didn't watch the laning too
Hey, it really does go that bad.
One kill in that matchup, it starts to snowball in the other direction.
How about 3?
It starts to triple snowball in that direction. But
really rough.
But for that, all we can do is praise Malread. I mean, every day he puts on a consistently top-tier mid-performance. His hero pool is disgusting. He plays the map so well. I mean, we saw him even after all of that. He was hiding, waiting for Ame's Terrorblade to come farm the Ancients, and he had set himself up there, and he just blew him up. And Ame couldn't farm the map, and you think, oh no, Terrorblade fed, but Terrorblade's supposed to be there at that time in the game.
He is, yeah.
He's supposed to be farming there. What he's not supposed to be is getting one shot from Fog from the enemy mid laner that early on in the game, so...
That's a good point. Like, it wasn't just that Malread dominated the lane 3-0, level 8 to level 5, which already is like, get me out, you know what I mean? But also, he transitioned that into helping all of the other lanes. We saw on the bottom lane, the Terrorblade was going to go in and get a kill, and it was looking really good for Xtreme, and then Malread just TPs in, and sure, I think his teammate died in that scenario, but then he gets the kill on the TB, and then it turns into some, like, eventual, I think there was some respawning happening. It turned into an eventual, like, 4-for-1 where Malread didn't end up going down, but his team got a bunch of kills out of it. So it's like he gave back to his team, which is funny because he was the one who got the advantage in the first place. So it's like, you just can't give this guy a Grandmaster hero and give him that good of a lane and then win through the other lanes. Like, that's not going to happen. He'll take over the entire game.
He can't ban out all his heroes like that, though. I'm gonna ask him. I'm gonna ask Milreen right now. Milreen, you have some explaining to do, sir. How many Grandmaster heroes do you have?
Hello, my friends. How much is it? It's 7. It's 7.
7?
Oh my
You
god.
count all of them?
Yes, please.
Okay, let's say I ain't gonna open it because I don't remember all of them. It's Pac, Razor, Lina, Husker, Batrider, Timber, Pangolina.
How many? And there's 7 bans, right?
What about Master Tier?
What about Master Tier?
Master Tier, it's 4. Probably it's even more than like 5 or 6. Close to 30, it's gonna be next one Primal. He's 29.
Primal Beast is the one you'll get to 30 next. Do you put extra effort into getting them to Grandmaster, or does it just happen because you play so much?
I mean, it depends. Like, let's say Razor, yeah, I wanted to have Grandmaster because even if we're getting an official, I might have Grandmaster. I also want to use the phrase, response.
I like it. I feel like it instills fear on your enemies. So it's working out great. It's been a pleasure watching you play all the Grandmaster heroes. I feel
He's
like
a last pick Huskar player, by the way. This is the face of a last pick Huskar player right here.
Afromush's t-shirt?
Yes, it is. I just like. I mean, my t-shirt is not. For now, it's like they're not the cleanest, This is possible because.
Okay.
Whatever, and I just took my t-shirt of Afromush.
Okay.
I just showing the Afromush is playing better than me.
Ah, okay. Some
you
respect.
You can make me proud of him.
Some respect given by the shirt. I was also curious. I mean, obviously you have Creepwave next to your name. You're in the Creepwave guild, and I think a year, 2 years ago, there were. Everybody from Creepwave, basically, apart from you, found themselves in a Tier 1 team in all the Tier 1 or Division 1 DPC leagues. And you're obviously also incredibly good at the game. And I was hoping that you would be able to share with me some of... I don't know what to call it, but like, I don't know if it's magic or whatever. But what made that squad back then like such a proving grounds that all of you have found such immense success?
Oh man, to be unfortunately, just we got the different ways. Someone like got rated, someone not. Like me, I got underrated, and like, I mean, I would say these days, back the days, I was like, I was not good. Like people could see me if they was looking me as a good player, and for now, what's happening is just like we got our time, like. Contract lands, we got the free, we got us free players, and now like we got just opportunity to connect with Amari, and it's just like our way stuck in the time together from 2 years probably.
Yeah,
it was
2 years I think.
And they're different.
Yeah, I mean the potential must have already been there as well, and it's for me it's amazing that you guys back then already found each other and everybody's potential is coming out as well.
Yeah, I would
really
say I
cool
was
to
just
see.
missing for these old days when I was playing Creepwave, and now, I just finally come back and this stuff, and now we are together, and we're showing like powerful of Creepwave.
Yes. I mean, it's palpable here from the studio even. What do you feel like allowed you to, I mean, you're saying it yourself, to improve so much from those days to where you are right now? What do you feel like you've worked on the most that's really showing how good you are?
I mean, I would say, first of all, it's like hard working. Yeah, I mean, it's obviously, but it's hard working. Some people can just like give up at some point when you just have a bad days, have a bad results, and for a long time. But for me, it wasn't like a fact at all. I was just trying to go up and as much as possible, and I was just like playing the Dota as much as possible. Like I was literally playing like 20 pubs per day, and I want to grow up, and I want to have like anything in my pool. I want to show the people that I can be the best one. So it's just my goals. I need to follow them.
I mean,
it's not even dream, it's just the goals.
You're doing fantastic at the moment, on top of your game. I have Purge standing by as well. He'd love to ask you some questions.
Hey, Mallory, you mentioned that you're a Batrider Grandmaster. Is that correct?
Yes.
What needs to change for that hero to be picked mid? Because it's only played support right now.
I mean, honestly, I was thinking about it. I'm not even playing in the pub, but if you have Grandmaster, a lot of practice on you, you can play at any time you want. And honestly, I was looking at some times to get some better pick for late one, but I just think this hero is just it's just better on support. Like I would say, the cores nowadays, it's like there is a lot of cores you can use. It just depends like how you're gonna use them and which situation you're gonna pick them. And support doesn't have like a lot of hero pool who is like actually is very good heroes. It's like people picking some Mirana, CM, you know, Batrider, because this heroes is actually very good at support. It's just like higher tier than the rest of the supports. And I would say just like it's better to have support mid. I mean support better support, and then you just can pick better mid.
That makes sense.
But honestly, I want to have like better mid sometimes. It's just funny hero.
Yeah, I'd like to see it too. Did you guys expect to be undefeated in group stage 2?
Obviously not, if you especially know like my mindset of the games. So I would say I kind of surprised, especially when we get like getting any series to 0. When especially like 2 series we was close to lose, especially versus UG, I would say. But I don't know, some miracle is happening, and we're just like we're here, you know. We defeated 5 teams to 0.
Okay, and then I have...
I'm proud of my team.
Yeah, you should be. You guys have been doing really good. I have a clip here that I'd like to refresh your memory, where you dumpstered Void Spirit in the mid lane. So could you talk me through these solo kills that you got in the last game?
I mean, I was just like... I know at the start I said, guys, this guy, if he's using Manias, he's gonna have very bad game. And I just released it in the game. Like, this guy just making mistakes. But I was just laughing at him. What am I supposed to do? I know he gonna feel bad.
Yeah.
Then I need to put mental pressure on him.
I think you definitely put mental pressure on him for future games. You did a great job there. So if I am laning against a Lina mid right now, what heroes do you recommend me picking?
It depends by player, but you just need to have like at least stable lane, at least. Not even decent, at least stable. Like you can pick any like Pango, you can pick Primal Beast, just whatever. You just need to have a good weave on this lane. How we need to like get at least 50-50, and then you just need to hero like these 2 heroes. You just need to get top of him. That's all.
Okay.
And
great.
also, usually just bringing support, say hello, my friend, or come to mid. It's Lina.
That helped. You didn't need it that game though. You did that all yourself. So very impressive. Well, thanks for answering my questions.
Well, Reed,
no problem.
It's been such a pleasure watching you play and also getting to talk to you. And I'm sure that we are going to be able to talk to you a lot at this rate because you guys keep winning. I believe this is 5 series. So I think in group stage 2, we've now had every one of your players. So perhaps we'll talk to you again tomorrow, see how it goes. And of course, enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you for the invite.
Thank you. We're going to find out what Brian has for us as well in the social corner.
Thank you, Shiver. So we just got done watching Falcons, as you heard in the interview, go 5-2-0 series in a row in this group stage 2. And last year, Reddit was kind of filled with a lot of hate for the team on top, specifically Gaming Gladiators. So I wanted to check and see how is the community receiving this team? What's the hype around Falcons' dominance from the previous tournament, Bedboom Dacha, now this. So we're going to pull up some comments, just see what the vibe check is in the community right now. So the first one is, how is Amar so effing good at Dota? How, Shiver? Answer.
Well, you heard it from Malrine, Creepwave. They believed in each other, they have goals, and they stuck to the goals, and that's it.
So if I have goals and I stick to them, I will be Amar?
Yep.
Okay, on to the next comment.
Definitely.
Perfect. The next one is, Amar and Malrine can make space or clown. Skeeter always comes like, you kids always goofing around, let me show you how it's done. So as a carry player, I can respect that we have to be all down to business, but this team does seem all about the vibes, and I love this comment specifically because these guys do be seeming to goof around and having a good time while absolutely dumpstering some
And
people.
I also think that it brings out Skeeter's side because he's we talked about it at the start, it's a very reliable carry, and he's just, I mean, he is just there to, just in case they clown around a little bit too much, you know.
I feel like he's the insurance package for this team. It's
really
like, oh,
is,
wait,
really
this guy, he's already a Blink Spin or a Blink Alk at like minute 17, and they're 5-man swarming you. And
How long till next game?
Really like that comment there. So on
Sacrifice
the
on
next comment,
27.
we have,
4S a free W0. Thank you for Buna. Thank you 84. And then NYC. Thank you 46. 40 minutes!
Oh, wait, that's definitely because they're having so much fun.
You don't have a rolling schedule, Steph? What is that?
Well, I feel like their playstyle is really high tempo, low cooldown, and I will say, Gaming Gladiators got a lot of hate because they would pick like Underlord off lane with Greaves Pipe. These guys are buying Yule Scepters, Blink Daggers, and flashier items, so I can definitely see how like it's more entertaining from a spectator's point of view, even in the games that they're just stomping.
Yeah, they're going in to fight.
Yeah.
Whereas indeed gaming was like, let us farm these lanes
And you can't
really
fight
well,
us.
and you cannot fight us.
Well, in their case, they're bringing the fight to their opponents. And we got one last comment here. So far, the vibes have been pretty damn good on Reddit. It says, Falcons is disgusting in the best way possible. And I promise you guys, I did not fish for only positive comments. I was looking for a slew of different vibes.
Did
but
you
this
not
is,
find
this
any?
is all I
I'll
found.
be
This is all I
playing
found. People
Elden
are
Ring
super
DLC, yep.
excited to be watching this
Of course.
I mean, even calling them disgusting in the best way possible, like, I feel like that's about as close to negativity as I could possibly find. So really enjoyable team to watch. I feel like they're really taking the community, like, they're becoming crowd favorites quite quickly.
Yeah, I feel like maybe they're already there even, at least. You know, there's a lot of crowd favorites that oftentimes are only good weather fans.
Yes.
So we'll see if Falcons at some point has a rough patch. Who knows, maybe they'll never have it at this rate, but eventually teams normally do have a rough patch. Maybe then
I'm
we'll
going
see
to
a
watch
little bit
that when Falcons is losing a game.
Okay,
like,
right.
they don't even have to lose
I have
the
to
game.
definitely
They just
that
have to
game,
be
but I didn't play it
losing
yet.
in the
So,
game,
I
because
played
there's
a little
some of those
bit.
people that become
Like one
backseaters
round, I didn't
right
play
away,
more
so
than that.
keep an eye out. I'm watching you guys. You know, give these guys some slack. Everybody has a bad Dota game here and there. Maybe not so far.
No,
but inevitably.
I mean, they still have Shopify and Aurora to go for tomorrow and the day after. We'll see how that goes. But of course, the day here is not yet done, so we're going to stop talking about that because there's more Dota around the corner. However, before the Dota, we're first going to talk about a tier list. We'll see you after break.
Ek is bijna voor de 29. I'm not playing Balatro. No interest. I'll be playing Shrouded as well, yeah. It's my opinion Dota right now quite 10 years ago. I mean, it's not really much to say. Players have been getting much better. Teams are getting much better too. But overall, it's still just Dota. I didn't watch Shogun. It's not on Netflix, is it? Like, I don't bother watching if it's on Netflix. I'm too lazy to search after shows. I still many random subscriptions, man, if you want to watch everything. I just don't bother anymore. A player watch Open TI qualifiers? I don't know. Let's see if I have a squad if you want to play it, but I don't know if I'm going to watch them. Depends on how annoying they are to watch. Some tournaments are really annoying to watch, and they're very hard to reach. Like normally when you want to watch a tournament now, you have to reach out to the organizer and then they'll give you like a set of rules plus guidelines and everything that you have to follow. But some tournament organizers, they just don't respond and then you're like, you know, what do you do?
I'll show you the way.
Dune Part 2. Nu in de bioscoop.
I didn't catch up with Freeland.
Jij bent van de generatie die opstaat. Jij bent generatie D.
I'll be playing Dragon's Dogma 2. That's not that soon yet, isn't it? It's like a month or two.
Want de wereld heeft mensen nodig die opstaan. Mensen zoals jij.
22 March. Oh, it's pretty close actually. Maybe I'll replay the game once before I go. It wasn't that long. I never finished the DLC. I finished FF7, yeah. I didn't watch Dune 2. I don't watch things in cinemas anymore. I fucking hate cinemas, man. I always feel like I get scammed when I go. And I've never liked the audio mixing in cinemas. The loud parts are too loud. IMAX is godly, is it? When I check for like 3D movies Well, IMAX, oh, she's like a scam. No, I don't like cinemas as much as watching movies from home. I've never heard of Saltburn. Is that even a show? What's the name? I've been to IMAX cinemas, yeah. It used to be like a whole marketing thing in Netherlands. It was huge. Yeah, you have to go outside. Too many people. Snacks, drinks, and everything super expensive. You get fucking ads that you are paying for. And travel time, of course. There's so much time wasted when you go. There's no YouTube live for this one though, because it's ESL stream. They don't allow YouTube streams. I'm not super big on catching movies on release anyway. Gonna watch them eventually. Isn't like the movie's gonna go away. Miss a CS? This guy. What if it does? You get FOMO movies? Holy shit, don't you think they're gonna do that soon? Fucking FOMO movies, man. Like they just go away after the first month of showing.
Hello everybody.
Hello.
Welcome back to DreamLeague Season 22, where it is time for the 1xBet tier list. As I am writing down letters, because apparently without letters you can't have a tier list. So this is me writing down letters and I have to hold the board, otherwise it falls down.
I can hold it for you, Sheebs.
You have to hold it on this side though, because it's wobbly.
Here?
Yeah, please.
It's up to you.
Can I be very clear? I was the one that said I don't think you can do a tier list without letters.
Well, the thing is, we're not actually tiering them based on, like, okay. Doesn't Perk
explain it?
Look, if you do an S to F tier list, what ends up happening is you put the teams that are winning at the top and the teams that are losing at the bottom. And you know what? We already know that. We can look at the standings.
Yep.
Okay.
So instead, wait, you don't even know what's going on.
Be clear. No, be clear, because I'm pointing for you.
I disagree with you, Purge.
Hey, you're behind the board. Be
Doesn't
quiet.
matter. The
Instead,
tier list.
what we're doing.
No, let him explain. I'm gonna point for you.
What we're doing instead is we're talking about teams that have defied their expectation level coming into the tournament.
Yeah. And then, so the teams that defied the expectation level the most are S tier.
Uh-huh.
But in a
positive way.
In a positive way. The team that defied.
Okay.
Go back there. It needs to be held.
Can I
It's
call
wobbly.
it exceeds expectations?
If you want.
Exceeds is an A. S is like
S is they blew
it's
us
like
away.
It's like what? So I talking about my grade school days. If you did okay, they called it satisfactory.
I try to bury those deep.
That's like a B
inside.
level. B
Blew
is
us away.
okay, sure.
Yeah.
I'm sure that's what they do in grade school. Satisfactory is B. That's like or meets expectations
Wait.
actually. This
No,
would be
meets
exceeds.
expectations
Skip
is B.
A. Don't
Yeah.
skip A.
A's exceeds.
A is exceeds expectations.
How do you write exceeds?
EX.
Yep.
C.
I never got that on my report card. I got he has too much energy.
EDS.
Is it
X,
now just
and X
expectations, right?
expectations. That was close.
Wait, if this is an expectation tier list, shouldn't
Forgot she was here.
it change?
Who's that talking? All I see is some
It's the
feet.
board. It's me, the board.
board.
Oh my god, a talking tier list.
Oh my god, it has 4 fingers on the
Oh my
top too.
God.
I'm a tier list, and I have opinions sometimes.
What are your opinions, tier list?
Well, the tier list says that I think that the bottom tier should be the team that performed exactly as expected, because that's boring.
Oh, this
Too late.
is
Okay.
getting.
Because this is non-removable marker.
Yeah. Meets expectations is B tier.
Yes. What is the one? Like, how do you call? Like,
Are you
that's
done?
just.
I feel like this
Needs improvement is C usually.
if you had kids, right?
Yeah.
I was just saying, what would you do? What
Needs
would that be like?
improvement. D. What would D be?
You probably really love them.
Come see me or something? Or I don't
No,
know.
B is like if you had kids and you had one of them come home and be like, I got B's, that you'd be like, okay.
Slightly
say-
below expectations.
So needs improvement is C, and what is D? What is if
Waste
you're
of
trash?
trash.
I will not write trash.
Okay, we
Waste
can't-
of
It's not positive.
something.
Really needs improvement.
Ooh, that'll.
Yeah.
That's gonna
No,
really
yeah.
hit
this
home.
is
Carl Jenkins.
dropout.
Forest
No,
Fires.
don't put-
D for dropout. They completely dropped out. They didn't meet their parents'
That's good.
Is anybody
That's
gonna be
good.
at ready
See,
to
at
drop
some
out?
point we will actually start putting things on the tier list. We promise.
This is a very important aspect of the tier list.
Yeah.
When you don't just do letters.
All right, drop out.
Okay.
Oof, that sounds bad. Someone's gonna screenshot this then, and any team is on there. They're gonna be, wow, those casters think those players should stop playing Dota.
Yeah, okay.
That's not how I'm
It's
gonna
me, the
feel.
talking board.
Oh my
In the
god!
face.
This whole time, who knew?
So, can we just say that I think? Oh, wait a second. Okay, how are we gonna do this? Are we gonna just put things down that we know is there?
Can
or
we
are
just put
one at a time?
IG X IG as D tier? Because with the legendary Jack Chen,
Yeah,
of course,
yeah.
I don't know who that.
Expectations were
The
higher
expectations
than
are very high. We're gonna call that dropout tier.
dropout.
I
them?
I
think
don't agree. I don't agree.
I don't
They're not
agree.
dropout tier because my
Well, it's stuck
expectations
there
were
now.
not that
you
high.
fixed that.
It's stuck there now.
I
fixed
think
the
they're
board.
C tier.
I think they're C tier as well. I felt they were D tier at ESL Malaysia. Or at Kuala Lumpur, they really disappointed there, but I think they're higher than D. They did better this tournament than
It's
their
a little
previous
bit of
results.
mix.
I don't think that they're near dropout tier because I didn't.
It's a fluid line.
What was-
I
I'm
expected
gonna
them
look
to
up
drop
there.
out of
But
the
they've got the
tournament.
legendary Jack Chen KBBQ as their general manager. Of course, they should do better than what
Yeah,
they.
but no, because the thing is, if you expected them to drop out, that means they met expectations. They did exactly what you thought.
Well, they
You
went
thought they were bad, they were bad.
they went 4-10. They tied 4 matches and they lost 3.
No,
So
but wouldn't dropout means that it.
No,
they didn't-
dropout is you did so bad that you didn't meet expectations. You were way below what you were expected to perform like.
But there needs improvement because I think they had decent shows.
All right, just put them somewhere. We'll speed through this.
guys, they beat BetBoom, Gaming
Great.
Gladiators, and Falcons in a 1-1.
Who gives a
That's
shit? Pick
hard.
another team.
That's hard.
Can I
Team
nominate a
Spirit.
team?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh,
Maybe
Team
not
Spirit. Team Spirit did not meet expectations, so they're needs improvement.
Yeah, that's
They're
that's
TI
fair.
champs. We have
That's
high
fair.
expectations.
There's
for them.
really high expectations for this team. Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, this is a confusing tier list because they're not a C tier team. They're absolutely between S and A tier. in
Yeah, but
terms
this
of
is not
skill.
that
That-
type
That's
of
not
tier.
how
That is the
Yeah.
purpose
Okay, what
of the
about
list.
Azure Ray with Bubby Beyond? I'm gonna
think
say I
drop
expected them to do extremely well.
Yeah.
Any team that has Bubby Beyond on it, I would say should do very well. I'm gonna go dropout tier.
Dropout
They,
too.
And
they
I'll
went
second.
6 and 8.
Yeah, but they are
That's
out.
not good enough. I expected them to
we
win.
expected them to at least be in the next phase, and they weren't.
They were 2
Yeah.
games away from it.
Yeah.
1 game more.
I expected
Not
top
enough.
4 for them. So they
Sure.
they definitely dropped out of my.
alright.
Can I
It was
nominate a team?
it was,
Yeah,
it was
go
what I
ahead.
was
Nominate a
expecting.
team.
I think there's only one team that blew me away in terms of what I expected, and that's Shopify. I didn't think that they
Really?
would look good.
Wait until group stage is over.
Yes, but so far, I expected them to kind of do okay during group stages and then kind of
Yeah.
fizzle out. But
Yeah.
they've been owning still, and they exceeded.
What about Aurora?
I think they
You don't
blew
think
me away
Aurora
as
is
well. The
blowing you
fact
away?
that they did it was the stand-in, and they made it out of the first group stages as some of the top
That's true.
teams,
Nobody
9 and
nobody
5.
expected that.
And they choked so bad the previous tournament, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is great.
Can I make a case for between S and A? Because yesterday they looked bad and said...
Yeah, but they are already where they are right now, I think, is already...
Yeah, that was permanent
blew us
glue,
away.
actually.
You
can only take it off the board one time
Falcons.
before
We just
they
saw
won
Falcons.
the previous tournament.
I think they're average.
You think so?
Yeah, I mean...
What about the fact they haven't lost a game yet? Don't you think there's a case maybe to put them in A? I mean, it's close.
Yeah, they
I
3-0
agree.
the grand finals of Bet Boom
Yeah, that's
Gacha.
true.
Yeah,
I feel like that if we
They're
have
doing
to,
really good, though.
I think everybody expected them to get first place in this tournament, so they're on track for that. They're meet expectations.
Teams
Ooh, that's mean.
secret.
That's mean.
What I thought they were not gonna meet the second group stage. They did not meet the second group stage. They're out. Meets expectations.
I agree with that. And then Liquid needs to be in the
yeah,
they're supposed to be doing better.
They're supposed to be second place.
Yeah, that was a big...
Yeah, they didn't.
Yeah,
even
not
do
last
that.
place.
Yeah.
Can I put VP as meet expectations because I expected them to have some of the goofiest games that there could possibly be, and they did have the goofiest games that there possibly could be.
I think that I actually thought they'd make it to group stage 2, so they didn't meet my expectations, but I won't argue.
That was not what my expectations were, though. I just wanted goofiness out of them. I was very happy with them.
How about Heroic exceeds expectations? Is that fair?
I think that's fair.
We expected them to kind of
I'm getting a drink. I'll be
completely
right back.
choke the event, maybe be like bottom 4 teams, and they
not even choke,
and they got close to making out a group.
Just like they would just be worse than the other team, so it wouldn't even be choking.
Yeah,
but they're good. They're actually good.
Really solid.
Seconded. I also think one win exceeded expectations because I thought they'd only get one win. Jokes aside, they took games off of a lot of teams, and they were kind of group stage 1 destroyers where they took games off of teams who really needed the wins.
They've ruined
after they got eliminated.
Yeah, you're right.
All right, I want to talk about OG personally because I don't know. I think it's safe to say they're A tier.
Yeah,
but
I think
I would maybe make a case for S tier.
No.
Why not?
Because they got Seb in the team. TI winner, you can't do that. You can't
so
blow it.
If they didn't win TI,
they have proven them. He has proven himself before. He has also led a team of where he was a stand-in. He led a team to win a major. You know, I feel like there's
they can
always
still win.
Yeah, but I always feel that there's certain expectation for them to overperform, and therefore I do think they exceed expectations. But I don't think you'll ever be able to put them in S tier purely by virtue of that.
I think though, like if we're going off of what the community was thinking, I saw so many people say, "Oh, Tomato's just a side grade from Uragi. They're going to be just a shit." You know,
and that's why they're exceed.
It's a totally different team.
But they've lost so many group stages in a row. They got past the first group stage. They're winning games in second group stage, which is better than Aurora.
No, I'll agree with you.
It's not about results. It's about expectations.
It's about both. I have been so consistently disappointed by OG at Lance for a long time. Personally,
we should put them here.
I'm okay with the middle placement.
If it's a 2v2, we should do a middle placement. Yeah.
I just think they blew me away. They definitely exceeded my expectations if we're going by the tier list.
Okay, then we're 2v2.
Yeah, sure.
Okay,
Of course, I sit on the couch behind me.
Okay, the thing is, they did lose.
I have a TV above my monitor that I look at now.
They don't normally.
So normally when I game, I watch TV and the stream on the side monitor and the game at the same time.
Days of a group stage and then like start dominating or something like that. They just barely.
My brain can't do one thing at a time. I always have to be busy.
Yeah.
Like their games are hard.
Their games haven't been convincing ones the way that we're used to, so I definitely think that they're performing below expectations for most people.
Yeah.
So we got 3 teams left.
I feel like I'm wasting efficiency if I'm not playing a game and watching something at the same time.
Needs improvement.
Well, they did have the whole mind control, getting kicked, and getting a stand-in, and then still taking a game off of Spotify.
But I expected more out of them, is what I mean. So I actually.
I usually don't listen to music in pro
I
matches.
expected more, and they did worse than I.
Oh my god! When Bambo played, I was sitting next to him in boot camp, right?
The weird guy.
He just had that fucking song faded on repeat. He would listen to that shit for like 5 or 6 hours while scrimming, while doing tournaments and everything. It's absurd. And it was so fucking loud, like I could hear it through his in-ears.
If we include the drama in the tier list, then maybe they're closer to D. But
yeah, faded. I don't know who the fucking artist is, but it was like a super popular song some years back.
For me, they
It's back to back. You would listen to it.
They do very well, but I didn't think that they were top 3 potential.
Alan Walker, I think that was the one.
Games out of them, and we have honestly.
That fucking song is burned into my mind.
They dropped the ball a little bit. Like last game, I feel like they needed improvement.
Yeah, but what did you expect out of them?
But yeah, that's fair. Like
I expected them to be quite chaotic.
Yeah, this is a confusing.
It was a good song, but it was so horribly overplayed.
This is a good tier list.
One more team to go.
To me, I expected Bet Boom to be good, and they were good.
I think they exceeded my expectations. 'Cause I thought they'd be good, but not great. I didn't think they'd top their group. So
Yeah.
They feel like second best team in the world right now. Good to me. So I would maybe put them in A, but I feel very similar to Effie.
We can put an A.
I think we put it in A because I think everybody expected them to be good in the first group stage. The fact they continue to be good is the thing for me that makes them...
Like a T-Foot with 83, but I never played so much of music because I like to hear game sounds.
What do you mean?
They get me into the zone easier.
That's it, we're done. Could we get a close-up on the board?
Close up on the board.
This is for people that skip to the end of the video.
Yeah.
So they can see the full
They
list
can
without
see the
watching.
board. Does anybody
Oh,
have
can we
any
turn it?
objections to where we are at right now?
Some reflection. I don't like that reflection.
and these are expectations and not skill level. Okay.
Also, Purge, that's not reflection. This is literally printed on.
Oh. No, I was talking about it's white right here.
Stand in front of the
Some
light.
light going
Stand in front of the light.
Reflecting.
Yep, that's it.
Can someone have a tier list that I can hold in front of the light?
We can move it to the camera if you want, Jenkins.
Huh? Okay.
Change the angle a little bit. See, look, it's so much better.
Wow, this is scuffed.
Oh
This
man,
is DreamLeague
you guys
right here, baby.
Maybe hold it still and let the camera operators do their
Shut
job.
your mouth, Purge. You're behind the board. You don't speak.
I'm the board now.
It's me, the talking board. You're not holding me well enough.
I can't see the camera well enough.
Hold harder.
Here, there we go. Yep.
You're dropping me. Ow.
No, you're fine.
That's good.
All right, guys. Great tier list. Thank you for doing that one. And
why are you holding it like that? Just because I did it? You're just fine with it? I just put it like horizontal or whatever.
But it is horizontal. What are you talking
No,
about?
I mean, I put it like flat.
What
Like
they think about this list? I didn't pay attention, dude.
Huh?
The words are like going in here and then flying out there. I'm not listening at all. This is over.
No, I'm not.
Doesn't matter what the coffin dance is.
She gets it.
Do you want to do the coffin dance? As we
I'm waiting for next game, because next game is Mr. Babayaf against TI winner.
When somebody dies. Jesus, where were you
talking
guys?
about the meme?
The coffin dance.
Yeah, where were you guys in like 2019?
The meme one. Oh, okay, the meme. Yeah.
It's the
Bro,
meme
COVID
one.
really ravaged
that's
brains,
got me
didn't
really
it?
late. Doesn't matter. We got Dota coming your way. That's right. This is, of course, Dota 2 tournaments or more DreamLeague Season 22 after the break.
I played Neo 2, yeah. Thank you, Zen Vulgarity for the 21. Doesn't look like FF7. FF7 is done. Well, I actually don't remember a single word from that whole segment. Holy tits. I think them having a band for the event is cool. I always like some nice quality live music for these kind of events. I played Diablo 2 Resurrected, yeah, I finished it. It's always so cool when Valve brings the whole orchestra for the Dota opening.
Your father didn't believe in revenge.
Hell, I do.
Holy mother.
Thank you, QC back for the 14.
I'll show you the way.
Dune Part 2. Nu in de bioscoop.
I'll be playing Visage next October, dude. Soon! Soon! Soon, man. We're like half a year away from these kind of videos being AI generated as well. Handmade art AI generated videos. You would never be able to tell the difference. Ah shit, man. I'm not playing any Persona games now. I feel like I've had my fill of JRPGs for a long time. How do you know this one's not AI yet? You would never know. How do you know if your own thoughts aren't even AI yet? How do you know for sure? I don't want to discuss too much about Final Fantasy VII because there's a lot of people who are still playing through the game, so I want to avoid spoilers for them at all costs. It was alright, yeah. It was a nice experience. Thank you, GG Rafiki for the 11. I played against the Storm. I'll play for that game again sometime. I'm not playing Grand Blue Fantasy now. I think I'll play Enshrouded maybe sometime in the next week. That game looked really fun, but I just couldn't find time to play it. I bought it so early too. I don't know if I'm playing it solo. I'll see. I'll be playing Valheim too when the game fully releases. So maybe in like 18 years from now. I'm not playing fucking Orc Massage, dude. There's no way that's not some kind of porno game. Oh fuck. I don't play Tekken. My friends don't like Tekken. I wanted to play it if I had like maybe 3 or 4 others to play it with, but none of my friends like Tekken and they all fucking hate that game. Oh, I saw that simulator Ray I was playing. The supermarket one. It looked annoying, but also a little bit fun.
Get some results as we have passed through the halfway point of a DreamLeague Season 22 Group Stage 2. Today may be the day that we actually have to finalize an elimination. If Aurora are not able to pick
Is a
up a
fake
win
blindfold monster hunter run drama?
First, we got
Never heard of it, but it sounds very funny.
Before that, we got the PogChamp Pandas.
The fuck? Yo, I like this band. I dig the tunes. Check that Kingmakers? I don't know what that is. That just sounds so familiar though. Maybe Pathfinder? The only Kingmaker I know is Pathfinder, I think. Satisfactory coming out this year? I'll play it with my friends. But I don't believe it's coming out in our life.
I need you at maximum alertness.
How's it going, everybody?
I hope you're all doing lovely as we have now passed the halfway mark. And Ted, that actually means that this is probably the most time that you've spent at a DreamLeague.
Awake? Yes, no, at a DreamLeague. Yeah, no, I've normally done a week at a time. I'm sure in the long ago I might have done longer.
But those were years in the
They
past.
were long. It was a different decade. It was a different time.
That's right. It was,
It was very different. I was in a different decade of my life.
You were.
For many moons. So yes, now that I am old and weak and weary, they sort of generally got me for a week at a time. Also, I had kids and stuff, so it wasn't as easy to commit. But now those children are older, it's easier. But now, sadly, I am too old to make the most of it.
Too old.
That's right, Avery and Capitalist over there on the lounge. He's the father.
I just like asking every time I get a chance.
Because it makes me think, oh, I must talk about my kids way too much. But I love them, Avery. Imagine that. Loving something.
I would doubt that, but sure.
You think you doubt how much he loves his children?
Yeah. I just don't see it.
You should prove it. We do a grand gesture.
Do you want me to cut something off?
Yes.
Okay.
Make a blood pact right now,
I'll
Ted.
cut Avery's arm off.
I like it.
That's how much I love.
Ritualistic dismemberment.
I'd like to see that.
I would love to see that. Just come in with a big scimitar, just take your arm.
If you had to lose an appendage, Avery, which one would you go for?
Well, the one he uses least.
A leg,
you know which one that is.
An arm?
Oh, I see. Okay.
My head. Just end it.
What the fuck?
Not even a downside. But you actually have kids?
Yeah, I've got 2 new ones. You two bozos.
Hello. Hello, Papa. Since you were talking about the old days, there's a Reddit thread up right now. Top of Reddit talks about that interview with Quinn, where he said, I don't think we'll ever see somebody like Sumail again. And he was talking about basically Sumail's level compared to everybody else in that like TI5 era. So I was thinking, do you guys agree with that? And like, would there be anybody else you would put in that list?
Of
We were
course.
literally
Miracle?
talking about this in the group. This kind of
RTZ?
thing. I asked this goofy question. I was like, imagine if you took someone like, say, Maureen or like Amar and dropped them into TI1.
Even like Thompson at his peak.
As skilled as they are now.
Oh, quite a
they're
few.
Playing against the people that were playing in TI1 and TI2 and TI3.
The Nisha too.
Where I think we'd all agreed the skill level has come up. The players have just understand the game far more. It's so much more detailed.
Yato as well, yeah, for sure. How did I even forget that one?
The play is still just like, oh my god, he used BKB and Black Hole. Can you believe it? Like that was, it's kind of now seems quite sweet looking back at it. Because there are team fights in every game where you're like, good god, a lot is happening here. And you guys are noticing some tiny play that someone's made. I suppose Anna was a guy who people would say was streets above everybody else when he won 2 TIs as a carry. Would that seem fair or not?
Is
I think
Dota
so.
even the way that the game is now? Is it even possible to have that much of a differential be visible in the game?
I mean, I think from their individual play probably, but they would need time to adjust to what Dota was back then, because there was a lot of strategy elements to it. That
simpler game, simpler time,
simpler game.
Very quaint.
Before Ted had kids, it was.
No, I still had him.
Ted has kids?
Apparently I do.
Hey, really?
Yeah,
Oh.
I'll have to look that up.
Now, more interesting question: if we took Ted, why are you laughing? I
His
haven't even
skill
said
level right now.
If we took Ted and we put him in that TI3 Alliance squad,
Would I stand out?
would they still win?
Even better, who's he replacing?
Yeah, who's he replacing?
Well, that's another discussion. We can have that too. Okay, who could we replace on that team that they still win?
Well, you play 4, so you would be the Ake replacement.
Yeah, Bulldog was
Ake,
instrumental.
EGM.
You couldn't replace
for
Bulldog.
them.
No way.
He can play Lone Druid. I can't play Lone Druid.
S4 as a mid was at the top of his game at that time, right? So
it's got to be a support. Let's be honest. It's
Yeah.
gotta be a support just by the nature of Dota 2. If you replace one of those supports,
EGM or Ake.
I know Ake never played ranked Dota. He never
I'm gonna say you replace Ake.
I think I would have to replace Ake. They would crash out.
I'm pretty fucking sure EGM was
Ake was
4.
amazing, but I think EGM was, from what I remember, I felt like EGM was more important to their win.
So I'm replacing Ake in TI3 Alliance.
that's right.
Yeah.
Ted.
But,
They would lose, and I would be to blame.
but as a trade-off, he was also their most handsome player.
Well,
and thus a seamless transition between the two
lot less hair,
in
but
terms of aesthetics.
an equal amount of handsomeness.
You could have a couple extra kids by now.
Yeah. Jeez.
Wait, he has kids?
That's right, Neil. Very successful.
Yeah.
You think your kids are watching right now?
God, no. They got much better things to do.
Do they ever watch you?
No.
That makes sense.
They don't even watch you like your stream, non-Dota stuff.
No, I hope not.
It's because they're not real.
There you go. And the whole thing comes full circle.
We got him.
I love a good round book-ending discussion as we put these two kids to bed because they got some casting to do and we got some analyzing to do. Friends, let's get into our first match of the second half of the day. It's Shopify Rebellion taking on Team Spirit.
Thank you, Synastasi, for the 12. I finished Final Fantasy, yep. I don't know what I'm playing next yet, but I'll be watching DreamLeague for the next few days at least.
I walked right in front
Yes,
of the camera.
you did. You broke kayfabe again. They're not supposed to know how we move from there to here.
That's my bad.
It's Hollywood magic.
I'm not a professional, but just this is my first time.
It's alright, Ted.
He's a professional father because did you know that he has kids?
I did know that.
But what
he
else
has the
do you
two on
know?
the couch over there.
Yes, he does, that he's been managing.
Very disappointed father.
Yes.
But I want your knowledge not on his fatherhood, Brian, but on this upcoming series because you're my tech analyst. And I always ask my tech analyst, why should I care about this series? Team Spirit versus Shopify Rebellion.
Well, I want to nerd out a little bit for this tournament because I feel like this meta specifically is one of the few metas where there's like 4 or 5 heroes that are just broken in every single draft. So I wanted to hyperfixate on one hero that neither of these two teams have been using and kind of talk about how it affects their drafts. Because it's been kind of manifesting itself in Shopify's last 2 losses as well as for Team Spirit's struggle in this second group stage. And that hero is Timbersaw. That hero is 31 games picked and 125 bans this tournament, so a lot of teams are getting rid of it. These two teams in particular, Shopify is 0-1 on Timbersaw. They've only picked it once. It was 9th pick for Saber, a hero that's normally been picked first in the draft by a lot of teams. And then Team Spirit has 0 Timber picks and 14 bans of their own of the hero. And so what's basically happened in these series is Shopify lost yesterday, first picking 2 days ago, first picking Centaur and then getting Timbersawed. So they like neglected to take the broken hero and getting countered by it. And then they have been basically, as they've been losing, the teams have been getting progressively more experimental in their drafts. So what happened yesterday was Shopify in game 3, first picked overall Sven. Yes, right? So I was like, okay, that's a bit alarming. And I'm looking at the early round drafts and the teams that they're losing to. This is actually an interesting phenomenon I saw. Shopify is 2-2 this group stage. The 2 teams they've lost to are combined 6-1 on Timbersaw and get Timbersaw banned against them every single game. While the teams that they beat don't play Timbersaw either. So I'm thinking, how important in these drafts is it that people can play the Mars, play the DK, play the Timbersaws? And so going into the series, neither of these two teams play it. So we're looking at like Centaur, Stonks. We're looking at Mars, Stonks. Like basically what I'm thinking is, what's the tiebreaker here? Because these teams have gotten a little bit too creative with their drafts because of it. We saw Team Spirit go with like a PA Omni lineup, like pretty.
I fucking love Stonks.
Like when we look at a team
They've been
like
gold farming in World of Warcraft.
And I don't
and Stonks go so fucking hard, man. Start on 15 gold, 2 days later I'm on 200 gold, now I'm on like 450 gold or something. Fucking Stonks, man.
I could see other heroes like maybe Kunkka rising in the Stonks for these teams, because
Stonks.
maybe with the Timber, I feel like...
Are they even saying Stonks? What the fuck are they saying?
I feel like Collapse is more of a to-do shitter, kind of like Saberlight too. Like Timber, yeah, like he can go in and when Amar plays it, he makes it look great. But I would say it's maybe just not like their most comfortable hero.
They
like, obviously they can play any of these heroes.
I fucking love Stonks.
They just feel better.
Number go up, Brain gets happy. Yep, you get it.
Into like moves around the map instead of being like
RMT? No, zero RMT.
They want to be flashy.
You've talked a bit about how you want, like Collapse seems to want to pick a hero that has a stun or something.
RMT beats the whole purpose.
Like that goes in, stuns, like either a big team fight or grabbing a hero with Horn Toss and bringing them back. That seems to be more his vibe rather than, like you said, just existing for as long as possible.
Yeah, like these type of heroes are like maybe a nice worker, like you do well in lane, you can like really outplay them with positioning and like how you're moving, whereas I feel like Timber is more, you need to be like really, really, really good on Timber to like make like the big difference. Whereas I think if you have the right game on these other heroes and you're like Collapse, who's incredible at team fighting and knowing what to do, I feel like he's better off on those heroes.
I wanted to ask you specifically because you're a former professional offlane player. Yeah. Like I look at Amar and I don't think any of his heroes fit like a specific archetype. It's like he's just a specialist at like 5 or 6 heroes originally. Like he was a Timbersaw, Razor, Viper type guy, but he also plays Mars, Pango, very different heroes. So like, what's your experience with players having like they resonate with specific heroes or they resonate with a specific playstyle? Like, how do you? Is there a
I have no
balance
interest in that
there?
Snap
Do you
Puck
feel
anymore
like
now.
there's a certain aspect that you want your team to rely
I think I'll
on,
save
a
it for like a
specific
year or
role that
two
you
and then
play?
try it.
Like, kinda just
Hopefully servers will be fixed by then.
I mean, most players have like one strength, right? They're good at initiating, or some people are very good. Like they want to play more like the farmers or like the rangers.
Lekker Marisa Love over the 18. Back again, thank you 54. What do you call a man that cries while he masturbates? A tearjerker. Father Raxic, thank you 59. How come you don't see Puck players solve refill bottle as much? You get orb, TP base, and then drawn back? Because you cost your TP, and you can't stay for the fountain regen. So it doesn't give you a full mana, and you lose your TP scroll, and TP is very important for Puck in early game. Because he's a strong counter ganker, and a strong ganker in case enemy heroes go on the tower. You just TP in a fog and you just core the shit out of them, you know? Easy kills.
And understand it, it's really tough. It's like the last skill you will develop as an offlaner. And somehow he
You could do it though, if your side lanes are already winning really hard and you already have rune control.
Is that a team thing then? Is that like
But
a
it's
lack
rare.
of, like they rely on him to do a specific aspect of the game that they need? Because why would a team that's newer to the scene have that? Which I agree, like on paper seems really nice, but then Team Spirit's had so much success not having that. That's why
You cannot play against Sniper with Puck. You simply lose the lane. Unless the Sniper sucks ass.
Bali Major Collapse refused to play Broodmother.
Yeah.
Every single offlaner was playing Broodmother. You had to ban it, and Spirit was consistently having to ban it themselves when they were first picked because Collapse just didn't play it.
That's what these teams are doing with Timbersaw, too.
Right, exactly. And so I guess it is like a stylistic choice that you'd think it's a shortcoming, but maybe it's just not so binary that my player doesn't know how to play it, therefore we're always going to lose.
Did Puck lose all games today? Good. I need Puck to lose more games so he gets buffed. I cannot survive another patch where they nerf his phase shift again and his orb and his auto attack and his armor and his HP and his items.
If we look back to
It's not it, man.
The run up to TI stint from Riyadh to January, 45-7. They dropped 7 games. That's insane. But then, from February, not as well. I mean, a 50% win rate is still
not
fine.
bad, but it's not 45-7, was it?
It's also
That's
sub
mad.
50%.
I think Pollen is being picked so much because Snaking is really fucking good on support Pollen and the team is good playing around it.
Form, and it seems like right now they are not in TI form.
I think Pollen was always pretty good on position 5 and maybe 4. I don't know about 4.
Who is currently fully defeated. They have not won a single series right now. Other than that, Spirit lost to Xtreme. They lost to Falcons, which everybody lost to Falcons. But then they also lost to Gaiman, 2-0.
We haven't paneled, I think, too many Spirit games. Maybe Brian knows more, but I feel like generally when I think about this team, I think of clutchness and not necessarily. I feel like they're usually the team that they don't need the better draft to win. But in their last couple series, they've been losing out on the clutchness in the late game, which is not usual for this team and their players. Like
Jesus.
I've seen
PA is playing a free game.
Off games, and actually it shows very quickly.
GRPG game for the PA.
Near flawless. So I
I heard about the mid Pollen. I didn't see it, so I don't know how good that was.
But if you want to be the best,
But I assume his team just won side lanes really hard too. And he just never got a chance to play.
And I feel like right now they're just
because Pollen in mid game, when you start competing for farm and the game slows down, is not it.
Collapse was an excellent Timbersaw. Still, some things are lacking from Spirit's gameplay right now.
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned it in my like pre-game segment or pre-series segment because I'm like really wrestling with this philosophically, like at night when I'm thinking, what is the new age of like Dota players? Something always evolves every year, right?
Okay.
And I really think when we see these new players like Malrine and Amar, I constantly come back to this. They just play their hero pool like a million times.
Sure.
And so when I look at somebody like Yatoro, I think like he's got his signatures. Like there's heroes he's literally brought onto the meta, like PA. Like every time it's a PA patch, like you're going to see Yatoro picking it every single game. But like I see them experimenting with Yatoro's not so much heroes, like with Lifestealer. Like he doesn't look like the same player, but I also think that they're doing that because this time of year is the time of year to do that. Like when else are you going to not play a hero? Like, you know what I mean? Like the Broodmother problem in Riyadh, like maybe they want to avoid that happening again. Like I have to imagine a team like this to stay on top has to look at these new up-and-comers that are threatening to take their throne, you know, how do you emulate what they're doing well yourself? And so All I'm trying to say is I feel like this meta doesn't fit either of these teams amazingly well, and I do like the way Spirit specifically is like approaching, let's pick heroes we're not. I think that's part of why their late game looks different, because you can maybe lane the hero if you've played it like 20 times, but these hyper-specific, like I know what to do in every single situation, late game scenarios.
I haven't played Supermarket Simulator, but I watched some people play it. Looks fun.
And even for Shopify, I know you're contrasting the two, but Shopify's still kind of finding their identity.
Oh,
right
I
now.
mean, it's a newer team. It's a very different reason. Absolutely. I mean, the thing for Shopify is that the way Bulba drafts, like, I don't remember who it was in the backstage, are like, okay, Bulba's I was Synderen. Bulba's the type of guy that says, nobody seems to be able to beat Sven when it's picked in a good game. We can just jam it. First pick.
Definitely
Prove
true.
to me how you beat it. I think that's kind of their way of learning. Like, I remember, because they scrimmed a lot against Liquid, and I kind of just heard, like, they learned so much from each other because they would just pick heroes they thought were broken for the sake of like, hey, prove to me how you would beat this so we can understand the hero better.
I can also corroborate that. I think, so Animajor Evil Geniuses got grand finals, and if you can recall that patch, Necrobook was extremely broken. And so
what fucking year?
To just ramming Necrobook in, and it worked all the way up until grand finals, and then LGD had a solution for it. So it's very much like, prove to me that you can pass the test. Can you pass the Necrobook test? And in the game that we saw last night against OG, can you pass the Sven test?
Yeah, and I think that like, it's so interesting how people have different approaches to understanding the unknowns, basically. It's like, okay, we know Sven's kind of come out of nowhere. Like 2 weeks ago, didn't really see this hero at all. Like, how does one team learn? I feel like they learn by playing it. The other team says, we're just going to jam and say, like, show us how you would beat it so we can understand it better. It's just different styles.
What's a little weird to me is that I feel like the reason why the hero is good is you can pick it in the middle of the draft without seeing too much, and it will most
German
likely
just
do
came
well in
out.
the lane, or
Why is the hero
he
so
goes to
good?
the jungle, and then he doesn't have like too many game counters because he has so much gold, he'll make up for it and then have good team fighting. But when you first pick this hero, it's very different. You're not like doing it against 2-3 heroes.
Game! Let's go!
Play what you want. So, a little surprised. I don't think we'll see it today, at least especially not after what happened yesterday.
You don't think we'll see Sven?
It's a
not
best
first
like,
pick.
okay, not first
Yeah,
pick.
like
Okay.
I think this hero's best spot is like 16, 17, well, or you close out if you're the 18 pick.
I mean, the issue was that the guys were talking about the fact they were just able to pick Slardar. And basically, Slardar just kind of ruined his game because he just
You got back to Dota 2 after 7 years of no play? Good luck, man. Play unranked,
Like,
play with
there are
friends.
some of these heroes that even when you counter them,
Play
and
your
there's,
best
like,
hero.
one hard counter,
Good
they
luck.
don't really care, but it's like these small
What
little
can you do
things,
except
like
for play the
suddenly you
game?
have to care about some random egg or a tombstone. Some dude bashes you, or they have a lot of auras. Suddenly you need to hit them like 5 times instead of twice. Your entire fight gets
I'm
like,
not
random.
playing WoW private servers,
I don't
man.
think you want to put yourself in that situation.
So I've just looked up, by the way.
We have a very active guild. We have a 20 people guild now in World of Warcraft. We've been recruiting for the increased raid size for next phase.
155 games on Timber and 1,098 games on Mars.
That's a lot.
Those are 2 heroes he's played up, but Yatoro has 1,436 games of Morphling.
Wow,
that's a lot.
That is insane. And 1,100 games on Anti-Mage.
That is also. It wasn't Team Spirit first picking Anti-Mage when like.
I'll probably
Laurel
see them
just
a little
joined
bit
the
at some
meta.
point.
So I guess they're not too far off. The way they strategically approach us, I am shocked. At this Timbersaw pick. I'm telling you, I looked it up. Their only pick of Timbersaw was 9th overall pick.
Yeah.
And they had options. Like, they had opportunities to pick this hero early on in this tournament.
You mean like second last pick of the draft?
Sorry, like saying like second overall last pick. Yeah.
I would say that I like it here, and I would so Spirit, they protect their Centaur. You need overwhelming damage.
We cleared
against
Numerican
this
on our
goddamn
first
Centaur
lockout.
to kill him in like the mid game. So taking out Sven.
Yeah, it's
I
easy
think
peasy,
makes
man.
sense. But Timber kind of covers that same thing from a different role, right? You have explosive damage in the mid game. If he gets stunned, you should be.
We have some Giga tryhards.
Here, and you're looking up hero
Fucking S4, he also raids with us in our guild, and he's parsing 95 plus, man.
I will
This fucking nerd.
Investigate, because yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised that Shopify does not pick it very
What
much.
a fucking
No patch,
nerd.
I don't recall being very much of a Timbersaw player from the mid lane either. So they do have an aversion to the hero.
I'm looking up his pubs. He has not played it a single time in the last week.
Saberlight.
In a pub, yeah, Saberlight.
How about Mr. Japoy?
What?
I feel like he should, Mr. Yopaj.
Oh, I was like, what?
He should be able to play Timber
I think
too, so
Sniff
that's another
streams our
strength, of
raids
course, when you
every
are
now and
second
then.
pick, when you pick a hero
And
from this
sometimes
position.
Steve.
You can hold it until the very end.
And sometimes Boo Boo.
Played it in a pub in the last
But the raids are kind of boring now because we already cleared it pretty easily.
Neither of them has played
Well,
it,
that's
so
for
it's-
playing WoW.
they-
He
they
plays
must have either
Shadow
scrubbed in the
Priest
last
and he plays a
day or
Druid. I don't know what his Druid is. He's still leveling it.
I found a Crusader 1 guy called Saberlight. That's not him.
No, that's not.
That's him, yeah.
So I have found him, but it's only showing his pro stats.
That's fine. I only want to know how many times he's played it in pro.
How many times he's played Timbersaw?
Yeah, and ticketed games.
New raid is pretty easy, yeah.
On the list.
I just got my epic helmet craft from blacksmithing. I'm working for the engineering one tonight. I'll have it by tonight even.
Press more.
Yeah, I know. I
Feels fucking good, man.
Just because he has kids doesn't mean he doesn't know how to work a computer, Kazu.
Period has kids?
Yeah.
So he's played 20 games. This is according to Dota Buff.
Yeah.
He's played Timbersaw 20 times. And he has a 50% win rate overall.
This is the tiebreaker.
When was the last time he played it?
Not that long ago.
Well, no, he played it this tournament.
Fish.
It was one time,
one
and they
one.
lost.
Yeah.
Remember, that was a 9th pick Timbersaw. Like, it's just, that's so important to emphasize because, like, that means you thought it was a good Timbersaw game, and in this case, they're getting 4 picks to make it not a good Timbersaw game. This type of stuff I think is beginning to matter more and more. Just what heroes are. I feel like most metas now are.
You're beating it with Grey Parsons? That's insane.
That dictate everything. Like what heroes go well with those.
We have some pretty tryhard players in the guild. They're very good at it, so the raids have been very easy for us.
It starts with these like 5 or 6 heroes, and Timbersaw is one of them right now.
I'm just trying to find this Timbersaw game you guys are talking about. I'm not seeing it.
Was it
Darkseer,
Yopaj
Doom,
that played it or
Tiny,
something?
Kunkka, Centaur,
Maybe Brian is lying.
Double Mars, Kunkka, Mars, Doom, Darkseer, Night Dude.
Maybe it was Yopaj who played it.
Am I nuts?
Might be.
I can't see it. He's played Centaur, Mars, and Doom a lot. And Kunkka.
Yeah,
Okay, Shopify literally
I already played
Timbersaw
FF14. I don't like that one.
Spirit, and it was mid.
Why would you care about parsing SOD? Because it's fun.
Well, I know that.
Why else?
Not attempting to call you out, Brian.
No. So it wasn't mid Timbersaw. Everything I said was just. I thought it was Saberlight. I did not do my due diligence here. It was Yopaj that played it, and they did lose. But
I only finished FF15.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, they had the option to pick Timbersaw numerous times this event, and they just didn't. Or they were first overall pick and would ban it despite having the opportunity to take it themselves.
Do you think they've picked it here because you have to give a ban to Magnus because of Collapse, is probably what they're thinking. So then they also want to get rid of Mars and DK, so then they're like, well, we kind of have to pick it ourselves.
I know exactly how Bulba works, so I don't even need to speculate this. They played against Betboom.
Right.
They were first pick, and they picked Centaur, and then Betboom picked
I never played Guild Wars 2.
Exactly.
Very nice, okay.
Exactly.
So they have got Miposhka on the Grimstroke, which is a signature for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, let's find out how many games of Grimstroke Miposhka has.
He's been loving it, which I was trying to figure out why Spirit enjoyed so much when we interviewed him, but it just seems like it's a preference thing, just comfort. There wasn't necessarily any synergies with Soulbind or Inkswell, he just likes it.
Is this a particularly good Undying game? Like, I feel like Timbersaw is okay in lane, and you can pick like.
I don't even know if there's gonna be a next PoE League. Isn't just PoE 2 now? I don't know how it works.
I guess Hoodwink Timber
Guess
has
we'll
a bit
see.
of anti-synergy with the tree cutting.
So Grimstroke is not in his top 5 most played supports.
It's been a recent thing for him.
It's like they have like waves of when and how they play Grimstroke. I would say it's pretty good in this game. Very annoying for Timber. I would also say I kind of like it against Venge if you're binding people.
So I'll
Venge
see, I
drops
guess.
the one dude out. Now the other 2 are still bound, so I feel like you still have some stuff kind of going for it. Undying against Timber, I feel like it's a bit of a 50-50 matchup. I would say it has a lot to do with the 4 Timber has and the carry.
I don't
that
know
you
what
pair
this
up with
2
it.
is.
Well, the 4 in this case will be the Hoodwink.
Yeah, which is very good against Undying.
Although, again, we've only seen Yopaj play the Timbersaw mid on Shopify. Saberlight has not played it yet.
And do you want to leave that flex open most likely so you pick Arteezy's hero, Terrorblade, something like that, Luna, Alk, okay.
7-12?
The Alk pick here? I feel like
Babayevsky Alk?
I feel like Timbersaw, or sorry, I feel like Centaur's gonna have a really good lane. He's already feels like every Centaur has a good lane, but I
Do you
don't
think this is a let's just get the hell out of here pick? They can be like, we'll be in the lane for a bit. As soon as I can,
Yeah,
I
you
am
could just
leaving.
like Wave of Terror, stun the Centaur, and like Acid Spray and kill the wave. Like it allows you to kind of just not interact with him. Yeah, it could be that. It gives you a pretty strong mid-game timing. That's what Alchemist always does. I'm just curious, like...
What do you prefer for your Toro? Out of like Luna, TB, more?
I like Luna the most. I don't love it against Venge, but I really do think it's like a tempo thing. They go TB, okay.
Yeah.
I just don't love TB into Timbersaw, I guess. Just the like mid to late game matchups used to be good for Terrorblade, but now it's like it was always bad early, but it used to be good later because you eventually did enough damage to kill this guy. And I feel like now with the Shiva's build, it doesn't feel that way on Timbersaw.
So are you guys like 99% sure this Timbersaw is now definitely off lane? They're not going to put him in.
I would say not necessarily. It comes down to, I feel like it's also kind of up to Spirit, like what they will do with their mid pick. Because if you're Shopify and you feel like, wow, I can just put this Timber mid and pick like an even better GG matchup against the TB, like maybe then you still decide to pick a new offlaner.
The TB goes up in value because of the Venge. Like TB's always been good against Venge because you reflect her and then you get her aura for the time that the reflection is on. So it's always been like a... It's good with Venge and good against Venge because that aura is so good for you. And Venge doesn't buy dispels.
Like having, like TB does tank up pretty nicely. You have like soft saves as well, like some Undying heals. Grimstroke can free you up. You have a Stampede. I would say like you're in and out against an Alk who kind of has to commit and like Timber has to show his body. I do very much like Spirit's draft so far. But I would assume they need a mid hero for Mr. Larl that allows the supports to like play through him. Like you can, as a support, you love when you can like bounce between your mid and your offlaner after like the first 6 minutes of the game. So I could see some, you know, maybe you set up for some Ember Spirits.
They love the Tiny plus Grimstroke.
That's true. I'm a bit hesitant with Tiny into some of these heroes. But I know that some teams don't really care, and Grim is a great enabler for it.
I haven't loved Laurel's like impact on last pick. The last four games, excuse me, 2 series, 4 games that I've watched, they've given him last pick.
Thank you, Diva the 12. Good luck, dude. I hope all turns out well.
Games, and it didn't feel like he really took over the game either. It's not like he had a good game and then they still lost. It felt like all those, he either went even or lost his lane. So the fact that he's in a blind matchup now, I guess I'm expressing my doubts about Laurel after watching the last 2 days. Obviously, Team Spirit being 1-3, not in their A game. But I agree with what Kezu said. You want somebody that you can work through.
Yeah, kind of.
Play around.
Like I think Ember is fine, but maybe you didn't have enough bans to kind of facilitate this pick now because it's blind.
They need a playmaking magic damage dealer on Spirits.
Hesitant towards like a Tiny is then I feel like you put the Timber mid and you get a new matchup in the offlane as well.
They're expecting the Timber mid. They banned out offlaners. They took out Darkseer and Doom, so Spirit are revving up.
There we fucking go.
How's the Lesh been doing overall?
Lesh is a bit carryish though. Less playmaking.
Literally right there, Ted.
I blinked.
Nah, it's like a hero.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's okay.
These guys need some physical damage.
Is what's happening. Like
they need someone for fucking, you know?
And you have Hoodwink, Venge, which is a lot
someone
of
for some good fucking.
I know you're playing against Centaur, but I feel like Sniper is still very playable for you because you have Venge. I feel like that's like the one added block that I could put there. Because I feel like you want a range mid here now for Shopify.
Because if they don't do single target twist damage, they need team fights. But there's not so many good team fights from mid. Unless they put Timber mid and they go offlane team fights.
Another thing in mind other than the Sniper for now.
Okay.
I cannot remember the last time the Sniper was seen as
hybrid team fight and fucking.
in pro games. Like, it's just the longest time you just never saw
He's
him
become a cheese hero, oddly enough. Like he just wins his
Just the
lane.
can,
And,
though,
yeah, and it's like late game Sniper's always the same hero. You're gonna kill him. Like if you get enough items, you'll kill him. So it's a matter of like hitting this mid game where Sniper's.
At least they finally nerfed Leshrock. I think Puck is actually playable against Lesh.
I'll just say I've had.
That's my prediction. I don't know. I need to look at the draft a bit more. But they fucking removed it.
Like the Alk pacing just seems better against TB, and I had this feeling the other day, and I'm just gonna stick with it again and say that like I really like the way Shopify's timings line up against Team Spirit's draft. I think Team Spirit's draft's like a little bit too standard. I don't know how else to word that.
No, I think that's fair. I would say for Shopify, I really like their tempo and like their mid game, like with this Radiance timing and like try to go in. I have a hunch that this Leshrack, unless he like gets swapped in, that they're gonna be too tanky. Like that Shopify won't have the damage to like facilitate really killing these heroes. So I slightly lean with Spirit, but I think it's a very close one.
Shopify generally win the first game of this series
That's
and then
true.
lose the next two.
That
so
is
I'm going to go for first game.
a common trend. So Saberlight has not played Timbersaw
2 months.
in 2 months.
In a competitive match.
In a competitive match. So he played it in...
He hasn't
DreamLeague
played it in
season
2
21
months.
And won.
I picked the
And
team
before
that
it was
does not have the Timbersaw.
Well, my boy can play it.
That is not a hero you play on a whim.
Qualifiers for
Oh, this is
DreamLeague
the
season
qualifiers,
22.
okay.
Whichever hero pops off, they're going to first pick it next draft as well. That's what's going to happen.
Oh my god, his last Timbersaw game is against
I think they're gonna lose.
Oh.
They're gonna lose this Timbersaw game and they'll ban the next game.
Studios with it, then I'm definitely going Shopify. That means that Saberlight has the best Timbersaw in the world.
I haven't been
Right,
watching many
Brian?
matches either, dude. I don't know anything about
There,
GG.
but they beat Jenkins, so
The
that's
Game
a
Man
pretty,
Gladiators.
Wow.
Impressive feat.
That's how you get a star over your logo on
That's
your
right.
shirt.
Beat
Jenkins
a little
gets a
H's
star.
on there. Well, let's see how Saberlight's Timbersaw does in this game number 1 with our cast versus Cap at SVG.
Why did they choose Timber? I think it was a deny pick. They don't want to play against it. And they didn't want to use a ban on it. And they still want to get rid of it. So deny picking is one way to do it. But it's rough to deny pick if your own player doesn't really know the hero so well, you know? Timbersaw is really like if you don't see that red icon by the pick sign, it's fucking sus, man. It's like Puck, you know? Like if your Puck doesn't have this icon here and it's like fucking silver or some shit, it's like
Team spirit, man.
do you really want this guy on your fucking team?
Do or die territory.
Yeah, pretty much.
But that means that the pressure is on. And that is when team spirit thrives.
That's true. Winners of TI-10, winners of Riyadh Masters, winners of TI-12. These guys thrive in the finals. And, I mean, the last 2 finals that they played in were pretty strong.
That's a very hard game to call from
When
draft.
they're clicking, they're unbeatable. But right now, are they clicking?
I think it's quite equal.
So they are beatable. And that's the good news if you're a Shopify Rebellion fan, as this is when you would like to face this team. See if they can make the most of it. Been a very mixed
I think this
bag
lane
for
can be randomly volatile.
the second group stage, honestly.
That row could die pretty randomly.
There's other games where you wonder what the hell we're doing. You just don't know what version you're going to get on any given day. Both these teams trying to find more consistency in how they draft, how they play, and how they get those dubs. Honestly, if I had to pick a favorite in this particular game, I feel like I might go with Shopify here for game 1.
You see the state of Puck. You have to orb for every single CS.
Like, he has his purpose versus the
Buff
Timber
Puck
and the
already.
Elk. He can scale hard, but Puck can generally make this hero's mid-game a little tough with the coil kiting, and then you have Venge for the swap, coil break, which can be pretty valuable here, and then you have long-range damage from the Hoodwink. And I feel like Hoodwink has looked really good in all the games we've seen him.
Yeah.
So my stock value of Lesh is
Oh,
probably a little
that
lower
did
than
die.
Lesh.
Oh my god, he's 3 and 3.
Hoodwink's probably a little higher.
And Lash's damage is kind of bad in this patch. It's like the same as Puck. It's pitiful. But he has lightning, so it kind of evens out.
Do you like Hoodwink enough that you would be opting to like first pick this hero?
5 and 4, dude. He's clapping this Lash.
Player who's really
What
confident,
the
knows how to
fuck?
Itemize it, and you're happy with the farm it takes for what it delivers with it, which not every team is, but if you are, then I think this hero is very strong.
The Liquor trying to make a break for it, but he's probably going to
What-
get
what the
run down
fuck
here.
is he-
That will be
what?
your first blood going to Yutoro.
Fast level 2.
Did he really think he could run for another wave?
Good kill.
The fuck?
It's going to help him accelerate this Terrorblade, which is what you want.
Oh, does he have mana for lightning?
Stays up
No.
with the Alk, the happier you're going to be as...
Speaking of that, Alk, he gets cut down by Collapse. So Team Spirit off to the races already, pun intended with the horse.
Another deny? 5 denies Puck.
Not a kill I would have expected. This Venge Alclings has a really strong level 2 with the double minus armor versus a hero that has no base armor in the Centaur.
Why was he there? I think he went to take another wave. Like he wanted to kidnap it again or stack it.
Cruising, and generally when Team
But then they just
Spirit
beat him to death. I was like, oh, okay.
are dominating side lanes, I feel like their win percentage must just be insanely high.
Yeah. I mean, if there's anybody you want to set up for success.
Oh, the Lash came back. 5D nice too now.
Generally. I mean, Laurel does it for himself, but this is just not a team known for making mid-rotations that much. They commit a lot to these side lanes. They want to enable both these players, so when it goes well, that's generally their game plan succeeding, which means they generally do pretty well. Surprise.
Oh, he went Arbor this lane or what? What's his skill on Timber?
We'll see how Saberlight does. As they said,
Click on him.
A little bit.
Can I check from here?
Rocking this one. I
can't.
Going to be spawning here. Theolacore going to be chased away.
I check his skill on Timber. I think he has armor. I don't really get armor in this lane though.
Looking super fine. That mid lane was going pretty well.
This is a chains lane for sure. Maybe he's holding skill points.
Over and over again. Saberlight almost even just dies to Yatoro walking up and right clicking him.
This lane is not going well at all. Yatoro is getting what he wants out of it, and it's a lot. And on the flip side, Alk is already into the jungle.
You don't always go all nuke. There's lanes where you can get a point or two in armor, and it's very comfortable, but this is not one of them.
Not going much better here.
This game you really need that chain, so you don't get run down with auto attacks.
You still have faith in Shopify's lineup for game 1?
Nope.
I'm pretty sure it's armor, yeah, because he's not using chain. You would have used chain otherwise to get away from those fucking 8 auto attacks or whatever he tanked.
Just yet, but it's gonna get really bad if Alchemist is already jungling.
I think this is Team Spirit overperforming in the early stages of this laning phase. But again, I think the strength of Shopify's lineup is that like 15 to 25 minute period.
Ooh.
Did he get it? No.
This is a team that knows how to play around puck. They know how to play these coil snaps.
All right, there we go. Saberlight gets a little something cooking here.
Fucking undying players think they're so good.
Get the bounty for the tombstone, presumably. So, oh, never mind. Spoke too soon. Yatoro came back and denied it.
Cursed the hell out of him. Also, if you're going to have a carry that jungles early, I mean, you're going to take Alchemist 100% of the time, right?
Sure. Is he actually the best carry to jungle early on?
Well, efficiency-wise, yes. I mean, I don't know in any game. You know, there's other carries you'd rather have in a game, but in terms of making the most out of the jungle, yeah, it's this hero. AoE physical farming spell with built-in extra gold passive.
Well, if they can't get to a point, you were definitely making a pretty good argument. I was vibing with it. I feel like if they can get out of this laning phase doing all right, this Leshrac may have a really hard time. They got a fair amount of burst. Even just like the Alchemist.
Is he 6 on puck? No, not even close. But
that was a long-range magic missile. Laurel, he's gonna need split Earth to get his way out of here.
Oh, one hit. He got it. Yeah, he did. He did. He's fucking dead on my screen.
Out there, they dropped the ward, which should be read by Team Spirit.
He's gonna deny it.
Go for the deny.
Deny would be nice here. Got a lot of raindrop burned on them as well. It's doing work for Laurel, but
I kicked over my PS5.
They're content just leaving the track on an island
be
here,
fine.
trying to win their 2 side lanes as hard as possible. I mean, top is empty, so the real contest is down here as Saberlight has ramped up the points, and there's no saving Yatoro here.
Physical damage doesn't do that.
Consoles are made with kids in mind. And kids will destroy consoles and controllers and everything. Oh, let's fucking go. This lane is so free.
Not rusty at all with the Timbersaw, it seems.
Big pickups there. They will find the Hoodwink on the return.
Oh, actually popped the Stampede.
I got a digital PS5. I don't care about physical discs.
A bit late, or maybe not. He chooses to use the Grim Stroke, so...
Centaur, take me.
Wrong, Centaur takes him.
RTC was pretty happy with that small camp stack, so it's good Team Spirit invaded there. A lot of extra gold that Alka is going to miss, and of course he just hasn't been laning it at all, so his XP is pretty low.
Top tower is under attack.
Looking at that differential here, 4 to 6 on these cores is going to be tough. Tough road for Artor. It's going to be around Yopaj.
I really dislike physical discs. They waste my space in my house, man.
Read where Yopaj wants to go and not give him any free pickoffs, not give him some momentum off the power runes.
I just uninstall games after I'm done with them.
He's just gonna have an absolute.
I rarely replay games like that anyway.
Kitrak's already here with a smoke. I mean, they do have 2 really good rotating supports, right? Hoodwink, Venge, 2 different stuns, one of them being pretty long range. Decent damage output.
Did Shopify have to just abandon this Alkaline that early?
I find it hard to believe, but I guess if you get that early first blood, Grimstroke Centaur is really good at putting pressure, so maybe RTZ feels like he would, maybe he could have kept the lane, but he would just get more out of the jungle.
Maybe.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Alright, this is huge kill with the coil if they can get it, but
it's gonna be hard to get there. That was a cute little play. Yopaj drops a branch there
trying to get
for Saberlight to be able to Timber Chain too. Not gonna be able to finish up the Leshrac. Now making a break for it.
that was a really heads-up play, honestly.
Yeah.
But they just didn't bring the numbers. Like, that's a play you want one of the supports on for sure.
Yeah, you have a single stun. Maybe that Timber Chain play actually works.
What the fuck? You walked into that? Holy shit, dude. I shield win.
These coil kills. This game gets stabilized again. Poshka chilling with the boys.
Not gonna be chilling for long.
How is Yato this rich on this lane? What? Built different, man.
It's taking away some HP, and Timbersaw cuts you down so easily with Whirling Death.
We're seeing why teams are willing to first pick this hero. Absolute menace.
I'm not entering tier 2 tournaments. We're thinking maybe of entering tier open qualifiers if they exist. Just play for fun.
It does not feel good to be in this position.
I'll probably get knocked out in the first round or some shit. But you know, it be what it be.
What, being behind Networth on the enemy, 2 enemy cores?
And one of them is Terrorblade, who has a very good matchup for you and can honestly get close to the same levels of farm if he's having this free of a
If
game.
Dan's getting chemo tomorrow, good luck, dude. Wish him the best, really.
It's just such a rough start for this Alk, and there's no real pressure being created to dissuade Spirit from going for these plays. It's only around this Timbersaw, really. I mean, he had a couple coil plays, but Poshka is still just sitting down here. This tower's not dead.
If we end up qualifying, yeah, sell the fucking team, fuck it.
Out that well for Shopify because it's not progressing the map.
Didn't they do that in DPC before? You'd have teams, and then the tournament spots were assigned to the team and not the players. So there were teams that were just getting kicked out, and all 5 players were fucking replaced.
RTZ did get his level 6, so he means he can farm the stacks now.
Yeah, fuck it, dude.
Recovery stack, get some extra Skelly summons. And this is a necessary gank at this point. Collapse is getting way too much off the map, but do you have the damage for him?
Yeah, Collapse is going to be a hard kill here. Acorn Shot does bounce back to him, and they got him. Okay, not that hard.
Oh, nice skills. Finally some punishment for this. They've been fucking Ortiz's ass here for like 7 minutes straight. All the way down into the jungle too.
Was clearing the stacks, so very efficient on the map. I mean,
And that kill top was illegal. There's no way you get away with that shit.
Vacuuming up the space.
Oh, wanted to get the swap, not gonna make it there.
Didn't even get
Overcooked.
the flag creep, man. But he'll get a tip. RTZ says thank you for the shards. I'll use that to avoid you in my next pub.
Don't actually get him.
Yeah, it's a little sad.
Oh god, that slows so much. What the fuck?
Here. Drops the tombstone for that.
I always forget Undying ulti slows like 40% or something with the first auto attack.
They're really trusting in this Timbersaw. Saberlight's gotten a fair amount of space.
It's a pretty good Timber game. You have the Grim to worry about and the late game burst damage for Slash.
Oh.
Pretty annoying, but you get a Shroud. It's not the worst thing.
Guys, no surprise you don't know that because it's super random. They keep remaking the Undying ulti with random
But I
stats.
also feel like Timbersaw doesn't care about anything in Dota. He's having a good game.
It's definitely got like what, 4 reworks or something?
We saw Whisper play it yesterday. You have this Kaya Blink, Lincoln's build with level 25 double chakram. What do you really care about?
Another
These coils are not it.
coil.
Yeah, these are just not lining up.
What's going on here?
And they have everything up.
Which one is Yato, bro? Yato is always the carry in Team Spirit.
This, by the way, this tier
Or
one
almost
bottom is
always.
still up.
In this case, he's the
Spirit have really
Terrorblade.
prioritized defense.
Terrorblade!
Just giving him a lot of extra map control. There's nowhere for Shopify to go right now.
which keeps on forcing Arteezy to this corner of the map, which he keeps...
4th place net worth, Alchemist 12 minutes. Feels fucking bad, man.
A larger move towards bottom, it just opens up mid. Laurel is constantly keep that pressure. Every single time Hero showed anywhere else, he would just...
I don't know if TB's mad this bitch.
The tower, diabolic edict.
I haven't really kept up from the last patch since they nerfed Mage Slayer.
For all the early spell casting.
I would imagine that TB is a bit weaker this patch, just because Mage Slayer is nerfed. And TB in general is very weak to casters in early and mid game. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not 100% sure.
At all, especially not swap coil. And it looks like
what is this Centaur doing? Why is he so fucking rich?
Further ahead stacks. Terrablade's
The
still
fuck?
ahead of the Alchemist.
So I think one of the biggest counters to what Shopify presented in this game is just any sort of armor build up here. Like Shiva's guard on this Centaur eventually it's gonna be nasty. It's really hard for Arteezy to commit in. It removes some of the effectiveness of the acid spray plus the wave of terror going in. And you do have a lot of spell damage to follow up, but this is spell damage you can only throw on one target at a time.
There's a gank going bottom, yeah.
Team Spirit is just
Oh my god, dude. If he started with swap, maybe.
He was dead for sure there. He
Oh
was
my goodness.
on an island.
They might get him on the other side. Well, he backed.
Oh no.
They saw him.
Oh no, Bobby Ev.
Yeah, they are.
Tier 2.
Don't farm that ogre camp. Don't farm the next camp either.
I don't think there's any punish really available.
Oh no, Bobby F.
I mean,
Does he know?
TP's first. He can coil them, and that'll hold them for a while.
He's farming the camps on the left.
Escape.
Oh, now they've been seen.
He's out of there. Nice read. Dodges the gank. That's a big gank to dodge. A lot of wasted time here. And he's closing in on Radiance, so that would have been a really bad death.
The of course spots a couple of heroes, but he does have reinforcements nearby. Might end up in some sort of clash here. Deep vision on the side of Shopify. Gets
How does Arteezy know? I think it's Phantom Pain, dude.
Got that Wisdom Rune sitting there as well.
It's the pain from the previous times you got ganked right there when those heroes were missing at the same time. Also, none of the enemy heroes showed up on the other side of the map.
Looking for that Yule's catch.
Sharpshooter, not quite enough damage. Timbersaw gonna be swapped back outside of the range of the stomp there from Collapse. And Kidtrack will die for it, but a really big save considering this move. And Yopaj is still looking for a pickoff here. Trying to go for the Grimstrook.
Oh, nice kill. Wow, well played.
Coil there at the end of it. Saberlight, since he's full health, he can go back in and threaten. He's just got to be careful with that Last Rack, really.
They got baited! Out fucking played, holy shit!
God damn, he got him. Got his ass with that one.
Outplayed.
I feel like the first time you do that, it guarantee works. Because you're not thinking about the pump fake. You're thinking about dodging the stun. He goes in. Oh, I dodged it. Oh, guess what? You didn't. Because now Yopaj is going to be thinking about that pump fake. Which is why the second time you go in, you just throw it instantly.
Also, more levels of phase shift make a big difference in that play.
Yeah,
right?
for
but
sure.
It's only one level. It's fairly easy to kind of get him to use it and still be able to land spells.
Lara will give it right back. Underestimating the fact Shopify were still in the area and to kill this Flash, I feel like.
Yeah, when you go Veil, Kaya, tons of burst damage.
Honestly, it feels like Shopify could be in a much worse position.
Yeah.
Than where they are, right? With the start Collapse had, the first blood for Yatoro, the 3 kills that connected on this Alchemist. Like Shopify are getting what they want on the map right now. It's not pretty, it's not where they'd want to be, but considering what could have happened, not the worst.
You really need to come up with an answer to this Terrorblade.
Is Pombo alcoholic? No, he wasn't.
Free farming and on
Not at all.
equal net worth with the Alchemist.
He's a big drinker, but not alcoholic. He was not a chronic drinker.
But they do have a lot of spell damage, right? Timber, Puck, Hoodwink.
There's no saves on the side of Spirit.
I'm not watching till last series. I think this is the last series I'm watching, so like 2, maybe 3 more games.
We'll see if Team Spirit can also accelerate. This is that classic Undying Terrorblade package that gives you Roshan, gives you early.
I thought so. Like, I think the draft in these games, they're very even. Even towards late game as it progresses like that. The main outlier in this game is how bad Alchemist's farm is. Like, he is not even number 1. And normally he's like 2 to 3k ahead of number 2. Do I drink alcohol? I very rarely drink. I'm a social drinker to begin with. And even then, you know, I'm a hermit.
Do you like whips, Austin?
What kind of goddamn question is that?
What?
What?
I'll have a glass of wine every now and then.
Big fan of Indiana Jones here.
Maybe like two a year at most.
Bushwhack, that's a bit of a shame there. Still can run down collapse.
Yeah, damage.
Okay, Soulbind on 2.
Yeah,
this is really well set up for Laurel.
I drink something much worse than alcohol.
Yeah,
it's called soda.
Bounces over to the Hoodwink on the side there, so maybe they can get a 3rd kill out of this whole exchange as Shopify just group up way too much for that whole situation. Yopaj is doing some work here, but Leshrac isn't low enough for him to commit.
He's trying to maximize that haste rune, but that Soulbind was way too good. You get 2 heroes locked under that tombstone, then you get 2 more on the backside of it. That is.
I don't smoke pot either. Surprised this fight went so bad after they got the centaur kind of for free. It wasn't free, I guess. They cost them a lot.
Does that do work? Laurel just rips them open.
Jesus Christ, I think that was.
Have to think about in one Team Spirit need to prioritize here. Protect Mira in the fights. His control is paramount to what they want to do with these cores that have a lot of damage but not a lot of stuns outside of that hoof stomp.
I don't have time for vaping or smoking or anything like that, man. I have video games to play.
Not quite in striking distance, missed the waning rift, and you need every bit of damage to get these kills.
Another pump fake.
Longer phase shifts will get him out of danger.
And Shroud for Laurel. Early Shroud here. Kind of like it. You're gonna tank up here.
I don't think I'm playing Tears of the Kingdom. Maybe when I run out of games to play,
best Shroud game, but
I'll have it on the very bottom of the list.
I mean, I guess the alternative would have been Bloodstone. Oh, interesting choice.
I'm not watching the movie Dune in cinemas now.
I don't really see him dying in the fight.
Arteezy, a 3rd time to get ganked in this corner of the map.
They just know where he is, man.
Yes, sir. Oh! No!
He has a blink? Holy shit. Blink before BKB.
How did he know? Damn.
You can't kill. You can't gank this guy. Ungankable player.
I think Arteezy showed up to 2 fights and he's still behind. He's 0-3-0 on this fucking Alchemist. There's no way. I so disagree with his playstyle. There's no way you just never join a fight properly.
The audience does not understand.
Is this not 2016 anymore?
You are being sarcastic there.
No, I'm serious. I've never seen it.
Okay.
I've always believed that carries should join a lot of fucking fights.
Never had any feedback about his farming patterns.
Nope.
Not a single time.
When you're watching Wings Gaming play, watching fucking Alliance play even, they were super aggro with their carry. And when I'm watching Team Spirit play, like active carries, they just make the entire game.
Shopify looking for an aggressive move here, but they will not find it.
Alchemist in this patch is a notoriously strong fighter. A bit misleading too, because you think like, you know, this piece of shit just farms really fast, so obviously he's weak at fighting, right? And then he gets stunned for like fucking 500 damage or some shit.
Enemy here while the Alk is farming, and you got to remember, like the Alk was
super strong.
This game, whereas the Terrorblade was ahead. So you're back to even, slowly overtaking him.
I don't know if it's a player thing or a team thing.
Again, the support's out of reach. This
this
dissync between the supports and mid here, really painful to watch.
Maybe Yopaj is just too fast for them on the map. Kind of hard to keep up with him with the Venge.
I think active carries are way better than passive carries.
Here, but it has not synced up on some of these plays, and you're missing it.
I think it's like a very simple concept that can be much more complicated depending on the hero. It's like, let's say you're playing Faceless Void, right? You just cash your chrono and you go back to farming. It's that simple. And you do the same thing on other heroes that don't have the equivalent of Faceless Void ulti.
Everybody outside of the Terrorblade.
Like you have your TB, you use your meta, you fight, you go back to farming.
Glimmer Cape, Mech.
You know, it gets a bit different with heroes like Pierre and stuff. but the concept stays the same. There's just peaks, there's just times where you can fight, you should just join those fucking fights. Because if your team loses 4 versus 5, you're gonna lose the fucking game anyway. Speaking of fights, Ortiz is in it right now, but he doesn't have BKB yet because he went Blink first. Not that they can fight into a Tombstone though. We're gonna back out for sure. Oi. Oh, he's fucking dead. Holy shit. Buyback too. Might be a dead puck too, depends on the Leshrac build. What is Leshrac's build?
Team Spirit.
That was an important kill to connect on, because if Timber gets out there, you have some turn potential on Shopify. Soulbind got used, Tombstone was dropped on that high ground. That is why Arteezy did not want to commit in there. That stun looked great, but not against high ground Tombstone that you had no chance of killing.
The shroud Yules? Oh, that's really dangerous. Yeah, that puck was in danger if you had Yules already there. And if he was close enough. Oh, he had BKB this fight? I guess he chose not to fight into Tombstone, which was smart. He would have died.
This Soulbind Tombstone thread. You can't just jump in with all your cores. You're going to get massacred.
I don't know if I can check his build. Let me see. Oh, I can. Yeah, okay. It's a very dangerous build for puck. You cannot use dodge. You cannot phase shift dodge, use stun. And there's enough damage here to kill puck after he gets stunned once. I think it's the best carry right now. That's not really a proper answer to that, because the best carry will depend on your opponent's heroes and also your team's lineup. So every game it changes a bit.
They really have no choice of just.
Why is Tombstone so dangerous? Because it's a very high damage skill.
Would you feel comfortable?
And very annoying too.
Accepting that, like, okay, Team Spirit is just.
If you don't kill a Tombstone, you're stuck in it for like 5 or 6 seconds. It's almost guaranteed that you're not moving anymore.
I mean, you don't have a choice.
Oh, you mean the best player? Best player is Yatoro, I think.
Look for pickoffs on the
At least the last 2 tournaments I watched, I think he was. I don't know about now.
You need better ways to man it versus the supports right now, which I would say is really only BKB or Lincoln Spheres, or I guess just more firepower.
Okay, dit is really uit de BKB voor de 45. Maltvoice vingers op gifts. Nezio vinger 46. Nielsen vinger 46. I played and finished FF7 Rebirth, yeah. I did like the game.
But it's going to be the BKB. And Plasma already done for Yopaj.
Radiance Manta is not a thing anymore for Orc. They nerfed it a lot.
Throw the damage in.
They nerfed illusion damage outputs, both auto attack and the radiance. It's all reduced now to towers, and it's reduced to heroes from the radiance damage on burn on illusions.
Grim Shard that can come out later. It's gonna prevent some of that all-in ability as well.
Yeah. I mean, this Grim has done quite a lot. I think just a lot of the thread behind Soulbind. There's no point in that the Puck and Timbersaw can feel comfortable blinking in on the same target to blow it up.
Is PL not good now? I think PL is like in the average part of the carry hero pool.
Toro has his own now.
He's like one small buff away on item or stats, and then he will become a contender again.
He's got PKB, so he'll shrug this off, but doesn't feel great.
No. That was your BKB AC timing and doing nothing for you here.
They nerfed Diffusal a while ago for illusions.
Game gold-wise, but it just doesn't feel like it's doing nearly as much for Shopify here.
Yeah, I mean, you're down in net worth, maybe not that much, but you're down in net worth with that.
TKP is BKB? I don't fucking know. Does it? No, it doesn't.
Now, what if he builds an Ags and he pulls it to the puck?
Actually, I don't know. When it says pierce a spell when no, it might mean like different parts of the spells.
There's not much more firepower than being able
like the strength point might still go through, but the damage not. I don't fucking know. The damage gets reduced, and the strength point goes through, and it applies, but it doesn't work until the BKB ends.
Whatever your plan is,
but I'm not sure. BKB is super fucky right now.
Hey, you said you have this all-in potential. Leshrac, Undying, Terrorblade. They've got tons of building damage and lots of team fight around.
Shopify has a win condition. They need a smoke. And with that smoke, they need to not lose the heroes inside their base. And they have to kill supports. They need to kill this this Game Slug before it gets spells out. I need to jump the Undying possibly before getting spells out. And if Undying does get spells out, they have to kite it.
Now, Thunder, no way Yatoro just did that.
What just happened to TB?
Oh god, is that going to kill their team fight? He's going
What
to
just
come
happened
back
to
for a
TB?
second life here. He did swap in the BKB, so he's going to be okay. No chance of them being able to burst him down. They actually go for it and kill RTZ.
Oh, he's under the supports.
Timbersaw needs to get on out. If
No wonder.
needs to keep up
I thought he got hit by like all nukes at the same time. You know, like good wing stuff and whatever stun.
But sadly, they're going to do just that.
Yatoro named himself Yatoro God because he chooses who lives and dies. He says it is not your right to kill my 5.
Oh, they're gonna replay it.
That's my right.
Oh yeah, I see. A nice under.
Favor later on when he's low HP.
That's that Grim Shard though. That's what I was saying. You have limited initiation options, and Shard can bail out all of them here. And then you're just resetting the fight. Your BKB's gone. You're dead. You're getting small trades on the backside with the magic skill.
My
you
god,
have,
those
but
IBACs.
Again, you're just running out of time here to put something together.
Yeah. I feel like in theory that was such a wild play. It just, I mean, it ruined.
Can the best player ever be a support? Sure can, dudes.
But they're far
There was a
enough
period where GH was pretty much the best player in the world.
I'm probably letting mine.
There were moments where EGM was one of the best players in the world.
You'd already used Tombstone and stuff too.
It comes here and there.
Tombstone.
Yeah.
Jarex, yeah, him too. Lots of players have shown so much fucking strength.
Some extra points here at DreamLeague.
Saksa, for example, had multiple accounts in Europe region that were like rank 1, 2, and 3 or some bullshit. Absolute beast support player.
You will be handing them out at the end of the season.
So yeah, support is no excuse for your low rank. Get good.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Just get good.
Ground again in Shopify. You couldn't do it last time. Don't see what you can do about it this time. Maybe some sort of coil swap play. Collapse will kill the Vengeful Spirit before he gets the chance to do that. So there goes that. Throw that out the window.
They have so much tank ability for 30 minutes in the game. Double Shroud, multiple BKBs. You have this Undying behind everybody. Glimmer Capes, Mechs, Soul Rip. I just don't think
Collapse just placed his heal like a Magnus. He looks for the same kills. Some Afaka Suka just standing there and then he just goes on them.
It's gonna be bashing his head against a brick wall here.
Oh my god, the fuck's HP.
He could snap it if he wants and they could pop the ink swell, but he doesn't need to. Okay.
Would this game be more different if AUG was active? I think so. Wait, what? Did he stun himself? What happened? I looked away for 1 second to reach out.
Nothing.
What a read from Laurel. God damn.
That was a 6 stun. Absolutely sticking that. That'll just
Oh, Lashrock pre-stun. Oh my goodness.
Extra morale lost at the end. Sometimes that's better. That's why it's better to finish the game earlier. You know, now you got this 6 stun. Laurel's feeling himself. He's like, oh yeah, I'm about to style on these kids.
I really think Alchemist has to fight early.
Never would happen.
Must.
You don't have to.
And I think it's very playable too to go around the place where Alchemist plays. Because this game, I think what Spirit did was illegal. Those ganks they did inside their own jungle, those ganks they did on the top part of the map jungle, that shit was illegal as fuck, especially when you have a puck on your team. Like the punish is just so easy with a puck on your team. You just coil some fucker that goes too deep and you fucking mass, you know?
This game just felt like, again, I go back to lethargic or Shopify Rebellion. All these coil plays are not with the supports. The Timbersaw, they fought around him. He had
I really think they should have punished that aggro.
Never really resulted in that tower dying because they never made a decisive smoke play, brought the numbers, got rid of that, so it's not progressing your game.
Where's the team play? Where's the aggression?
Yes. And then meanwhile, Yatoro has a really good start, Collapse has a really good start, and they're just building survivability. Double Shroud, Bloodstone, Butterfly, double BKB, Greaves, Glimmer, and Grimsave. I mean, you need to be ahead to be able to deal with that.
Well, they got a little bit of break before they head to game 2. We'll see what Coach Bulba cooks up. These guys, he needs to get in there and yell at them a little bit. Get them to wake the hell up. See if we can get a little bit more of competition as we head into game 2.
Perhaps a stern talking to from a British father might reinvigorate them, because Hyperion, I believe that you have some analysis of your own on this game number 1.
Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez.
Ah, jeez. Shucks.
This game, in summary, Artur died a lot in lane, which is not ideal. And then within 25 minutes,
These fights are so
Terrorblade had a
bad.
good lane. Terrorblade starts taking
The
your
fair
buildings,
5
the
versus
game's
5
over.
clashes don't work at all for them.
Move, let's go next.
They need to play the unfair, puck jumping someone,
But no,
and goofing around fights.
I think the first time.
But they're fighting head on, man. With these heroes, Timbersaw and Puck, there's no way.
Also, the first time he was involved in a kill on the Alchemist was at like minute, I think like 25.
What's the correct spell combo on Timber? It's chains into ulti into Q. You can get all 3 off before any spell delay kicks in. But it also depends on how far enemies are away from you. It doesn't always work. Sometimes you don't have time to cast ulti in the chain, you know, if the chain is too short.
Supports aren't there because I did say that I prefer Spirit's draft, but there's no way this game should have been this one-sided. They played so much better than them. They made the right moves where at the same time, Shopify, I feel like they didn't find the right timings at all. Like Arteezy, I have to mention again, but he ends the game 0-5-1. I don't think you're ever allowed to do that on an ALK, even when you lose the lane. And in the first place, the lane shouldn't have been lost that hard. So, you know, next game, I feel like you need to, like they said, wake up, because this is not only draft. This was more on the gameplay side for sure.
Yeah, sometimes in this situation, I'll be like, okay, but what if they didn't pick the Alchemist? What if they picked a more traditionally active carry or something like that? I don't think it would have mattered. I think that they were just out of sorts in this game number 1.
Yeah, honestly, I don't even know exactly what happened. Like, we talk about the lanes, they didn't go well, but even then, like,
I'm not watching that series now. I'm watching this series and I'm done.
You know, maybe going back to
so maybe
point,
one more, probably one more game.
Being on a hero like Timber instead of a to-do shitter like Centaur or starting the fight
To-do
with
shitter.
Like, maybe he needed to be the one that's in the moves to make it work. But yeah, I guess I'll just highlight Spirit. I feel like they laned really well with Collapse and Mirror up top, made nice moves around the map. I would say, Laurel,
it's not about rushing Blink on Alk. It's just joining the fight. Like your team is fighting, and you start farming towards them, and when the fight breaks out, you show up with a stun and
It was like
cloud thingy, you kill a guy and you fuck off again.
It's like, this is going to be a hard lane for whoever you put up here. He's going to do great. He's going to have money and be able to run around and start fights. And then you pick Terrorblade and it's like, well...
Is my sound delayed in this too? Look at this shit.
Terrorblade will be ready to start taking builders at 25 minutes. Will they be ready? If they've lost their safe game and they just execute that
No, it's fine.
well. And like as you said, it's not even like you could say they massively outplayed them. It looked pretty straightforward from Spirit. They just kind of methodically won the game. Shopify didn't really put up what we've seen them do so far in the tournament. A bad day.
A bad day. Well, or at least
I always thought Arteezy was better mid than carry, but he's been playing carry for so long, people don't even remember he used to be a mid.
Series, Ted. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. In fact, I don't even want to get so ahead as to skip our tech analyst as well. BSJ, what you got for me?
Thank you, Jeez. Thank you, Neil.
How dare you.
Gosh, I'm conditioned at this point. For the head-to-head Acer Predator for this game, I actually took 2 different roles. I took Collapse versus Arteezy, really looking at that top lane matchup. For the stat for that head-to-head, I would like to be looking at how they were faring at the 10-minute mark, which was not good. And this is the life.
This is illegal. There's no way this is allowed to happen.
All the times that Team Spirit
This is illegal too.
just messing with his ass.
No way you don't rotate here with Puck +1 support. And you just fucked it. Look at this! This is so fucking illegal!
Explains the 0-5-1 performance.
What the fuck, dude? Ain't no way! You rotate 2 supports and Puck and you ram their asshole.
Find him again. You can see like how much they want that Arteezy Alk. He's gonna have the like Spidey says, oh,
That's a team problem.
Spending all this time not farming, right? Even though he's not dying, you can kind of just see the fear that Team Spirit has instilled in this man as Collapse all over the place, seeing him bring down the Hoodwink in the trees. Felt like he kind of just had free reign of the map and could pretty much dictate whatever Team Spirit wanted in that game with the
It's weird too. They didn't give Arteezy a ward top, they didn't deward his cliff, and they didn't give him support on a 5 as well. Because usually they have a 5 that sits behind him. Either you save him, you avenge save, or the 5 dies for you. Or even better, you're proactive and you just kill the fuckers trying to kill your carry. But that one's a bit hard to pull off. But not that hard to pull off if you're a ward ready.
Get there. Alchemist supposed to be top of the net worth. Throughout the entire stage of the game, if you're looking for
it's so hard to play the game if you don't incorporate your carry into fights too.
I don't know. He literally ran them over and stomped them in Centaur fashion.
I think they could have even brought the Timbersaw to those ganks, because Timbersaw's so strong at that point of the game. When he has maxed out Q, 2 points in chain, and 1 item, he fucks Centaur. He fucks the other support. There's no way.
I had more faith in the Timbersaw just because it is good against Centaur, but this Centaur hero, man, like, people are first picking it, and they are #1 net worth at like 10-15 minutes every single game.
Against an Alchemist.
Yes, and I'm just thinking, like, if I'm against Collapse, he's going to be a stunning initiator #1 net worth. Is that?
That's the terrifying reality.
It's like, maybe you just think, okay, we've got a minus armor lineup, or in the safe lane, you got the Avenge Wave of Terror, the Alk Acid Spray, Centaur 0 base armor. This is going to be the ticket. You know, maybe this is the one time we'll slow down this Centaur. But instead, it's RTZ jungling level 4, getting out leveled by 2 or 3 levels from Collapse, and then you see the rest of the game kind of play itself out.
But there are still vulnerabilities, as Spirit are still not doing that great in this group stage anyway. So let's see what they'll be able to pull out in a group or the second game. But as for right now, I want to go to this man who is sitting behind me, Lacoste, our social media expert for the day. Lacoste, what's been going on the World Wide Web today?
Yo, what up, Shiver? Not much has been happening. I mean, the social media is down. We could not use Facebook. We could not use Instagram.
Oh, I heard, yeah.
Yeah, so what do you mean you heard? You have not been on social media? You wanted me to loop you in?
Yeah, I needed you to loop me in on what is else happening in the world of social media.
You know what's happening? Nothing was happening, so I had to make memes of my own. I'm like, okay, let's just create some of the memes right now.
Okay.
And I'm creating a memes about what am I actually doing, you know, before I do the prep. And we can show some of these memes.
Lacoste behind the scenes.
Yeah, so they Photoshop my picture. I wake up very early every morning, and then I, start the hunt. I go fishing for you ungrateful creatures. And there's the second one as well. So I don't think I can read this one, Tsunami.
Me showing up every day with fresh memes harvested from exotic lands to entertain all the ungrateful peasants.
Yeah, so yeah, you peasants. And I found, I'm lying. I actually found a really funny clip on Reddit. I'm all about that funny stuff. I don't care about the patch notes or how to nerf or buff the heroes. And, this is not from Pro Dota, as we can tell immediately, considering the Luna's item build and the skill build with 4 in the beam. And now the funny stuff happens. Roshan goes through, gets almost a double kill. But the funny thing is, you probably didn't notice, on the other side of the map, Zeus is battling it out with the Dragon Knight. And you can just check, it's a bit small, but he dies also to neutral creeps, which is like, what the fuck is happening in this game? We don't know the current MMR of this or anything like that, but yeah, it looked pretty low to me. And there's also another Reddit thread about the most boring heroes.
The most boring hero to play in Dota 2. There are over 100 heroes in Dota 2. I want to know what is the most boring hero in the game.
The most upvoted comment was one of the guys told his friend that if he played 150 games of Lich back in 686, when Lich didn't even have any fun abilities, you could basically just cast Frost Shield, eat a creep, Frost Nova, and your ulti. You didn't have any control whatsoever. He's gonna give him a Dragon Claw hook.
Okay.
He quit Dota entirely about halfway through the challenge. So no wonder we're losing Dota players if we have friends like that. But yeah, I want to talk to you guys about the most boring Dota heroes. What do you guys think?
I'm on the money. It's on the Lord.
We had that conversation. So we were saying, has Kezu ever been forced to spam some heroes in competitive Dota? And he was like, no, I love all the heroes. And I was like, okay, what about Underlord?
Yeah, that hero sucks. I don't want to play Underlord ever.
He could not tolerate. You're saying Io, Ted?
That hero's cool.
I'm saying he's pretty boring. He just stand there following someone around like a baby. It's just kind of dull. I did play Lich. My first 100 games of Dota was Lich.
It was.
It was like I played a couple of years, but then it was, I love that. Sacrificing creeps? Who doesn't like that?
You could have gotten a free Dragon Claw hook. Brian, who's your...
I'm going to have to go with Lone Druid. I feel like it's not just that boring to play, but you know the script of the game every single time. You're either going to win or lose by 15 minutes, and if you're losing, he's just running at you with a bear that you can't kill, and if you're winning, he's just useless. So absolutely boring.
How is no one mentioning Lifestealer? This guy has no abilities. You have basically Ghoul Frenzy, which is you hit the guy and you slow him down. That's it. That's the ability. What's the fun?
Right-clicking.
Where's the fun?
What if you play the BSJ build, the Radiance, and just stay
yeah,
installed forever?
then you roleplay the Ancient Creep, and you get to cast some spells from there.
Yeah, the most exhilarating type of gameplay imaginable.
Absolutely.
But let me bring you some more exhilarating gameplay for game number 2 of Team Spirit versus Shopify Rebellion.
Thank you DXA for the 30. Mostly laughing, thank you the 55. It's a pretty cool looking set, huh? How's the idea of renting an Airbnb and hosting a friend's DI? I don't know. Depends more on how viable it is financially for others. Just gonna have to see when it's closer to the actual dates. I don't talk to many active pros anymore, no. What? Did you just hear that? The lyric, with my kinky little robot girl. It's a song about the Robusti. It's a Robusti song for sure. Very deep up with the one. You recently played Jedi Fallen Order. Can I refer games like this? I didn't watch the Shogun game. Fallen Order, the one with the ginger? Yeah, it was, I think. If you like games like that, you should play the God of War games. Made in a very similar vein.
Het allerlaatste seizoen van Young Sheldon. Elke maandag om 8:30.
This is the greatest pretzel I've ever had. We have to go home. I told you I'm not going home. What are you doing? Resistance. Good luck lifting my limp body.
Het allerlaatste seizoen van Young Sheldon. Elke maandag om 8:30. Exclusief bij Comedy Central.
Delta heeft iets nieuws. Unlimited glasvezel. Hiermee ga je maximaal met het snelste glasvezel-internet.
En we hebben nog iets.
Klopt, 5G Unlimited mobiel. Zo combineer je nu ook mobiel met het snelste glasvezel-internet. Delta gaat verder.
Wat? Waar zijn mijn coins gebleven?
Zorg dat je niet wordt gehackt.
Beveilig je e-mail met inloggen in 2 stappen en bescherm zo al je andere accounts.
What the fuck?
Dubbel beveiligd is dubbel zo veilig. Klik hier
It's a
om het
government
in te stellen.
2FA ad. What? Never seen that one before. What's 2FA? 2FA is just double login. So if you log into something, you need the password and you need something else. Usually SMS or like email confirm, whatever. I didn't know there was a government version though. Not Sheldon? Yeah, I didn't watch Shogun. Thank you to 26. Am I good at Dota? No, I'm a dog. I barely play Dota these days. I played Outlast Trial again. I'll see, I guess. It was kind of bare bones in early access, but you know, early access. I am not watching any shows right now. No time, too many games. I'm a friend of Rollstick? I don't know any Rollstick. Maybe he goes by a different nickname.
The Incredibles 3.
2 picks in.
Oh shit. Centaur?
Centaur.
Oh, what?
Well, technically,
Mars?
Mars' first pick.
Wow, we've hardly seen these heroes.
This draft is out of this world.
Imagine that. Shocking development.
Timbersaw untouched.
Game number 2 of
Shopify's done this Timbersaw bullshit.
Spirit, which I suppose the minimal surprise is.
I already played Helldivers 2, but I'll play more of it. Because I gotta do my part, man. Democracy won't free itself.
I thought they could, you know, a little experimentation with it. It failed.
I did all that prep, and then I just predicted the team that picked Timbersaw.
Oh. Toxic Smurfs? Nah, I don't know any Rollstick.
I think that.
But sounds like I didn't miss anything.
Picking that again. Yeah. And Spirit were like, we don't want to fucking.
Well enshrouded, I'll see.
Just, no, neither of us pick it or ban it. We'll just pretend it doesn't exist. It's
The one thing to notice is, at least I like what Spirit are doing. Like in the first game, they first pick Centaur, ban Sven, because it's a very good answer. This game, they first pick Mars, because now
never heard of No Rest for the Wicked.
Even though, you know, it
is that
doesn't
an old
look
movie?
very different, there are small things that go into it that will make a big
Sounds
difference.
like an 80s movie or something.
Also, Brian, for morning shift, I don't know if the trend continues, but in night shift, we've also seen Pango fall off in relevance significantly. I thought it was just like a few teams didn't like it. Like
it's a new game? No, never heard of it.
There were many games that I thought XM could whip out a Pango. Group stage 1, we were seeing Pango left and right, banned first phase. Now, what are you noticing about Pango?
Yeah, I haven't seen it as much myself in the morning groups, but we also saw Malrine pick Pango today against Puck.
Right.
I was actually going to say, generally, because Puck is so strong and a hero that's strong against you means you'll get picked less.
I haven't seen Thaumaturge either.
I think that's why.
I've been too busy, man.
Many, like,
no time. I just finished FF7, and now I want to spend the rest of the week watching the rest of DreamHack, or DreamLeague.
I think in that particular game that they did pick Pango and they were successful despite picking in a Puck, it was because the other team just had no BKB piercing anything, and it was like 5 stuns across the lineup. So having the roll BKB built in was just really strong in that game. But I don't know, metas are weird, you know?
That's why I love the longer tournaments.
I'll play City Skylines again too at some point. It just kind of depends.
A patch or a meta will be consistent for like the first 3 days of a tournament, and then it all goes out the window.
And I think it's really important to note that I think more so every year, pubs at the highest level look exactly more and more
Ramen
like
or sushi? Ramen easy, dude. It's not even close.
You kind of feel it in pubs too. Like 1 week something is just winning.
Sushi's fucking overrated, dude.
All the time. It's obviously annoying to
It's good, but it's not as good as people make it out to be.
So people try to figure out these answers.
And now I want both.
They've got like a large sample size to do so.
Ramen is absolute god tier, especially if you go to a good place.
And there's always
the random hole in the wall mom and pop's place, you know.
Survive the trials of okay. Not only are we strong at the start of the patch, but we're actually so broken, nothing truly deals with us.
Yeah.
So we get to remain on top. But the rest of them,
I'm kind of surprised to see Techies picked here when the Mars is down, because you can't use Blast Off into Arena. You can't get in there with it. So if they put a Mars ult down and your team is inside it and you're not, you basically just standing there.
Yeah, you're just throwing a sticky bomb. And that's kind of. I would say it's probably more about the lane matchup. I assume, like when Spirit see the Centaur, there's like 2 heroes that come to mind for me. It's like Undying, which
never heard of
maybe
Ravon.
like an ET. So maybe you're already like trying to go make sure that whichever 5 Mipotion takes, that you can get outranged by the techies and just follow up damage into Centaur. So I would say it's more like to make sure their follow-up picks are easier.
Okay.
As opposed to it being good against Mars, which it's not.
Yeah.
You would much rather have a Grimstroke, though. Like, in terms of enabling the Centaur, wouldn't you? Like, I know that they can't just, like, say, that's better, so pick it. But I just feel like
it's... I would say, like, Grim is better in, like, the mid-game, but I guess Techies has less volatility of getting you to that stage, if that makes sense.
Yeah, okay, so if you're more concerned about enabling his lane
I like
phase,
Seafood, yeah.
blindly.
Yeah,
you
exactly.
pick Techies. I see.
I'm not big on raw seafood though.
Against Techies, specifically.
Clock is very interesting. I think
in most cases, I prefer
like
food to be seared, at least.
Really matter unless you, kill the cogs.
Even on things like sushi.
Please let Clock be good again. I would love that.
Seared tuna, seared salmon.
I love this hero.
I prefer that way more than raw.
You like it?
I love it.
Yeah.
You get the hell out of danger. That's the whole point of it. No, I think this hero is one of the more fun sort of pos fours you can play, I'd say. Really interesting spell set. I think.
Why the fuck are you eating butter by itself? Are you American?
And being able to fire your rockets a bunch of times.
Smoked salmon is raw? No, smoked salmon is smoked. It's in the
I
name.
thought they might consider PL because it's so good against Terrorblade one-on-one, and it's also so good against Venge. But
smoking is a cooking process. It involves smoking the shit out of the fish.
I feel like this hero.
It uses heat.
Specifically.
I was looking more at like maybe range heroes to pair with the Clock.
Yeah, I know.
I can see why you would think it though, because sometimes smoked meats in general, they can feel kind of rawish on both texture and taste.
Because you double edge. You also know when you hit the real one with the shard, because you get up your stack. You also out tank him. So overall, we'll have to see how Spirit brings it together. Because you're very good against the TB and the other two, but Centaur, like in the late game, this hero's no joke.
Yeah, I feel like Saberlight's gonna pull his best collapse cosplay here and just be #1 net worth at 10 minutes running around the entire map. They do have a lot better shutdown on the side of Team Spirit, like for the Centaur, like Clockwork. Once he hooks you in the mid game is really strong.
I like both dry and raw food.
To limit collapse, or in this case, Saberlight's ability to run around, but yeah, I think the whole point of Clockwork is to remove techies from the lane. Like that's why you.
I like shawarma, of course.
I think create a 1v1, and now you have PL. In the 1v1.
I mean, Middle Eastern countries like Sweden and Netherlands and Germany, there's lots and lots of shawarma places. It's simply local food. Is this what it is, man?
Maybe your Toro will be.
But US Centaur, wouldn't you like want that? Like I'm saying, you're happy both ways.
Yeah, I would probably beat your ass. But Yatoro's very good with the creep aggroing, so I feel like it's still the best thing they can do.
Okay.
Hey, look, the PL.
It's just they mainly have to worry about surviving this lane. You're not picking PL obviously with any intention of winning your lane.
Yeah.
But
I don't really like the PL game that much here.
Level 4, I'd consider this a
but sure.
For the top
I would
lane.
agree.
We know what we're getting out of Centaur.
But Dutch herring? I think it's okay, but I don't like it in large portions. I don't mind like a single bite.
We did see Shopify.
Usually herring is eaten with raw onions and some oil and pickles or something like that.
In the top lane is going to be.
Okay, it's alright.
I would say around like 10-15 minutes.
I mean, I feel like Laurel needs to be a hero where he can like offset this post lane pressure, because Saberlight will be top net worth after the lane is over. And you
PL good against Timber.
This type of mid hero, so they're gonna take
it kind of goes both ways.
They could just maybe go Puck if they find another good band for it. I don't know if it's just that hard to do it, but I need Laurel to be a hero that can offset the tempo at minute 10 to 15, where Yatoro then just gets to farm, because he will need this time to get ready in the game.
Like I guess if you get to the point where PL can swarm a TB, it feels really nice to play. But it's not easy to get to that point. And also TB is not really alone in the game, you know, he has teammates.
5 seconds. 4.
Templar stuff.
They banned that. That's almost certainly a Puck then, because they banned.
I have not eaten much Brazilian food. Never heard of. I don't know how to say it, man. Feijoada? I don't know.
Basically, line up with that Centaur's timings. You have too many problems to deal with at the same time.
It's at least like one of, or at least like judging from the bans, like you're saying, it should be Puck. Obviously, there are other options, but that's the one that kind of comes to mind here.
Well, they've got Puck. There's the puck. Now, is there any world in which Shopify picks Sniper here?
It's not a fantastic sniper game, but because you have a free farm Centaur most likely coming out for this game, I wouldn't mind if they just say, yeah, we're going to win all 3 lanes and just beat you that way. Or like
Lena, fuck
win
it.
2 lanes and go even on the 3rd one.
I mean, you've got the Venge to save you if you get like hooked or anything like that. And from Mars.
Bulba seems like the type of captain to say like, everybody's been doing this. It's our turn. Show them what we got.
The sniper can work, like maybe do some.
Ember would be really nice in the pre-nerf patch. Oh, dude.
The PL.
That is some good fucking.
I refuse to predict the team with Timber.
They have no catch for puck whatsoever, but oh my god, everything else gets fucked in the asshole. Like Timber fucks PL, he fucks Clock, he fucks the Mars.
I'm just concerned how PL gets out.
Some really good fucking.
Saberlight's gonna be so free farm here, and we've seen this time and time again against Centaur.
Also, Timber actually bullies out Puck at level 6, and sometimes even earlier, depending on his build.
Them having the damage to actually deal with the Shopify heroes. Timber runs out of mana or buys the Eternal Shroud. I feel like he won't care about PL. Centaur won't care about all the pokes, because Spirit will want to play long fights.
It's thick black bean soup infused with pork parts.
His team will carry him in the
that sounds kind of nice.
I'm definitely going with Shopify.
Brazilian food is really rare in Netherlands.
No reason.
Back to you, Neil.
The only thing I've ever had was like Brazilian barbecue, and that's the thing where they just walk around with a bunch of meat. And they ask, do you want this? And then they slice a piece. And it just keeps coming forever, you know, like all kinds of different cuts.
But every single time we see these one-off heroes emerge, they've not been successful.
He's 2-0.
I know.
I don't know if you saw that. Yeah, Clockwork, they gave the stat. He's 2-0 right now, 100%.
Would they do as spirits? I don't think it's all doom and gloom.
Apparently not.
They do have a free puck game if he doesn't get crushed in his lane.
I see an early offlaner. A lot of the picks right now, they're obviously supposed to be good for
and PL is good if he snowballs, and PL is good under the right conditions when the heroes that kill him are gone.
Does not slow down Centaur at all. You're handing him a good game. And you're not really enabling your clock 5 either. So I just... Fundamentally speaking, I actually hate the pick. So I hope that Spirit will lose.
My prediction is that we saw that Yatoro PA game that went 95 minutes. I feel like this game is going to be eerily similar, where they're going to be losing by
I need to see all the picks. I hate that they removed the picks from this screen here. I want to see them more.
It's going to get really weird. I think that's what's going to happen.
He's right.
And so you're going?
I'm going for the team that doesn't have Timbersaw. Team Spirit.
Give him a Spirit on his side. And give me a Spirit as well.
Who wins late TB or PL? PL wins that fight, but it's not a 1v1, so how they actually perform in late game can vary quite a bit. Because in this game, for example, there's PL and Puck, right? And PL and Puck definitely beats TB. But does it beat TB and Timber? I don't know. I think it does. I think TB Puck, sorry, PL Puck beats TB Timber. But this is assuming game goes even at 60 minutes or whatever. And lots of things can go differently.
They are. I'll tell you who's picking Clockwork. Heroic and Secret, aka teams who have already been eliminated. What? If they thought it was a good idea, then it's probably a bad idea.
Wait, Secret got eliminated. They were here?
Ah! That's a bit.
Love Secret. And I heckin' love Dota 2.
I mean, the wild thing is they won both those games.
Delayed smoke. Who you gonna find?
Yeah, nothing. Yatoro's already sitting on your side of the river.
That was the most trash delayed smoke I've ever seen. Why is Phantom Lancer sitting on their side of the river?
So one thing about Spotify's draft now is that their initiate is not good. Like, they don't really have a fast stun. The best thing they can do here is swap into a Centaur preemptively casted stun. Like, that's super hard to react to.
Are you familiar with the
But otherwise, they're gonna have to start in a Centaur stun, random swap, or a Venge stun. Or they just fucking do damage with a Blink Timbersaw. That works too. But they don't have an initiate that just kind of like stops all counterplay, you fucking ass.
Just to fuck with the guy and see if he still has.
So I think Spirits, if they somehow get to mid game without being $1 billion gold behind, which is not even that super hard.
is that
They would have a easy time on mid game, just killing people.
Personal curse?
I think somewhere, if there is a god, he has nothing left to take from me. So he has sent all of these Phantom Lancer games into my lap.
I think Spirit does lack a bit of damage until late game.
Wait, is this like the
They really need that PO Axe, they need the puck +1 damage item.
You said you have nothing left, so what were the other ones?
So heroes that they jump might not die, especially since 2 of them are super tanky. And TB is tanky too if he gets to farm, of course, because he naturally buys double HP items as item 1 and 2.
That was it.
That was it.
The point. Okay, the point of this story is, I hate this.
It's just the laning phase? I mean, laning phase can decide the entire game. That was a game earlier where they lost mid lane and they never recovered off it. The whole game was just over from one lane. Laning phase is huge impact right now.
Focus on the things I enjoy in life, and not on this
Oh my god, this lane is so rough.
hero that is gonna get absolutely
Yes.
smacked in this lane.
Puck is getting bullied already.
And I hope never
Like this could be really fucking bad for Puck.
That's my story for
Why do you hate Phantom Lancer?
Like when that Timber gets early 6, you get bullied out completely. If Timber goes builds,
dishonest Dota 2.
I don't even know. Do you even go armor in this? He went 1 point armor.
From every fight, he relies on
I
manipulation.
think you even have kill potential on Puck if you go only 1 point armor and then the rest in chains and 1 point Q.
They're all low skills.
Not a single one of them.
No. They're all brain dead.
He's going 2 points Q already.
Can't be used in any high skill way.
All I know is I queued when I was coming up in Dota 2. I was a lowly MMR
Puck is a
player
pitiful
around
hero, man.
5K. I taped my mouse to my dog's foot, and I had him play a Phantom Lancer game, and he went like 8-0. Okay, brain dead.
I mean, I think the you want to talk about dishonest here. Oh, we got inside the car.
Yeah, I guess you can harass with chains mid, is right. But even so, like the Q is not that good against Puck. I guess he plays it just for farming anyway. And if he hits Puck, he hits him.
Wow. Very low skill. He has to click it. He will. Wow.
All right, my rant's over. But
Oh, that's a kill. He's just caught up like that. What? How fast is this fucking hero?
This is another one of those.
What the
drafts where
fuck?
All on the Mars. Because Puck has not been that fast.
He just walked up.
I wanna say.
Didn't do anything
Still
special.
Generally losing the lane. Takes some time to come online. If he does, he's a powerhouse, but he needs other heroes to give him.
Look at that mid lane. 22 and 10 against 13 and 1.
Dota 2 right now. A lot of magic resist you can.
That is not just a matchup problem. I think he's outplaying him too.
More, and that means it shifts even more onto collapse here.
What the hell is going on mid? He's 23 and 10.
Yeah. I'm telling you, Puck doesn't win lanes. He doesn't have the base damage to compete.
Timber hits so hard to dispatch. Ever since they changed Timber to universal, that fucking
Goblin mode.
that fucking piece of shit just has like 80 damage per hit with 1 bracer. You can't do anything.
He's not a goblin anymore.
Yeah, but his name was Clockwork Goblin. Okay. So I'm gonna stick to the OG lore, which is the correct lore. Would you like some Phantom Lancer lore?
There is a Valve employee out there who writes Dota lore.
Yeah.
He just wrote off that entire guy's job.
No, I'm not saying that isn't valuable, but I prefer the OG lore.
Okay.
The Dota 1 lore, okay?
Okay.
What is his build even? Where is he?
And I know him as Clockwork Goblin, so I'm gonna keep calling him.
Sticking the bottom to bottle, okay. Boots bottle.
I have to watch another 8 Phantom Lancer games, and by then, you'll never see me again.
I think I would have gone 1 bracer in that lane instead of boots. But boots makes sense too, because it builds right into mana boots in this patch. Although, do you even go boots first? I guess the harass. You do get all attacks in against Puck.
You talk about the dishonesty of Phantom Lancer. Yeah, I feel like he's gotten more dishonest.
Yeah, thinking back, I think it does make sense. You already win the fight in CSing anyway.
Now he just spams lances the whole time.
Oh my god, he's fucking mid. Look at mid!
Valve didn't know what to do with this hero.
He's fucking mid.
Lands, raindrop can only protect
Like Puck is on his back with his feet in the air. He's getting butt fucked.
Another kill on Yatoro. I mean, this is completely opposite of what was happening in game 1 with Yatoro.
I mean, this is just not a laneable lane.
Boots for laning? Yeah, I mean, I think he can just hit Puck.
Spirit are making up
Every single auto attack on Puck is like 1/7 of his HP.
This double melee than I think Shopify expected.
Yeah.
See if they can translate it into some extra kills.
Oh, he's 6 now. Now Puck can't even lane anymore. Look at, oh my god, dude. I'm not even playing this lane and it hurts my fucking soul. Because I just know how this is. At least he gets the rune, I guess.
Super helpful.
Is that help? Oh, there is. The tech is. Oh, there's a fucking village.
Magic missile doesn't land. So, to content themselves with the goblin.
Yopa, good player mids? I haven't watched him much, but just from this game, he looks really fucking good. And yet he knows what he's doing at least. He knows his matchup. I bet he called for this hero even for mids. Not many people actually realize that Timber fucks Puck mids. Because in your head, when you play out the lane, you'd think like Puck would just farm, right? You just sit in your lane, you press orb, and you farm it out. In reality, Timbersaw runs at you, and he hits you with auto attack, and you cannot do anything back. And at 6, you get zoned completely.
Double edge off cooldown. And then the moment he doppelgangers, then Theolacor.
Timber really fucks Puck mids.
Yeah,
it's unplayable.
The idea was on this lane.
And I wouldn't be surprised if he's a Puck player too, that he knows this.
That's good.
You kind of gotta know both sides.
That game yesterday where Arteezy played Spectre into the mag. Some of these lanes you look at and it's just, I don't see the pathway.
What the fuck?
Pick up from Aposhka.
What the fuck?
And the kill as a solo line. You don't see that every day.
No, certainly not.
Absolute Giga Chat Lion plays out
now
here.
He's gonna buy some time.
No, Phil Juke, no!
Survive a hit or two if he wants to.
Get fairy fire.
That was nice. Nice little touch. Now, of course, Maposhka is there because this lane does not exist. And yeah, let's hide that net worth chart for a little bit longer. I don't think we need to see that.
Puck is very susceptible of getting bullied in lane.
I don't think we need to see that for a
yeah, we could show.
Puck is like really vulnerable to heroes that can push out the wave. So you get keeps on your tower in the first 2 waves and first 4 waves even.
Buyback status. He's got
and heroes that have overwhelmingly strong auto attacks like Sniper and Lina.
So when he eventually dies again and is so filled with rage at this.
But yeah, in Timber's case, he will tank the creep wave. And then he will push with Q. So Puck will always have creeps under his tower. And then the game is fucking hard to play, man.
Arena TP out is good to go. All right.
Oh my god, he survived that.
Get rid of that haste rune.
They actually
Mm.
make another play.
I can't change net worth, dude. It's not my stream.
Still has a little bit more haste rune to go.
Surprisingly tanky here.
He's almost looking at you, try to hook him.
Throwing these chains out.
Like he's a pudge.
Yeah, just mental chain.
Kind of seems like it, yeah.
60 and 19.
It's fucking despair, dude, playing clock against TB. Absolute despair.
Yeah, I think this game is out of control, Austin.
Oh, nice. Nice kill.
I do tend to agree, Avery.
Space for Yatoro, though.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, I bet Arteezy's
I want to see net worths. I want to see Puck's net worth. Because I think Timber is sitting on 4,500 and Puck is sitting on 3,000 right now.
Me do this to myself yesterday, did you? I learned.
Come on, change it. What is this? They're fighting.
That was the smirk of tried to pick an actual agi carry in this meta. That wasn't terribly.
I was about to say, I was like, he's
Yeah, 4,800 versus 3,500.
He's recovering.
Ah, jeez, that's rough.
I mean,
That's super rough.
EA picked up, but he ended up losing that game.
It's not a real.
You go jungle Puck? Puck is always jungle Puck.
What?
Yeah, it's a fake. Like it's a fake agi hero, you know, because she doesn't commit and man fight anybody.
Okay, then neither does Phantom Lancer, in which case he's not a real
That's right.
hero.
He's not a real hero at all, Austin.
What is this argument?
PL is not a hero this batch. Faith, dude. Believe. It's Yatoro. He'll make it work. Look at that. Juked. Out of this fucking world. Done and dusted.
Skill dog shit play that was to fake out the enemy.
And he probably thinks he's fucking good at the game now too.
Isn't that right?
The highest skill play you'll see pro players make with this hero is to not move. That's right, Austin. And he pulled it off.
Do they have the damage for this? The buck is nearby. Oh, dude, huge.
Oh, yo, Podge was having such a good game.
It only took the whole fucking village, but they got him.
4 heroes to the mix, and they're not going to get him, but they're also going to get Saberlight as well. The Goblin does not have level 6,
but believe in the PO.
Dude, Mira's owning this game.
I'm telling you. This draft by Spotify Rebellion, whatever the fuck the name is, they don't have good mid-game initiates. They rely on a Blink Timbersaw to go in and just fucking do damage. The problem with that is that you cannot disable a guy or insta-kill anyone. So they will always be able to counterplay with that initiates. You know, in comparison to say a puck jumping or a lion jumping or a clock jumping or a marsh jumping. All these heroes can jump you and kill you before you get to play, especially when chained correctly.
Making some kills happen to free up the recovery time for the Phantom Lancer. It's not an impossible game.
Super hard to play. For Spotify, of course.
In total net worth.
Sent is gonna buy Blink. Centaur Blink stun is slow. It's reactable with both spells and Blink and BKB. That's why it's not a good initiate.
In game 1.
You throw a couple more of these kills away. Looks very different. So if your Team Spirit...
That's why I'm telling you, the best initiate they have is swap into a Centaur preemptively casted stun.
Report the Phantom Lancer.
Because that's super fast. You can do that almost instantly if you do it properly.
Okay, real 4v5 mentality.
And they're getting there. Oh, look at this. This move being broken. He is invis.
Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. He pulled like one fucking creeper and started hooking. What the fuck? Oh, the puck is in danger, I think. Is he? No, it's fine.
A little misclick, a little misclick. Kittrack's not having the best.
Oh, Puppy Noto know way more than me, dude. It's not even close. I stopped playing competitive a long time ago. They still play now. Puppy still plays now. I don't know if Noto still plays now, but he played at least until like a year or two ago.
Oh, he knew the heroes were dead, so he got some extra farm. Honestly, heads up play.
3k gold advantage is not a lot at 13 minutes. This is totally winnable for Spirits. On a side note, Arteezy joining a tower push.
It's one of the better fights for this Puck Mars lineup, but just can't do it.
I like how we're so used to Arteezy's playstyle that when he moves around half as much as Doraccio does, we're like, oh my god, this guy's all over the place.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I'm telling you, he's a changed man. I don't know what happened to this guy, but
I mean, he said the new vibes on the team, right?
True.
Felt like that on the old team that they just kind of experienced everything there was to experience.
Dagon is not good for Puck.
Of course, but
no, you don't buy Dagon Puck.
Everything else they got a chance to experience, right?
Dagon has really been good for Puck.
And now with a new team, it's got some new vibes. He's feeling some new experiences, learning some new things.
I mean, that team won some tournaments too.
This plays a bit out of sync. The TB is not running towards the lane and pushing it out. So they're 4 versus 5 here if the fight does break out.
Or whatever that was.
Normally you make this play with your carry going towards you at the same time. Oh, they got some random schmuck.
A gambling boat or something. What was that tournament?
Was it the one? Didn't that one just literally not have a stream because?
No. That was the new. That was like they released some big new patch, and nobody knew what was happening.
Thoughts on Armlet Dagon TB build? Armlet Dagon TB? What is this, 2008?
There were only 4 teams.
Nice spear back. Actually hit Saberlight as he blinked in.
We'll get back to that.
It's not. Oh, kills the mines. He's slowing down this damage. He's dead for sure, but it's taken a while for Shopify to get him.
Oh, nice. He did connect on TB.
Team Spear can take advantage of all that time, though.
Oh! Whoa. He never jumped.
He was dead either way.
Yeah.
No way you're getting out of there. Nice rotation from Shopify to backstab this tower. Remove that arena coil fight from going out nicely, and once more, Arteezy can join all these plays, Yatoro can't. And they're just getting a huge numbers advantage off this. benefit of that laning stage. Destruction Centaur remains unstoppable.
Oh my god, look at the net worth difference between the mids right now. It's 8,400 versus 5,500. Absurd.
The last time they won a tournament was Manila Masters. I remember because I was there.
PL's fighting timing is Aghanim. I don't know like how far he's in. Oh, he's far off. 2k gold.
Dota tournament, Arteezy won.
4 teams. Chinese tournament. New patch. It was the Zai Crit Squad. They won that, and then they gave them a suitcase of money.
The suitcase of money was like a DAC.
Oh, he fucked up. Unlucky.
That's a good story, though.
I like how slowly Mars walked up to pick that up too.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I googled Nanyang Dota 2 Championship Cruise Cup #1.
Was that it?
I'm gonna say no because EG wasn't even there. It was 4 teams. They're all Chinese teams. Are you
The play is different as a puck though. You can't really do it. Timbersaw just wins the lane too hard.
This is why we need AI.
Best you can do is hope your team doesn't suck ass and that you have side lanes to gank and that you have supports to go for runes with you. And in this game you even had Clock went for the bottom rune for him at I think 6 or 8 minutes and he got an arcane out of it. And that salvaged his game somewhat.
Cruise Cup is a part of esports theme.
But yeah, laning phase wise you can't really do much as a puck in this matchup. It's just that hard. You just have to survive. Your hero is better than Timbersaw when you get to the point where you both have like 20k net worth.
Clockwork Goblin slays another foe. What is happening in this game right now?
I don't know. Shopify are just losing heroes all over the map despite the healthy lead they have, despite that great move.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa.
It all maybe could have been alright if you.
Holy shice, man. Oh, he stopped it. 2-second cooldown. Any other cancel? Oh, dude, they fucking got him. He's dead.
And now the Clockwork's on top of him, so he's dead.
If you're losing fights before PL reaches his peak, how do you win fights when PL gets Aghanim and oh, he has it now. Aghanim and his Diffusal Blade or whatever. Oh, that was so well played by Collapse. And it looks so simple, you know, you just press your fucking button when Timbersaw presses his button.
Collapse and Mira just putting this game on.
And it's still so nice. Oh my god, dude, this HP.
Dual performance in terms of impact.
What the fuck is this horror? Fucking horror movie cam. Jesus Christ.
Spear into the cog. They're getting both of them.
Yeah, Stampede, they're going to be able to... Okay. Theodore course out, but I mean, still very good attempt to get both.
Shopify has the 3 strongest cores in this game, and they have not made a single decisive move in like feels like 5 or 6 minutes.
Here it begins. This is the start where you see the difference in initiates. It's when the laning phase stops, and you actually have to play from smokes and from wards. Like now you see the difference between a tech is initiating and a clock, for example.
Clockwork intercepts just in time. Mini stun is good enough to get the Lion out.
And in this case, even a blink Mars, right? I think he has blink. Oh yeah, he definitely has blink. He blinked earlier from the top rune.
This game is not that out of reach now. Shopify.
What did Timber go for? Did he get blink?
12k at this point. Instead, they're up.
Oh yeah, he went for blink build too. Yeah, he needs it. He went for blink.
Last 5 minutes here in terms of a sequence was.
Yeah, makes sense.
Catastrophic.
I think he had to. It's a shitty jump, but it's better than no jump.
No, because even if you win this game, then it's just like okay.
Like their problem right now is that they have nothing for Puck, and Puck is not far behind enough that you would consider him to be useless. In fact, he's #1 in net worth in the team. Still behind though, overall in the game.
They gotta get something going. The momentum.
Yeah, the net worth gap is closing in for sure. Especially percentage-wise, because it was 3k at 13 minutes, and now it's still 3k at 19 minutes. The overall net worth went up, but the flat amount stayed the same.
Really good read, just TP's out.
It's 5 heroes for a Clockwork.
I don't think Terrorblade was there.
TP'd up, right?
I'm not really rooting for anyone in this tournament. I don't care. I'm just here for some good Dota.
Now who's seeing things, Austin?
It's a big kill, right? 500 gold, 400 gold. That's huge.
Why would Wikipedia not?
Dude, Puck is 600 gold now behind Timber. He was like 3k behind some 4 or 5 minutes ago.
Arteezy fanboy.
Holy shit, dude.
That he's won.
No.
Oh, does he have W? Oh my god, dodged it. And he got the lucky fucking jump. Holy shit. What the fuck? They went so far?
I think Arteezy wasn't ever there. Was that the Sumail Fear University? Yeah, I think it was actually. It was it? No, Zai was there.
You're just having a full-on conversation.
I'm actually not sure, dude. You confused me now. But that team won it, and we'll give it to him honorarily. Also, Arteezy won Dota Pit. BO5 Grand Final versus OG won 5 games. It was the Lone Druid Enigma meta. They picked Lone Druid Enigma like 4 games in a row. The games got super delayed. It went to 8 a.m.
PO kill.
So suck it, Austin.
I'm not sure what the cast point is on POW. I think it's like 0.1. It might be reactable for Centaur stun. Oh, not this time though.
Oh, they found Yatoro. Okay, so there's a decisive move in this game. Smoke into core pickoff, retakes the control. You only have 2k lead now, but
I like how they killed PO and the lead went down to the other way.
Butterfly timing on the Terrorblade, because of course this is the biggest power spike in this carry-to-carry matchup. So you really need to get that butterfly and make some objectives happen with it. Yopaj fishing. They're gonna chase.
Jumps to the orb, does manage to get the blink away before the Stampede.
Arcane Blink doesn't give cast time anymore. They nerfed it.
He was gonna hit the
Or,
blast
yeah, they
but
reworked it.
Ends up inside of the arena, therefore doesn't land, doesn't get the stun.
Oh, nice
misses
save.
out on the kill. And now they dove into the tier 3, which Team Spirit are going to try and take advantage of with
Oh, the puck.
from behind.
Jesus.
And Yatoro's back and he wants some revenge. Spear into the Venge. Does
PL got caught. Or, no, he doesn't give a fuck.
He immediately
This is where PL shines.
He has starts throwing some lances around. They
No mana Timbersaw. Fightable. I think fightable. They should chase. No! What is that shit blink? Oh, he got Gaben so hard!
What? I didn't even know you could get stuck there.
What the fuck is that? Why is there even a spot there? Dude, that was a core kill.
Well,
that was 100% a core kill on anybody. Probably Timbersaw.
Yeah. See, he was there. Ask him if they gave
There's so many shit spots like that on the map in this
That was WEC.
on this patch.
Yeah, so who was on that EG roster? That's the question here.
I know there's at least like 3 of them around each Roshan pit. It's awful.
I'm sure what the viewers came here for. Smoke from Team Spirit as Austin continues to do his research.
Why do I have to Google everything for you?
Collapse looking for the
No
jump.
BKB. Oh, I think that Spirit just missed, didn't it?
Damn, he's good.
Like even if he didn't Manta, I think it missed.
Hook shot back in. They want to keep playing this one out. It looks dangerous, but the Clockwork somehow stays alive, kills the Theolacor. Okay, now he's going to die to the Reflection.
Oh boy. Oh boy, it's Ogre. It's call the game, it's Ogre. You can't win with these initiates.
So he's stuck as well. A full turnaround.
You can't win.
Team Spirit is enforced.
You can't kill anything.
This day has not been a good day for Shopify. Nothing is thinking up.
Oh, I think he Manta'd to the left.
Not hit him anyway, but that was
That's kind of weird.
time dodge. We come to expect those from Arteezy. His signature move. And then promptly got finger killed in an arena. So it did not end well. And Yatoro is starting to take these fights over. They just can't lock the Lancer down. There's too much disruption. This Lion Clock Mars have been everywhere in these fights, making it really hard for the Centaur.
They were not allowed to feed fights.
Don't have the BKBs yet. Just don't have the survivability or the capability to chain stunning coming out. Could be a very different story in the fight if you get there, but at this rate, Team Spirit have just taken this game over. And this arena is causing problems. You can swap one guy out of it, but these arenas...
Clockwork release as a meat card. I mean, that's Clockwork Life, right?
Stampede does nothing for
you hook in and then you pretty much expected to die. You expect to die. Enemies expect you to die. Your team expects you to die.
Okay,
it just is what it is, man.
Yeah.
Oh, Roshan. Wait, what?
Over newbie.
He's just alone there. Center ulti forced.
That was still before
They're gonna smoke up and gather. Is someone missing? Oh, Green is missing, but he's here soon. There's a fucking stab coming through the middle. Oh, they got Lion!
There you go, ladies and gentlemen.
they did not get Lion. And now he's sucking them. Oh my god, dude, they didn't burst the fucking Lion! Ain't no way!
And Shopify, oh, they're gonna receive a faulty for this one. RTZ gets off a Sunder, but who the hell cares? He used it on an illusion.
Oh. You chase this?
All right,
it's a hard chase. Okay, you can't.
His signature Toro was not ready for his signature move.
Did you see that? He was ready to dodge the vent stun. And he would have done it too if the puck didn't interrupt with silence. He fucking had it.
Another just sick team.
He walked away on purpose so there was more travel time for the stun.
Joint MVP between Mira and Collapse.
It looked good for SR when it turned like this? I don't think it ever looked that good for SR.
That absolutely no one thought.
When they had like 4k lead, I was like, you know, this is still pretty even. You're playing against a puck, and you don't have anything for the puck past mid game. You're playing against a PL, and you really have to fucking win lanes against a PL. And they did, but they didn't keep the lead. They fed.
For Yopaj. No, he's debating. He knows he needs BKB, but he wants something faster, and they're not winning the fights to accelerate him there. Shopify are in.
Now it's just over.
Now.
You cannot win with this initiate type of heroes in mid game.
Any other point in the game? Like this
everything is far too reactable.
Generally, no. It's heavily favored for PL.
Yeah, generally PL just is happy playing this out from here. The one thing is you have this Centaur Timber, who in theory can scale a bit better.
Collapse is just relentless in the pressure now. Sea Hero, Arena Hero.
Dude, these flares are so annoying for the Blink Dagger.
Yeah.
They need an early accent Timber, yeah. I think so too. But if oh wow, unlucky. But if you're playing for a team with early hacks, I think there's something wrong in your draft.
Missed it.
Or team playstyle. I think in this case it was team playstyle. I just think they fucked up too much on a fight they shouldn't have taken. Oh fucking hell, dude. Oh dude, oh, Yato feeding?
The mines kept the rest of the heroes back. Somehow Yatoro got up.
That's one way to catch a PO if he just comes to you. Oh my god. Oh no, dude.
Just figured an illusion, my man.
Oh no. Yo, he lives. Blink.
With that timber chain, now he's gonna try and run down Collapse.
Oh, he didn't see where he went.
Yeah, lost sight of him.
That was the big kill there. This is one of the weirdest games I've watched.
Don't have to catch them if they come to you, especially when you use all of their spells on illusion. Holy shit.
Oh, arcane room for Laurel. That's a big pickup.
All right, BKB for the Timber Saw. That's a big one.
Well, I'm gonna PL. Oh, TB get to do with PL.
Can actually go
he can't build anything.
In these fights now.
PL is not TB's problem.
And if he gets to one or two more, if he can get to Shiva's +1, he's a force in those fights. Now you do.
This game Timber Saw and the Centaur to deal with PL.
Top of the chart on this puck.
I mean, he can hold like reflection. What's it? Reflection? What the fuck is it called? Reflection. And then after PL uses W, and then hope for the best.
This is just a nasty amount of damage in 29 minutes.
How long does this last?
Picks up a tier 3, but
5 seconds.
fairly certain that Grow Bow is better than anything you could find in the tier.
Oh, does he have Manta too now? Oh my god, dude. Last time I checked, he had fucking Diffusal Blade. Where did he farm 5k gold?
Quiver is better in a lot of situations.
Yeah, I don't know. I think he just has to hope his team doesn't suck ass. And he hits heroes that are in the front. Anything he can reach as a TB. Oh, nice kill here though. Whole fucking village, but a kill nonetheless. That's 800 gold.
Box of mines, go behind and look for the Shopify. But it gets scanned out.
Oh, Shopify gotta go back and fight them there.
Oh, they're just planting the defense line and wait.
Yeah, let them walk into us. That is the advantage of techies.
Yeah, you take what you can when you're losing, for sure. Especially when they lack proper catch.
RTZ shows at the tower. He's trying to bait him in. But meta's running out, and it looks like Team Spirit don't have any interest in chasing here. Just playing for Roche.
Yeah, I mean, Roshan's going to come through, and meta's going to be down. Can they just force this?
Oh, 100%. You just go in there with PL and it's free. So you can put Shopify in a position where you have to contest this, otherwise.
Yeah, and I guess
you're gonna play
the clockwork. You can kind of flare, cut the waves and stuff, so there's no
They're
real
not
threat of high ground.
giving this away, are they?
Yeah,
I don't see you start winning with these picks. Yeah, well, you're going to late game against a puck with the 0 puck counters. Line, Morris and PL, no slackers late game either. Only Clock is kind of meh late game. Like his hook is good, but everything else is average.
First life and just try and burn out all of the mana on
Yeah, Shopify. They never play for Roach for some reason. For Shopify, I really feel like they just never sat down with their team and discussed how to play Roshan. They just fucking wing it every single game, and every time they try Roshan or forget about it, it looks fucking disastrous.
Just go hard. Tank up versus the magic damage.
It looks so fucking bad.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under
There's the
attack.
Shivas. That's a big component of what Shopify are going to try and do in these.
Clock is completely whatever late game, dude. Especially a plus 5 Clock. Like, sure, Rocket does okay damage, but you have to compare the damage to other heroes, not just by itself. Like, the Aghanim Rocket spam on Clock is nothing compared to, say, just Timbersaw clapping your ass with spells.
Running in invisible, taking a Watcher.
It's crazy to me how aggressive he is. Like he
Or in this case, even compared to another plus 5, you can compare it to Venge's damage aura with W. It's just way more damage than whatever Clock does.
Kind of gives Shopify the opportunity to jump him. A real hero first.
Who do I think is gonna win this one? I think it's gonna be Spirit. I just don't think they, I don't think Spotify has the tools to deal with Puck. And once Puck gets a damage item with Aghanim, the game is over. He will blink in, for free of course, coil the both supports, and they both will die from coil, and that's it. The fight's over from there. There's nothing they can do about it. And even if they decide to buy a Hex now, they can't go for Orchid anymore, it's too late. Like, if they get Hex on Timbersaw, Puck can get Lincolns. And they don't have a single spot that's good for breaking Lincolns in this game. There's actually nothing.
I love Clockwork.
You can use a swap maybe.
I love playing this hero, but
Like, what is he going for?
this guy
He's not even going Hex right now from these items.
do so much on this hero just to get where he was, and your game is still over at some point. You have no say in it.
I haven't seen OG's game now.
Talking about.
But if they're playing tomorrow, I'll see.
Do for the rest of the game.
It's gonna hook shot people and mess them up. She was one of the few BKB stunning melee heroes in Dota 2. From a support role. That's rare. That's valuable. Always valuable. Vision, always valuable. Blink cancel, always valuable.
Dire's bottom tower is under
He's gonna be a vision bot.
Oh, there's a Hex coming out in like 1400.
And that's sad, because he deserves more.
Puck needs to choose soon between BKB or Lincolns. I think he should go Lincolns this game.
I predict.
I really think he should. But he might just play for the coil. In that case, the BKB is better. What the fuck are you walking about?
Okay, and he probably
Dog.
I don't care what happens after that. That will be good.
Let me see Puck builds. I can't see his next item. I think it's Parasma. It should be.
I will wager 8,000. Do you accept this wager, Austin?
Hold up. This is way more.
I'm not watching next series. It's getting too late for me.
Favorable odds.
I got to go.
Come on, dude. That's like, you make that money in like a week with your Pokemon trading. You know,
Pokemon trade.
Austin's a huge collector.
The Timbersaw initiate. Boss 5 is walking away from your fucking face, dude.
As Clockwork is prone to have to do, because he's very easily killed.
Well, they got through the Aegis period without a real fight into it.
Yeah.
That's good for the Mjolnir for the Terrorblade. I don't know how much difference that makes, but I guess it's something. Honestly, is that better than just like a Bloodthorn or even a Hex? I feel like this Mjolnir versus PL is a debate sometimes, dude.
And it's always the clock, but you gotta think of it this way too. It's a clock who's tanking the whole fucking village.
Oftentimes it's better to just play for the fact that you, at some point, find the
Although, this time it didn't work out at all. Usually it does.
Well, they have the scythe.
I think this time they lost a bit too much from it.
So, but yeah, I mean, Bloodthorn.
Oh, they didn't use the Aegis.
Maybe even like
Maybe a tattoo passive? I don't know. Timber has Hex now, and Puck is nowhere near a defensive item. This could be an opening. Like, now they have a proper initiate. Blink Hex. You could kill somebody before they get to play.
Is good skill.
There's an opening here to win. I think all heroes are killable now within the Hex. Timber just needs +1.
They now have a chance to deal with this PL in the fight, which makes a huge difference. Now, when they get 3-man cogged, it's going to be rough, but
yeah, is that what you said? You said 3-man. You said 2-man hookshot.
No, I said
3-man cogged or something.
Yeah, I said 2 cores or 3-man cog.
Okay.
Because there's a bench in this game, so like if you swap someone out, that's not going to count.
Aeon Disc and an Orchid.
Aeon Disc Puck is. That's one of the things in Dota I think is like the dirtiest, honestly.
Yeah.
What's a Mjolnir TB? There's no way, dude. He didn't go Mjolnir TB, did he? What the fuck?
You can't really.
I don't know about this, man. Looks sus as fuck, dude.
Shift insta after, like. It's just such a dirty combination.
I don't fucking know.
It's a tower damage. Refresher for collapse, so.
I mean, it's good DPS.
I like that.
But usually TBs go for more stat-orientated builds. And crit.
A lot more extra damage off that second illusion.
Shopify looking for some.
I mean, it's good against PL, right?
Maybe swap someone out, but they will not get it.
Well, it's gonna be good enough, though.
That's a good point. They have a swap scythe.
Yep.
That is a scary combo.
A reflection barely works in this game.
By no means
Because he has W on PL, and he has Manta, and he has Disperser, I think? Oh no, it doesn't have Disperser. He's not even going for it. He's going for
like a swap hex, stun hex.
Bloodthorn.
There's no real save on the side of Spirit outside of you hook in and trying to interrupt that play.
Oh, he went for Condom. Oh, interesting. I always find this one to be a bit risky, because if it procs while you coil, then your coil does no damage.
Hard commit on this, but they'll poke it.
No, certainly not. Going into this high ground, how much damage did he take already? Jeez, they had to swap him out there. That means Kitcherex on the front lines with Collapse inside the arena, so he's already dead. Collapse, running forward, looking for more. They know the Centaur's dead. Can he find Arteezy?
Condom for what? For the Hex.
Sunders?
Got the blink though.
Can he fight
If he gets lucky, he gets the neutral item too, the aesthetic cap. I fucking call it, dude.
He is done for in this fight.
Yeah, you can't play mid game with dog shit initiates.
Great play from him.
Especially when your opponent has some top tier initiates in their team.
Another solid hook shot.
Couldn't he get a Lincoln's? I thought he should have gotten Lincoln's too, but you know.
No, too slippery.
This one's a bit safer, I guess.
Man, the long range barrage firepower from this lineup. The rocket flares in giving.
I don't think it's the picks that's the problem here. I mean, it can be if you let it go like this. But from the picks they had this game, they had a good chance to win. They had the lead from mid, and they could have played it. And they could have had it in a way where they never fell behind and they don't fucking dive and take dog shit team fights. But yeah, they did fall behind and did take dog shit team fights, and they dived in the triangle.
It's got full Bloodthorn now.
But they definitely had the opportunity to win with this draft.
I mean, I think it's jump a core or bust at this
You're
point.
just not allowed to throw fights against better late game than yours.
Got to find a good core target, take them out of the fight, get yourself a 5-on-4 where you can advance instead of retreating and just getting poked down. Team Spirit are just not giving it to you.
Well, that just leaves the Mars. When you say jump a core, it can't
And
be
the puck was 3k behind, man. It's 5k network versus 8k or something.
So, do you really want to jump Mars?
If you get a swap hex on him, yes. I think you take it.
Okay.
He will die.
Collapse. He's going to go for a spear back here.
You can play for the next Roshan here. This is not necessarily the best time to try and force the high ground throw going in Roche, and another Hex for the techies. Control builds.
Sadek cap on Timber.
Man,
Lucky.
Shopify have a lot of network.
Oh, his time is Alec. It's pretty
Feels
good
like
too,
none
of course.
It really does anything unless you can connect it on the exact right hero in the right way.
Yeah. I think like the Heart on Centaur is like a good example. That same item on Mars, or you know, like same net worth item. It's like he's got Refresher. Like, okay, now you could double Arena. The Terrorblade can't do damage to anybody in range for him because there's like a billion walls in his way.
Honestly, I feel as though Mars is he's the strongest offlaner. This whole offlaner pool we've been seeing. There's like Dragon Knight, Mars, Timbersaw, Deep, Centaur.
They never play Faroche.
And then some like, you know.
And when they play Faroche, they do it poorly.
Tiny Razor.
Sure, yeah.
I think Mars is number one. Like, I would be happy picking Mars into any of these others. I think he reliably does way too much. His lane is reliably just as good, and he has so many builds. That
I don't think I'm playing Dota anytime soon. I don't have time.
Any draft.
Clap's gonna run straight into the
Oh my god, what is this monstrous catch? What the fuck am I looking at?
Diagram of hell. Oh my god.
What the fuck, dude?
The most Giga Chad play I've seen.
He just jumps in 1 versus 5 and he catches 3 of them.
Team Spirit were so.
Didn't he force RTZ BKB as well?
Does not matter.
So there's technically 4-man catch.
How good Mars
Look at him, he's adjusting headset. If he had glasses, you'd be, you know, for sure, if he had glasses there.
Thank you for your contribution.
So preamble about
Fucking nerd.
Mars is like the best offlaner. How good he is late game.
That's why.
They just straight up 1v5s the enemy team.
Locked him in a cage and dug their grave. Disgusting late game hero.
Puck has the 0 damage if they unpops, yeah. I still think it's a decent purchase though, because Puck Axe also does 0 damage if you're dead.
3.5 minutes on the Aegis. Shopify surely in shambles after that last situation.
I think they've been in shambles for a while, to be honest.
Yeah.
I think it started long before that fight. Strength pulling for the Mars. He's got a DD on him? Oh boy.
I don't think this game is so much about the Miona TB. It's a team problem. They have no solution for the puck. And they lost their timing when they were strong. Because they had a very strong timing around 15 minutes or so.
But got the kill anyway.
Oh.
Larl
What?
just killed the enemy carry.
Oh, okay. It's just over. it's just over. What can you do?
This out as much as you want, but there's no way they're going to be able to do the damage without the Terrorblade.
Like the dude has fucking Aegis.
Remember, he has the extra life. Oh, Doppelganger's just before that magic missile lands. Yopaj and Saberlighter tanky. And Yatoro maybe is going to get forced back here. Again, you could just die whatever you want. He's got the extra life. Collapse goes
oh my god, dude.
inside the arena, spears him before he even hits
They're gonna hear this Mars Arena song in their fucking dreams tonight.
Gets cleaned up, leading Saberlight.
Wake up sweating. Like, oh, not again.
Clean up. Team Spirit, man.
Well, I owe you a lot of money. Good thing you did not accept that bet, though. As everybody heard, you did not accept that. That clock could not find the multiple cogs, but he didn't need to because Claps just arena'd their entire team every single fight. Thank you for giving me Mars. I will collect that game. He turns to Yatoro and says, "You're welcome."
Thank you, just grabbing the 25. Gaijin, figure 75. RTZ win? No, RTZ already lost.
Thank you, my brother.
Majen Boy, fang with 80. A false gate, fang with 6. I did not see the OG Mirana mid game. I heard it was really good though. I think I'll check the replay for tomorrow if I have time.
What brought them back in that early game? That duel off.
I was right. I started sword laning, but as I took over. Yeah, but it's just like it's kind of easy to read. Because if you just look at the heroes that Spotify has, it's just a lack of initiates. It's like once you stomp laning things, you lose the ability to catch them. Unless you stomp the lane so hard and you never lose the lead and you push. You get Roshan and you push and you take barracks. You know, just never let them play that split push game.
That laning went
But yeah, if you fuck up once or twice and they do get the split push game and you have to respond to split push, your game is fucked. Because the moment you respond to split push, you get forced into mid game. And then teamfight potential goes away. And it gets really hard to play when you don't have proper catch.
Butterfly timing connected to a Roshan. Honestly, a very misplaced.
Thank you, Tuesday, for the 13. I'm back to 79. I am done for the day. I'll watch the series from tomorrow morning. I need to check first how early they even start. What's it called? DreamLeague Season 22. Let me look real quick. Where is it?
With 3 series losses, the pressure's
Is it here already?
They stepped up here against Shopify. Easy
No.
2-0 for Team Spirit.
It's 5 now. Oh, it's this match,
they
I
are
mean.
now tied with Shopify Rebellion.
Oh, it's a detailed match here.
2 wins and 3 losses.
Oh yeah, okay, this is tomorrow. So 11. Okay, I'll be on 11 then.
Is getting larger and larger with each passing series.
Oh, this is a big match too. Wow. How does this work?
You agree with Avery's assessment, Cassie, that
Why is there a second group stage? How does this work?
Collapse and Mirror were definitely, they are my MVPs for this game for sure. And I do
Are these just out?
For coming back in this game, but I gotta say Shopify from their position.
Or is this lower
like
brackets?
7K gold at 16 minutes. There's no way, like if they're not angry right now after losing this game, then
They're
I don't
just
know
go.
because
What? They're just leaving
really
in
think
group
that
stage?
they
Holy shit, dude.
have no business losing this game after the
Oh
position
yeah,
that
it's
they
so
put
small
themselves
here.
in.
Fucking
He
hell.
goes bottom, he dies alone,
That's a
then
brutal
third
group
goes
stage,
top, they
man.
punish the rest.
Yeah, that's
Shopify loses
brutal.
5 heroes
Honestly.
within 1 minute on 2 different places on the map. Arteezy respawns, TP's bottom again, wastes his
Oh,
meta on
these
nothing.
kids are fucking dumb, man. Who is
These
this?
5 minutes of Dota gameplay.
Oh, they're going
illegal,
home, man.
and if you do this
SEA
against a
pride.
Spirit, you're gonna lose. It's just that simple.
So a little bit of self-implosion coming from Shopify Rebellion.
Yes, absolutely.
Fucking hell, these guys are
I think
unbeatable.
has a bit of a job right now, you know, after this game, because I think these losses they sting a little bit.
Okay,
'Cause some people are gonna
GG's.
say,
Thank you for
yeah,
watching.
but
I wish you all a
we feel
nice
lot of
evening.
pressure 'cause maybe
See
there's
you
the PL
tomorrow
later, some people
morning
are gonna be in the
around
draft, some people
10:30, I
gameplay,
guess.
So yeah,
Bye bye.
some homework to do right now after this game.